I go wrong? I thought I had it all under control. I gave you all of me. I made time. I compromised. I gave my all. So near, but yet so far. And all I wanted was the time. You denied me. You deprived me. And all you do is shut me out. You put a spell on me. You have my heart. You put a spell on me. Can't let you go. You put a spell on me. Right from the start. You put a spell on me. Isn't that so? You put a spell on me. You put a spell. You put a spell on me. You put a spell on me. You put a spell. You put a spell on me. You put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. You put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. You put a spell on me. Ain't no, no. 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 Oh no. Hey, oh no. Oh no. Hey, oh no. Oh no. Hey, oh no. Oh no. Hey. Oh, where did I go wrong? I thought I had it all under control. I gave you all of me. I made time. I compromised. I gave my all. So near, but yet so far. And all I wanted was the time. You denied me. You deprived me. And all you do is shut me out. You put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. Right from the start. Put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. Isn't there anything to take it away? You put a spell on me. You put a spell on me. You put a spell. You put a spell. You put a spell. It's in my head, my heart, my soul. Put a spell on me. Put a spell on me. Put a spell on me.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let go of yesterday. Cause we only live once, and it's that one chance we gotta take to find that brand new you. Brand new, brand new, brand new, brand new. What you see is a brand new
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hosts for today, Tumi Morake and John Vlismus. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, thanks for being here. It's very meaningful.
Yes.
The gathering, 2015, Meet the Game Changers. Here we are.
Yes.
We are the game changers.
We have changed the game.
A lot.
Yes.
So I think we must thank sponsors first. Nando's, give them a huge round of applause because they did everything. Very good.
The only thing I love more than fried chicken
is Nando's.
is Nando's.
That is so controversial racially. And I'm not saying a word. There's the EFF. Shut up. And so, don't say anything. So that's lovely. Also, other people have been involved.
Yes.
You're probably going to be seeing this on The Big Debate, which is apparently a very big television show.
Yes.
Heard of it?
Yes, I have.
Well done.
Yes.
I've got the best TV in South Africa, Netflix.
Wow.
Yeah, support local.
Thank you, Nando's.
That's important. And then also Al Jazeera, which I thought was a great balance out. Obviously, well done, Al Jazeera.
Yes.
Very good. ENCA.
And Nando's.
Yes, Nando's as well.
Okay.
They're a very big sponsor. And then Books Live and other people as well, the Open Foundation, other ones that didn't give any money. So you'll see them in the foyer. It's very exciting for us. And we're here at the Vodadome because Vodacom's also a sponsor.
Yes,
as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vodacom,
Thank you.
For this. It's amazing.
It's beautiful.
It's really big.
It's like a modern day Lekgotla. It's a...
Is that the Afrikaans rapper? So, no, we were talking earlier because we believe the gathering should be a cultural exchange, and Timmy was just educating me. I thought that, because we were making jokes about Nkandla, I can't imagine why. And it's not a...
Lekgotla.
Yeah, it's not that. There's a crawl. And I thought it was called a kraal, but it's called a crawl. And the English definition, which is the only one that really counts, is to house sheep.
To house sheep.
Which is no way to discuss wives. And then the Zulu definition is not that at all. It's a place of eating meat and incisions.
Huh.
Yeah, it's where the president stabs us in the back. So
I would not say that. That's violent and unnecessary.
I'm sorry.
It's where he goes, he takes a nation, he bends it over.
Okay, all right, okay. So no. Nkandla. That's amazing. Easy EFF, come on, you've been spoken to before.
I do recognize you though.
We won't throw you out here. You're fine here. We're fine with
We recognize you. Welcome.
Yes. We even welcome wasps, and they've given us nothing.
Nothing, zero.
If you look at all the sponsors here, wasps, nothing.
Sweet nothing.
Nothing.
Sweet.
So that's amazing. Anyway, I'm really sorry that I'm dressed like a pedophile geography teacher. Seems to be all the rage these days. Only way white people can get into the newspapers fiddling with kids. So here I am, trying my best. And Tumi is dressed like...
like I have money.
Really? Is that what you call it?
I'll break you, white boy. I'll break you.
I'll kick you in the... Never mind. So... Never mind. Right, so let's do some housekeeping, shall we? That's why we're actually here. We have some rules today. So what we've done is we've supplied them on here so you can see the graphics. So the wireless is brought to you by Vodacom.
Duh.
So use it. My one note is that if you do use it, and we'll give you the details shortly, if you're inactive, it kicks you off the system. And then what happens is you complain because something you're getting for free as a South African is not good enough. And then you start, if you're a white person, you start a Facebook group out of pure anger. And on that note of Facebook groups, I've got a message from the rhinos. Thanks for the help. And if you're black, you'll have a march and actually get something done. So if it does upset you, just log back in. You've been inactive. That's all.
Next point.
So the wireless is brought to you by Vodacom. And then the signals obviously are jammed by the Department of Open and Fair Communication. Because there will be governmental people here.
Yes.
So that's important.
Hashtag don't say we didn't warn you. Next.
The next thing is, if you see these men, they are not catering.
Not catering.
They mean you harm, but they'll never say a word. So that's very important. Let's see what the next piece of housekeeping is. Oh, so this is the actual, isn't it?
Yes.
So in the wireless network options, go to Voda World Events. The username is Nando's Gathering, and the password
It's Nando's 2015.
because Nando's is a huge sponsor. Did we mention that?
Yes.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
So in fact, there were some giveaways. Here we go. Giveaways from. Here we go.
Giveaways.
Some bird's eye chilies. There you go. Start a fire. So that's good. Let's see your next slide. Oh, and then obviously
Yes.
your phones. Please keep them active, obviously.
Silent mode,
But
please.
be quiet,
Yes.
because conspiracies need silence
Yes.
to be hatched, obviously. Oh, and then this is very important. No smoke. No, we're not shitting you on this one. Seriously, no smoking.
smoking.
You don't seem to understand.
No.
This is very serious. In
No.
fact, look at the next slide. If you do smoke, you'll break the law, and lawlessness may be greeted with concomitant action.
Yeah.
We don't know what that means.
What's concomitant?
Nobody seems to know.
Concomitant.
It means you touch my shit, I'll kill you. Seriously,
Okay.
like that's very serious. So please don't smoke. It's illegal within the state of South Africa, and as you know, we all respect the law. There are toilets, but this is a sticky issue at the moment. So just go wherever you feel comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all about relief. So please
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Feel your way through this one. I don't know, side saddle, sitting, standing.
If
Knock
you're in
yourself out.
transition, just mini,
Multiple
mini,
choice.
mini, mo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We don't really want to dwell on
The DA is quite late, eh?
where you pee.
Sorry.
Yeah, here they come.
They're quite late. Like,
Oh
you
my
see
God,
what
that's
happens?
brilliant.
Just pay the tolls and use the road. Sorry, I just...
The DAs, why
They're
people
late.
being late?
White people are late. It's wonderful. No, actually, it goes to show you they have
What's the
transformed.
EFF? They
No,
were here
they've-
on time, honestly. This is how we break stereotypes in this country.
The winds of change.
Please do take as many photographs as you like. It's a media event. We may
Please.
need all the records later if there is a
Yes.
hearing.
Yes.
What often happens at this event is someone says something about someone, and then there's a whole story.
And then there's
that's
no
important.
proof.
There's no proof.
Yeah.
So, whistleblowers, start your engines. You are welcome here. Tell the world everything you see. Normally,
Yes.
this is the most tweeted event in the world for the first 40 minutes. So use the hashtag DMNando's Gathering, and the reason it's very long this year is we put Nando's into the hashtag
Okay.
because they're quite a big
They're huge.
sponsor. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're a big sponsor. So,
Yeah.
so please do DM Nando. Oh, and then this one is very important. If you come here to talk shit about Africa, just remember that corruption started in Europe. So,
Yes.
so that's very important. Germans, we believe.
Philip, it started there.
And that Dutchman has been incorrectly reported. So that's quite important, that we don't get all down on Africa today. That's good. And then the next one is obviously in the event of an emergency, just deny everything
Deny.
until someone produces evidence.
Deny.
Just find your way out and get out immediately. Obviously, you know how to do if there's a fire. Come on, look at your ages. You know what to do. Just leave. If you don't know what to do and there's a fire, stay in this room. We don't need you.
It's called natural selection.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
All right, paper books are on sale for the retro people. So, hipsters,
God, paper.
this
How
is for you.
quaint.
It's insane.
For reading, and that's out in the foyer.
How do you scroll through a paper book? How do you...
You turn pages. Yeah. Right. Now, if you open a URL on your device using Vodacom's blazing network, if you go to www.sli.do, there's a little functionality there that allows you to log questions and watch related tweets. And it's really easy to use. All you have to do is click in and follow the instructions. Just DM Nando's Gathering and you'll be in. And then you can not only ask questions, which will be routed to the moderators, but you can also read moderated questions. Apparently there's a moderator. We don't know who they are, but it's quite sinister. So there's that. And then obviously please don't think too much because that can give people ideas. We don't want that.
Dangerous. Very dangerous.
It's bad.
Very bad.
Shit will go wrong here.
Yeah.
We might even fix things.
Yeah.
Shit, there's me. Look at the side of my head. It's amazing.
Wow.
Very good. So that's it from us. We'll be popping back to tell you what to do. This is Tumi. She's lovely.
Hi.
We are thinking about having an extramarital affair. So
Just to heal the country.
don't laugh.
It's just to heal
We
the
are building
country.
a nation. What have you done?
Yeah. Thanks.
How many coloured people have you made? What an asshole. Anyway, so that's fine. So the first panel today, I think we're going to talk about the
introduce
panel.
them,
Is that
please.
right?
Yes,
So
that's
we'll
fine.
introduce the moderators. They'll come up on. It sounds a bit Big Brothery, doesn't it? This moderator bullshit.
Yeah.
There's going to be journalists on stage. Let's just call them what they are, and then they'll be here, and then they are going to introduce the panels as we go. But I think the first panel is Political.
Yes, the first one, yes, because they're going to be talking about the state of the nation.
The state of the
Yes.
nation. So quick and quite sad. If you're welcome, we have one political guest who won't be here now.
Yeah.
He's coming later because he's actually writing an exam today. Yes, that's correct. Julius Malema is writing an economics exam. Am I right? Am I right? Yes.
Nice.
The fearless commander is writing an exam.
Nice. Nice.
Excellent.
Clip
I
notes.
can't wait. And then, if he gets a B, he can come back. And I said B. I'm trying to be helpful. Because he got a G for woodwork, right? That's why they didn't want him anywhere near the cabinet. Julius, step away. You may break this thing. So anyway, and he may. So the point is that Julius Malema will be joining us later in the day. But for now, we have a lovely panel. So should we introduce the moderators?
Please.
Right.
Yes.
So the moderators are... who should
The big guy.
It's
Let's
very
start with the
difficult
big
because
guy.
they're all of different races. Who do we introduce?
Start with
How
the
do you-
white dude.
The white guy.
Yeah.
Richard Poplak is your first moderator. So Richard, if you could join us on...
Mr. Poplak.
There he is, Richard Poplak, everyone.
Welcome.
And then we have the lovely Ranjeni Munusamy,
Yep.
who's right behind him.
Ranjeni Munusamy.
And then the next lady is
Ma.
Ma.
Ba. Le. Mu.
Yeah.
Lo. I. Mabale muloi. Mabale muloi.
I mean, I'll hand you over to Ranjeni and she'll tell you all about how this is going to work. We'll see you
Awesome.
later. Cheers. But come with me. Let's go and talk about that thing I want to buy with the sow and the sheep.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. We're just getting plugged into the mic so that you can properly hear us. There you go. That's how it's done. Okay, so we're very pleased to be number one for today, at least in the lineup. I don't think any of us will be number one in any other context. So we're going to have inputs from our three panelists, and it's the guys you've been waiting for. So I'm going to call them up now to join us. First up, we have Paul Mashatile, who's the ANC chairperson in Gauteng. Secondly, I think he's getting his nose powdered. I don't know what the delay is. Secondly is Mmusi Maimane, the newly elected leader of the Democratic Alliance, and apparently he has some fans in the audience. And thirdly, we have Zwelinzima Vavi, the person without portfolio, statusless at the moment, former General Secretary of COSATU, but apparently he thinks he still is the General Secretary of COSATU, so he'll be joining us. Sit here. Yeah, these three seats. You can sit next to me, Zweli, I don't mind. Oh, so apparently they don't want to be near us. Okay, so Mr. Mashatile is going to address us first. As I said, he is the chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng. He was a former member of cabinet, but apparently he poked the bear once too often. So he is now a member of parliament in the National Assembly. He leads one of the most influential provinces in the ANC, that's Gauteng. They are known as the kingmakers and the power brokers, but now and then they back the wrong king, as happened recently. Last year, Mr. Mashatile threw down the gauntlet on e-tolls, and I want to read you what he said about SANRAL. It's not that I don't like SANRAL, but they must know their place. Government agencies don't run the country, the ANC does. SANRAL cannot tell us what to do, we tell them what to do. So let's now hear from Mr. Mashatile, the boss in Gauteng, whom we hear is not done poking the bear, and whom we also believe is being touted for a very senior position in the ANC very soon. Mr. Mashatile.
Thank you very much, Ranjeni. Firstly, let me greet my fellow panelists, Zwelinzima Vavi, and Mmusi Maimane. Congratulations for your election as the leader of the DA. Great members of the media, ladies and gentlemen out there, thank you for coming. I wish to take this opportunity firstly to thank the organizers of this event for affording us the opportunity to highlight the work done by the African National Congress-led government to deepen and consolidate the gains of our freedom and democracy, and to share our vision on how we will move the Gauteng City region forward. Program directors, this year marks 21 years of our freedom and democracy. As we look back on the journey we have traveled since our liberation in 1994, we can do so with pride that the ANC-led government has made meaningful progress in giving practical meaning to the words of the father of our nation, former President Nelson Mandela, when he said, and I quote, "We enter into a covenant that we shall build a South Africa where all citizens, black and white, will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of their inalienable rights to human dignity, a rainbow nation at peace with itself and the world." Gradually, step by step, we are succeeding in building a society where all South Africans can walk tall, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity. As a country, we are emboldened by the findings of a World Bank study titled Fiscal Policy and Redistribution in an Equal Society. It was released in November last year, and it said, amongst others, South Africa has made progress towards establishing a more equitable society. Since the end of apartheid, the government has used its tax resources to fund the gradual expansion of social assistance programs and scale up spending on education and health services. It thus was able to reduce poverty considerably. The study, however, cautions that the levels of inequality in our country still remain very high. In Gauteng in particular, we take pride in the fact that despite rapid urbanization and the global economic slowdown, Gauteng has continued to grow as a vibrant and diverse global city region with sustained improvement in the quality of life. The Gauteng City Region Observatory Quality of Life Survey 3, released in August last year, found that satisfaction levels among the overwhelming majority of the people in Gauteng are very high with regards to access to education, provision of libraries, basic services, and good infrastructure. Gauteng continued to be the engine of the South African economy. Our province economy remains the largest and most diverse in South Africa. We have managed to maintain our historic economic dominance relative to other provinces. Specifically, Gauteng. In Gauteng, we contribute more than 36% to South Africa's GDP, 42% of total industrial output, and 62% of total exports. The size of the Gauteng economy now stands over 1 trillion rands at current prices. We contribute more than 10% to Africa's GDP and are a major destination for foreign direct investments into the continent, thus providing our status as gateway to Africa. Program directors, to further cement our position in the national and continental economy, we will, together with our municipalities over the next 5 years, invest more than 126 billion rands to improve social and economic infrastructure. This investment will have major spin-offs in terms of job creation and growing the provincial economy. In addition, we will continue in partnership with institutions of higher learning to strengthen our investment in education, in skills, as well as research and development. In the last 3 years, we have invested a total of 450 million rands in bursaries for students at tertiary institutions. About 70% of these bursaries were offered to female students. With regard to schooling, we remain among the best performing provinces. In 2014, we're #1 performing province of grade 12s with a total pass rate of 84.7%. As part of modernizing and improving the provision of education, you are aware we are implementing paperless classrooms, which are classrooms of the future. With regard to healthcare provision, we are making progress in the implementation of the National Health Insurance Scheme, which is being piloted in the city of Tshwane. As part of modernization of public health services, we are implementing e-health system in all our new facilities, such as the new state-of-the-art Natal Spraite Hospital and the Zola Jabulani Hospital. In order to intensify the fight against HIV and AIDS, we have tested over 8 million people for HIV and initiated close to 1 million people on antiretroviral therapy. In order to strengthen the fight against crime, we are working with the law enforcement agencies and are actively mobilizing communities and civil society to join in the fight against crime, including gender-based violence. To demonstrate our determination to fight corruption, the Office of the Premier has begun setting up the Integrity Management and Anti-Corruption Unit to drive the agenda of integrity promotion across government departments. This unit will be fully operational by the end of this year. In order to restore public confidence in government's procurement process, we are currently piloting an open tender process in Treasury and the Department of Transport. Consistent with our approach of being an activist government, we continue to engage directly with community protesters who are frustrated by poor and inefficient service delivery. By doing this, we are shifting communities away from violent protests by offering instead a rapid response culture and a listening ear to their concerns. In order to institutionalize our rapid response mechanism, we have launched the Nteresano Service Delivery Rapid Response System, our service delivery war room. The war room is being rolled out to municipalities across the Gauteng City region. Despite the massive progress made by the ANC-led government on many fronts, we are aware that the road is still long and winding. Indeed, a lot more still needs to be done to expand the provision of services to our people, to change their lives for the better, and thus enable them fully to walk tall, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity. As a nation, our comprehensive response to the challenges we face is the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. This plan remains our lodestar to the kind of society we seek to build, a truly united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. In the context of Gauteng City region, the National Development Plan has found expression in our 10-pillar program to transform, modernize, and re-industrialize Gauteng, what we in brief call the TMR. These pillars are the following. I won't elaborate on them. It will take too much time, but it's radical economic transformation, decisive spatial transformation, accelerating social transformation, transformation of the state and governance, modernization of the economy, modernization of public service and the state, modernization of human settlement and urban development, modernization of public transport and other infrastructure, reindustrializing Gauteng as our country's economic hub, and taking a lead in Africa's new industrial revolution. In implementing the TMR, we aim to build Gauteng as a seamlessly integrated, socially cohesive, economic, inclusive city region. A leading economy on the African continent underpinned by smart, innovation-driven, knowledge-based and sustainable industries, an accountable, responsive, transparent and clean government, and an active citizenry. This is our vision for a future Gauteng. We are delighted that this vision has been embraced and has drawn active support from all stakeholders, including academia and CEOs of some large companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Also of significance is that through the TMR, we are responding to the structural challenges facing the Gauteng economy. These challenges include significant disindustrialization, which led to a decline over many years of the manufacturing sector and a dominance of the tertiary sector, the exclusion of the majority of black people, women, youth, and people with disabilities from the economic mainstream, the dominance of racialized monopoly and a minimal role of the SMMEs and cooperative sector, spatial inequalities that contribute to higher cost of living for those in the periphery, as well as a skewed income distribution that tends to lower aggregate demand. Our program to revitalize the township economy is one critical intervention we are making as part of ensuring radical economic transformation. By revitalizing the township economy, we will transform townships from their historic role of being reservoirs of cheap labor to being new and vibrant nodes of economic activity, as well as decent areas where our people can work, live, and do business. The ANC government in Gauteng.
Mr. Mashitile, sorry to interrupt. You have a minute to wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I shall conclude. The ANC government in Gauteng is keenly aware of public content around e-tolls. Through Premier Makhura, we have gone to great lengths to have an extensive, detailed, and in-depth public consultation process through the advisory panel. The ultimate result came about through extensive consultation and engagement with everybody. In Gauteng, we are continuing to fast-track the improvement of alternative routes. We are also continuing to link and create Gauteng city region and allow people traveling from Soweto right up to Mamelodi to everywhere. For example, as I conclude, there's a young man who came here this morning from Tshwane, took REM from Tshwane, got into Gautrain, got into Gau bus, and got here. That's the kind of public transport we need. Honorable Program Director, I'm thinking I'm in Parliament, Honorable. Program Director, in conclusion, I want to thank Premier David Makhura and his team. I think they are doing a good job and would have liked him to be here today, but he couldn't make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mashatile. I was trying to resist saying, Honorable Member, your time is up. Okay, next up we have the recently elected leader of the Democratic Alliance, Mmusi Maimane. CNN dubbed him the Obama of Soweto, but we think that's because they don't know any other black people who are leaders. Mr. Maimane made his debut into national politics about 4 years ago. He first competed to be mayor of Johannesburg and then premier of Gauteng. He's now the leader of the opposition in parliament, and that's where he delivered his famous broken man speech, which the president didn't seem to like very much. So let's hear from Mr. Maimane now and his plans for a bigger, blacker Democratic Alliance and hopefully how he will continue to breaking down the broken man.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I have to speak to you as honorable members. I think it's the right thing to do. It's great to be here. It's great to be here in Midrand. I know many of you would have driven through those famous gantries that we call e-tolls and so. But it's great. Thank you to Daily Maverick for setting up this great event. It's also great to be in the same panel with friends and colleagues from the National Assembly, Ntate Paul Mashatile, also Ubabu Zwelinzima Vavi. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's absolutely critical that we recognize the fact that, and I want to thank Daily Maverick and Nando's for putting together this event, your media partners, obviously NCA and Al Jazeera, who are here. Events such as this one are crucial to a proper functioning of our democracy. I think South Africans often need to see how one party can offer up its own ideas against another party. I think we need a South Africa where we can offer ideas and alternatives without necessarily having to fight with each other, but really present an alternative for many people in this country. And I think without fail, South Africa's heritage has been one of dialogue and discourse. I think CODESA is a very instructive lesson when we saw how we're able to negotiate through a very difficult time and find our space here today. I think events such as this one must be the daily norm of the people of this country so we can continue to share ideas. I'm sad to say that Parliament has become something a little bit different, a place of entertainment often from Channel 408. And sadly, in the disruption of Parliament, it unfortunately plays into those who prefer to live in the past and fight for past glories and are desperate to, in fact, protect the status quo. I want today to spend the next number of minutes just painting for you a picture of a South Africa we want to live in. A South Africa that I believe the DA wants to put forward and say what inclusive economy and a prosperous South Africa we want to have. So I think none of us can disagree with the fact that we are in a time in South Africa where we need desperate and decisive leadership. Leadership that will put South Africa first rather than any political affiliation, and leadership that says this is the future and this is the vision of South Africa as we'd like to put it. 2 days from now, the DA will launch its Vision 2029 here in Gauteng, in Soweto. It's be a blueprint of the society we want to see, we want to build, based on our 3 values of freedom, fairness, and opportunity for all South Africans. We call it Vision 2029, and if you like, you can join the hashtag Vision 2029, because indeed it describes a society that will occur 10 years after the DA will lead the national government. So, if you count back 10 years from 2029, you'll see exactly why and where we've set our sights. Crucial to our vision to implement, we speak to South Africans, we need to recognize the opportunity for change in South Africa. I think all of us will be comfortable in knowing the fact that as we learn from many of our African states, that one-party democracies don't succeed. And so it's crucial that we see change in South Africa. The absolute task of seeing an electoral change in this country will mean that the electorate will recognize the fact that power is in their hands and not in the politicians. We should never get to a point, we should get to a point where politicians fear voters rather than the other way around. For if we are to achieve that, it's a vital step towards the sustainability of any democracy. And so our argument about what a second transition is, I believe it will be a change that will see this government will usher a way for a new government. I believe without fail we're seeing in crucial metros, Nelson Mandela Bay, Tshwane, Joburg, that in fact, if we are to win one of these metros, it will in fact indicate the fact that South Africans can exercise their democratic rights through the ballot box. I want to say this to you, that in fact ours is to build that non-racial South Africa. That party is to say to ourselves that South Africans, regardless of the color of their skins, can share values of a South Africa they want to see. That's why Vision 2029 is critical. That's why we're building a political party that is non-racial, because we believe that the challenge to redress a historical legacy, to say to ourselves we'll address historical challenges, must be solutions found with one another rather than apart from each other. Therefore, I believe that it is possible that South Africans from all walks can build a political party that addresses these historical challenges. We as we sit here today, our task is forward-looking. Our task is to focus on a better future for all South Africans. So here's some of the challenges that we face. I believe this current government has focused itself rather than from serving people, but to serving itself. As many have called it, a neo-patrimonial state, a state focused on, in fact, looking after one another rather than the people of this country. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to be an economist to know what's wrong with South Africa. Anyone will tell you that our biggest threat is the fact that many South Africans cannot find work, they face the harsh levels of poverty, and without fail, we still live in an unequal society. Pre-1994, economic growth was fueled by minerals, a large dependence on cheap labor, primarily black labor, and an oversupply of energy that served a small group of businesses. The post-1994 government began with the objective, under a great icon of President Nelson Mandela, of building that inclusive, non-racial, and prosperous society. But I think without fail, progress towards this has halted. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that our GDP growth is only at 1.4%, down from 1.9% in 2013. It is forecast this year at 2%, well below the 5% required by the National Development Plan to create any real dent in unemployment. Economic success is being prevented, really in the main, by policy uncertainty and without fail incoherence. Added to this, there's an undue influence of unions who don't seem to care about the future of workers they represent. Our challenge here today, as I've highlighted, for South Africa to be prosperous, we need a singular, focused economic plan. Others have cited the National Development Plan in this regard, but we failed to see its implementation. I believe South Africa's economy can grow at the levels that are required. We need to make sure that this economy is energy secure. There's no doubt the fact that if we look around, for some it might be a candlelit dinner every night for 2 to 4 hours. For the economy, it means 80 billion rands that has been lost by the South African economy thanks to load shedding. I think it's time that we get to a point where we say the monopoly that Eskom is can no longer be protected by the state, where we continue to fund it with bailouts. What we desperately need is to allow independent power producers to have the right to contribute to our energy grid in a constructive manner. It is indeed a challenge, the fact that 2/3 of the unemployed, which is my true passion, are South Africans who are under 35 years. We have to, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to reduce unemployment, address the plight of young people. And I believe that without fail, we can be able to allow, not for our young people, not only to be employees, but to be employers. We need to see a nation of entrepreneurs emerging out of young people so that we can start a revolution of small businesses that will be able to apply and employ more and more young people. Without fail, we have to create a capable state. And this is still a challenge for me as to why, when others are being secure in comfort at 246 million rands palace, South Africans still suffer a constant burden of being homeless and sometimes without a place to sleep at night. I was in Limpopo yesterday. I sat next to a man who had lost his house, was sleeping in the streets. And I still to this day think, as South Africa, we cannot in any given world justify that a swimming pool can be a fire pool, or that one person can own a house that they do, while so many of the South Africans, like I met yesterday, are spending their days in the streets. So I believe, without fail, we need to make this happen if businesses, particularly small and medium enterprise, are given the space to support and thrive. A dear government will do everything it can to remove obstacles that prevent small businesses from getting off the ground. Really, this is about a matter of reducing red tape, making startup capital available to enabling cross-border trade, and rewriting the recently launched visa regulation. We must make South Africa an attractive place for more entrepreneurs and investors alike. We have to, as we drive along the M1 of Johannesburg, break down the Berlin Wall of inequality, where on one side is Sandton, on another side is Alexandra. These divisions cannot exist in our society, and therefore we have to make sure we do more in communities like Sandton by building infrastructure that South Africans can depend on, by ensuring that more trade can take place in communities such as Alex, and without fail, giving the people of South Africa their title deeds. For if you learn anything about economics, is that when people can hold on to an asset, they can trade against it in order to secure their economic future. Ladies and gentlemen, our top priorities will always remain in these, our opening opportunities will be dealing with these three. How do we deal with education? How do we deal with ESCOM? And ultimately, how do we deal with e-tolls? The education of young people is absolutely critical. It's an absolute disgrace that our education system in this country is considered amongst the worst in the world. We believe that we must make sure that young people get teachers who stay in the classrooms, principals who are not elected by unions, and ultimately classrooms that have the economic infrastructure to make sure that South African citizens and young people are digital citizens rather than excluded from them. We have to, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to deal with ESCOM, ensure that we deal with the energy crisis in a sustainable manner. If we dismantle ESCOM, we can ensure other players come on board, but those players must come on board in a way that will ensure that we are sustainable and that our energy supply is environmentally friendly. Finally, we must kick SANRAL's failed e-toll plan into touch. I believe in in road infrastructure that must be built. What I certainly refuse to accept is the fact that South Africans must be double taxed for it. Taxed at the pump and also taxed when they drive on the road. We must kick off. Yes, I am wrapping up, Ranjeni.
No,
Yeah.
you've got a minute to wrap up, Honourable Member.
Therefore, we can't ignore the people of Gauteng when they call out for a scrapping of e-tolls. We must finance road infrastructure through using the fuel levy. And yes, I know it will be levied across the country, but I believe if we're really going to create a vibrant economy, all of us in South Africa can contribute to it. We cannot afford South Africa to remain corrupt. We must show a zero tolerance to crime. And ultimately, we must ensure that many, many millions of South Africans have the opportunities that they once were denied. So, ladies and gentlemen, we face a crossroad. We can choose a government that clearly has shown that our economic growth is being hampered, or we can make a change. And I believe this change is possible. We can build a society built on those three values: freedom, fairness, and opportunity. We can allow that South Africans know that if this government does not deliver, they can choose another one. We can choose change that will allow that South Africans have a dream that makes it accessible for many more to have opportunities in this country. I'm certainly committed to doing that. We've shown where we govern that we run states that are capable, a government that is able to deliver on basic services, a government that is clean of corruption, but ultimately a government that is accountable to the people. I believe ultimately, if we're going to get South Africa right, that our second transition must be that shift at national elections where we see one government make a way for another. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maimane. I'm quite impressed that there was no actual mention of Nkandla. Okay, our final speaker is Mr. Zwelinzima Vavi. As I said earlier, he's currently statusless, but planning for a major status sometime in the future, I believe. I must mention that Mr. Vavi is somewhat of a veteran of the gathering. He's the only speaker to address every single gathering that we've had. And I think that's because Mr. Vavi is always in the news, sometimes not of his own choosing. And he was recently expelled as COSATU General Secretary, but as we know, he's something of a comeback kid. So he's on his way back. Let's hear what's his game plan to build working class power.
Matla. Thank you very much, Ranjeni, and good morning to the leader of the DA, the chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng, and the other distinguished members of the panel, here and not here. To you all, ladies and gentlemen, dear comrades, I have a long speech, and no one will stop me. The ANC-led democratically elected government has delivered historic improvements to the lives of our people, particularly in the provision of basic services like electrification, water, and housing, increased access to health and education services, even though we can complain about them being of often substandard nature, fairly entrenched basic rights of movement, expression, association, collective bargaining, regular democratic election, peace, and consistent long-term, although slow, economic growth. Yet, persistent socio-economic challenges threaten many of those gains. Our country faces its biggest crisis since the birth of our democracy in 1994. Unemployment has reached an appalling level of 36.1%, by a more realistic expanded rate, including those who have given up looking for employment. And when we talk numbers, this is 8.7 million South Africans who could be working, who could be earning a living for their families and contributing to the country's wealth. These are being excluded from the country's economic life. That's, to me, the crisis, and anybody who says there's no problem, then there's something wrong with that person. Economic growth in the first quarter of 2015 was crawling along at miserable 1.3%, meaning that there is no prospect for an early relief for those that are unemployed. Poverty is the second challenge, with 54.3% of our people living in poverty, according to the government statistics, and 14 million South Africans going to bed hungry every night, despite the country's producing more than enough food. Deindustrialization continues. In 1994, manufacturing sector was contributing 23% to the GDP. By 2013, that figure has fallen to 11%. More and more jobs are being casualized, contributing to a rise in the number of the working poor. Wages of the workers remain low, with the median salary in South Africa at 3,033 rands. Income inequalities are at world record-beating levels, and there is a painful slow progress in reversing racial and gender inequalities in wealth and employment, which we inherited from the apartheid system. More than 65% of all new promotions to senior management are still going to the white people, and 75% of senior management remain white. So why then are we now facing such an economic, social, and economic catastrophe? Part of the reason is denialism, is to look on the other side when others are facing the pain. We shall never solve such problems if that denialism remains. The other day, the very day when the government arm, the other arm, was releasing this sorry state of affairs in terms of the statistics, our president was telling Parliament, and we quote him, that our country is doing very well. The fundamentals are in place, our institutions are strong and sound, and all arms of the state are functioning effectively. The executive, parliament, and judiciary. This means our hard-won democracy is safe, end of quote. In our real world, South Africa is In our real world, South Africa is teetering on a knife edge. Our revolution is on trial and at crossroads. Millions of people are feeling marginalized and excluded by a society in which the rich get richer and the poor are left even further behind, angry and frustrated. The poor are asking fundamental questions about whether a tipping point has not been reached where they can conclude that democracy serves only the interest of the elite, in particular white monopoly capital. More and more of the poor are taking part in community protest in over-service delivery. Corruption and waste of money by municipal councillors, according to the SAPS Incident Registration Information System, there were 34 incidents of service delivery protest a day on average between April 2012 and March 2014, with 15% of those getting violent. The masses are clearly beginning to sulk, if we were to use the way that Frantz Fanon described the phenomenon of resignation from the politics. Only 50% of the voting population still have hopes in our political parties, according to the participation in the 2014 elections. This ticking bomb continues to tick, and our cities are being surrounded by rings of fire. The basic cause for these problems is colonialism and apartheid. But instead of addressing these underlying problems, using our historic approach to development, the ANC government abandoned the RDP and the Freedom Charter. They adopted GEAR in 1996, which swept away the transformation agenda of the RDP and handed power over to the World Bank and IMF, with their local agents entrenched in the Treasury and the Reserve Bank. This cleared a way for a drive by a predatory capitalist elite in the state and in the boardrooms of big business to exercise control over all areas of society to advance its agenda of maximizing their wealth. Capital is engaged in concerted drive to emasculate the power of workers, force down wages, weaken collective bargaining structures, and get rid of laws to protect employees from unfair dismissal and discrimination. The 2007 Polokwane Conference gave us hope that there might be a shift back towards progressive policies of the RDP inspired by the Freedom Charter, but our hopes were dashed with policy zigzags that led to policy paralysis. The adoption of the National Development Plan, which we call GEAR Mark II, which has tied our economy even more firmly into the agenda of international monopoly capital. Our new masters are now the credit ratings agencies, elected by nobody, but mandated by investors to blackmail elected governments into adopting policies which will maximize the profits of the super rich or of their super rich clients. Our government has given in to the threats, with the Treasury again acting as the lackeys and enforcers of the rating agencies with their successive austerity budgets. Meanwhile, tenderpreneurs, corrupt politicians and officials, even a few inside the trade union movement, are cashing in by exploiting the climate of anything goes to get quick at the expense of workers, consumers, and the economy. The statement by the Minister of Police Nathi Nhleko on the repayment of the money spent on Nkandla is a disgrace. Is a disgrace move to dodge taking responsibility for the grossly excessive amount spent on a project as a whole now at 246 million, and for all those who corruptly benefited from it. It is not just in Nkandla where costs have escalated, but virtually every government project, such as in Medupi, where the budget was 52, escalated to 130 billion. Kusile 81 escalated to 172 billion. Gauteng 3.5 escalated to 25 billion. This is the country where we buy a loaf of bread for 26 rands, a bottle of water, 300 milliliter, for 24 rands. Auditor General Kimi Makwetu has just revealed that 12 billion disappeared in a fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 246 municipalities in the 2013-2014 financial year. Whilst we welcome the slight improvement, but we insist that our base remain very low. What makes even more frightening is that this is happening when the trade unions, the last powerful weapon in the hands of the working people, are being fragmented and weakened and have been targeted for co-option to serve the agenda of these powerful predatory interests. Organs of the people's power, and most worryingly, not only COSATU but the ANC Youth League, are the pale shadow of themselves as an agenda to domesticate, hollow them out, and blunt them seem to be succeeding. The youth, is that so? But we had a deal. We had a deal. I am so used to being expelled. Sometimes you take a pleasure on who is behind you being expelled, and that makes you to feel good.
Tell us who's behind it.
You're not counting all of these conversations your time, do you? Thank you very much. In my view and in our view, I can go on and speak about the other tragedies, the state of affairs in our state-owned enterprises, and we can go on to talk about the state of affairs in our parliament, but the only way forward is the return to the Freedom Charter. Dumping of the National Democratic Plan and go back to the state and to the ANC ideals as we know them. And I want you to just put this quote, and for you to internalize that, because only when we can pretend to that notion that you see in the screen can we save South Africa from imploding altogether. The last sentence is very striking. It says, therefore, a fundamental feature of our strategy that victory must embrace more than formal political democracy. We are not interested in holding ballot papers and throwing them in a ballot box in every 5 years, and we think that that's democracy. To allow existing economic forces to retain their interest intact is to feed to the root of racial supremacy and does not represent even the shadow of liberation. That's my bottom line. That's my departure point. Unless this can happen, I can't see any way back from the hole we have dug our country into 21 years into our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vavi. Now we get to the good part, where we get to ask questions. In Nando's terms, I think that's the extra hot spice. So let me start off with Mmusi. I want to wish you a happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
I believe you just turned 35.
Yeah.
You know, in the ANC Youth League, you probably wouldn't be old enough to be a leader there. So well done.
Or if you apply for a special dispensation, you probably could still stand.
Oh, right. Okay. So at the age of 35, you are at the top of the food chain in the Democratic Alliance, the leader of the opposition. In order to do that, you probably had to play the right game and be extremely nice to Helen Zille. How did you do it? How do you be nice to Helen Zille?
Look,
We'd all like to know.
Helen has contributed immensely to our party. She's grown it successfully well. And I think even in her own space, she recognized what was important about if we build a project that is a non-racial project, we must open up more opportunities for more people. It wasn't, and I think that's part of her legacy to the DA, is the fact that she was quite instrumental in being able to allow other leaders to play in fairly strong spaces, whether those are parliament, as we saw even with Lindiwe Mazibuko, or in various aspects. And I think our project of building a very diverse party is well on its way and very successful. We don't represent one race, despite what our opponents might say. We really represent a diverse group of South Africans because we believe indeed in the principle of a non-racial South Africa. So it is, of course, common cause that without even having to legalize it or to put some legislation behind it, that we've successfully been the only party in the South African landscape that's had a woman lead it, which I think is an important acknowledgement. It says that you can allow any South Africans, regardless of gender, to lead. And the fulfillment of that project then had to get to a point where you say, look, it then becomes plausible that any South African, regardless of age, regardless of race or gender, can ultimately end up being the leader of the DA. And I hope that, in fact, our long-term trajectory says that if we are true to the fact that we want a South African who grows up in Soweto and Dobsonville to end up leading the DA, it must be true economically that any South African who wants to work hard, achieve the objectives, they can get to the top. So I think in many ways it's been, that's the project we engaged with, that's the project I was engaged with. So in some ways, I'm glad that you can come back from a Congress and where Helen Zille has only got one vote, and 90% of the delegates stand up and say, we think Maimane should lead us. So I think that's the achievement of the project of ensuring that it's open for anybody to be able to lead.
Okay, just to correct you, the leader of the National Freedom Party is a woman.
All right.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mashitile, you'll have a vote at the next NC conference. Do you think there'll be a woman leader?
Women leader.
Mr. Vavi, are you going to have a vote at the next ANC conference?
Yeah. Well, you're putting me on the spot. Well, let me put it this way. As the ANC, we are very open to anybody leading. Very open. I, in particular, would not mind to be led by a woman, but my point is that as we get to conference, we need to look at the best candidate to lead the ANC and the country. For me, that's the bottom line.
To lead the ANC. I think leave it at to lead the ANC.
Must leave the country.
Yeah, it's to lead the ANC, that's it.
to lead the ANC and the country.
Why are you making that point? You don't have any names in mind by any chance, would you?
Not as yet.
Oh, right. Okay.
I nominate Paul.
And Mr. Vavi, do you have any names in mind?
No. No. It depends on what you want to achieve. And if the agenda is to address the crisis that I'm referring to, and that's the sole agenda, then that will excite me. But if the agenda is to continue with the status quo, then I'll have no time to think about such things.
So let's say the agenda is to continue with the status quo. You're getting big cheers from the EFF fighters in the audience. Do you think? And you'd look great in a red beret and red overalls. Do you think you'd make the leap over? Do you think you think you'd do that?
No, I'm not joining the EFF.
Do you think the EFF might join you?
I don't know.
Fighters, would you join?
A resounding no.
A worker in Australia facing a retrenchment once saying, the future is anybody's fear. You never know what is going to happen tomorrow. Never say never. You just don't know. All I know is that I represent a set of ideas, and I've been consistent in pursuing those set of ideas. I don't change because there's blue skies or storms or anything like that. I consistently represent that agenda, and I don't change because it is nice to do so. I consistently, with all the pain that I have to endure, remain very true to what I say every day in my life. And what happens tomorrow, I don't know.
Mr. Vavi, speaking of tomorrow, because Ranjeni keeps mentioning that you are without a job or a position currently.
I'm part of the 8.7 million unemployed.
Okay, yes, sir, yes. Now, we've very quickly seen the EF launch a party, go to the polls, and surprise most of us by getting over 1 million votes. What happens next for you? There have been mumblings of you starting your own political party, so let's talk about tomorrow.
I said an Australian worker saying, the future is anybody's fear. What happens tomorrow, I honestly don't know. All I know is that I represent a set of views that South Africans know what those views are, and what will happen to those views, and what workers themselves will decide what should happen about those views is up to them. What I will not do is to come in this platform and say, I want to create a new federation. It's not my business to create a new federation. Or to say there's a need to create a genuinely left organization to represent the aspirations of the working class and the poor in South Africa. It's not my business to do so. I can contribute to that discussion, but it's up to the workers themselves to decide.
I mean, I think what Utatu Vavi is saying is actually quite instructive about the future political leanings of South Africa. I think, unfortunately, once you start to get into labels as to whether he'd look good in a beret or not, sometimes can have its own hindrances. I think where it's helpful is that let the parties that agree on a certain ideological platform be together. And let parties that say we support this point of view about economic transformation be together. Because then I think in some ways we get into a very healthy space of contestation on the basis of values. That South Africans who have a deep history of racial polarization, still in some ways, the last place we want to be is to arrive at the polls as an expression of race, but rather be an expression of ideas. So that when somebody sits down and says, I think nationalization is the way to go, they can go with those who think nationalization is the way to go. Or if I think the ability for the state to be transformed must be leading in this way in enterprise and business so that we can take South Africa in that way, can come together and agree that we take that journey forward. So I think it's actually a very instructive conversation that we're having here without personalities, because I think it presents a very enticing future about what South Africa's political landscape might be.
Okay, so you're talking about racial polarization. One of your priorities now as the new DA leader is breaking down the barriers of race and changing the complexion of your party. So how do you do that? I mean, how do you take the DA from where it was to this new complexion DA?
Look, or the cafe mocha DA, is that what you want?
Oh, is that what you call it?
No, I don't call it that, I'm just saying. Look, the mistake that apartheid, well, in fact, the evil that apartheid introduced to South Africans is that if you are of a particular race, you are superior, and if you're a particular race, you are inferior. The other thing that apartheid did is that it dehumanized people and made black people subhuman, if I can use such an awful term. But it was an evil system. It's important that we reflect on that, because I think the future of South Africa must be able to deal with those stereotypes. And that's why I've been very quite clear that if anyone holds those polarizing views, they are not welcome in the DA. If anyone holds any racist views, they must join another party. Not interested in people like that coming into the DA. What must be important is that all of us as human beings, if, as Ntate Sobukwe said, that the one race that must matter must be the human race, that we talk about the fact that we share common interests and common fears. That in fact, when we talk about a values-based society, we share certain things. We share concern about the education for South Africans. We share a concern about addressing historical injustices. And so the project that I'm involved with now is about building a non-racial South Africa based on the values that say we share, and ultimately, as we launch over the weekend, a vision that says, here's the South Africa we want to see. And I believe the project is well on its way. The majority of our voters are in fact not white. They are South Africans from all walks. They are black, white, Indian, color. The project that we're engaged with is about entrenching those values. It's ultimately about, as we go about in various communities, I've been quite encouraged and buoyed by seeing in the various communities where people say, we see the project of a non-racial South Africa and we want to build towards that. That's the work I'm engaged with.
So this project of a non-racial South Africa was your project, Mr. Mashatile. What's happened? Why is he stealing your project?
No, sometimes it's okay to agree. So if Mmusi is with me, that's good. Come join. But let me make this. let me make this point that when I joined the ANC more than 30 years ago as a young man, one thing that I was taught was that we are fighting against a system, not white people. Already at that time, so you can understand that young men and women who grew up in the ANC knew that we have to build a non-racial society. So I'm happy when I see all parties in South Africa committed to that agenda. And you will see in all our speeches, that's what we say. Well, sometimes people challenge us and say, well, you don't have enough white people in your leadership. That's a different issue that we must address. But in terms of our commitment to non-racialism, I think the ANC cannot be questioned on that one. We are committed. We're going to make sure it happens. Right?
Can be questioned and a lot more. We're getting questions from the audience and from social media, and guess what's the most popular topic? Should I tell you?
The ETOs.
ETOs. You know it.
ETOs.
Yeah, you want me to say something?
I want you to say something.
Well, let me say this before Mmusi speaks.
Grab ETOs. Just say that.
Let me say this.
Some of the things we say in the past come back to haunt us in the future.
I said earlier in my speech, just that I didn't finish that part, that in fact I'm aware that there's still discontent with the New Deal, if I may put it that way. But I just want to remind the audience that we are not where we were last year. We may not be in a situation where we are all satisfied, but where we started last year, we've made a bit of progress because you'll recall that Sandra wanted to implement the system the way it was. And we went and said, look, our people are saying it's expensive. They've now come back to say, look, we have discussed with you, national government, we are reducing to nobody will pay more than 225 a month. Even if you drive 1,000 times on those roads, you'll not pay more than that if you drive a small car. Okay, with the trucks, a bit different. But the point is that this issue is still going to go to Parliament. I'm sure Mmusi, you are aware. Because remember, the minister must now change the law. And I was saying to people, let's continue to engage, because other people, somebody was saying on radio this morning, okay, fine, I hear now 225, but they say I owe 10,000. Okay, if really you owe 10,000 and you were charged on the basis of an old system that had a double system of pricing and you have a grievance, I'm sure it can be attended to. Because where we stand as the ANC Gauteng is that we are worried about affordability. And we have not changed that stance, Comrade Vavi. We are worried about affordability. We want public transport that is affordable. That's really our starting point. And we're going to continue to say that on the issue of e-tolls.
Besides the issue of affordability, we still as South Africa, certainly from where I sit, am still concerned about the principle you apply.
Yeah.
The whole notion that economic infrastructure must be financed by the user, particularly using road infrastructure, I think to me is a misnomer. I think South Africans are already paying for the road infrastructure by using the fuel levy. Regardless of what the cost is, you can't add more. So you could make the cost any configuration you want, but we know for a fact that inflation will come on board. We have to increase these costs if we're going to meet our other objectives. The fact of the matter is that let us ring fence the fuel levy, finance road infrastructure in the way that we have, eliminate other wasteful expenditure. And I think Utatu Vavi was correct about the escalating levels of costs that we put forward. But there are many other projects that seem to be prioritized by this particular government, that seem to be fixed on serving their own particular interest without serving the people. Can you imagine if we redirected some of the financing that has been wasted by the state to being able to say, can we put it on road infrastructure? And I'll give you a very practical example. Why don't we have cabinet? Our cabinet is the largest. I'm not saying it will finance all road infrastructure, but I'm giving you practical examples of how fat our state is and how low its output is. And I'm suggesting that let us cut out wasteful expenditure. Let's stop. I know in Parliament we have so many conferences in different venues. Why don't we use the same venue so that we cut out that expense and direct it to the people of South Africa? The issue here is about wrong focus.
Should I say something on fuel levy before Vavi comes in? Just one point there that, in fact, Mmusi will be surprised to know that one of the arguments we raised at the ANC conference was, in fact, the fuel levy. Now, you may ask, why did we back off? And the reason is because when we raised it with the panel, the argument was that it's not equitable, because you are now making people who are living in Limpopo and Mpumalanga to pay for roads in Gauteng. That's the argument that was used. So we did advance it initially.
No, but let's not make this purely about e-tolls.
Okay,
now,
okay.
Let's move on.
Let's finish it. I just wanted to make that point that we did make that argument. So I'm saying let's continue to engage, because at the end of the day, all of us would agree that we do want to finance infrastructure, user pay principle, but we want to make it affordable to everybody.
Okay, so Mr. Vavi, e-tolls was your issue as COSATU General Secretary. So you've moved on now. So COSATU says it's going to pursue the issue of e-tolls. It's going to pursue all the issues that you were deeply passionate about. I see you talking radical economic transformation. That's also the ANC's, one of its central policies, one of the EFF central policies. What's your thing? What are you going to be about now? I mean, you're not answering our questions directly about where you're going in terms of politics, in terms of a labor federation. What's your issue?
Now, before I do that, I must say this. I'm sitting here quite embarrassed, Paul. I must say this, because there you have a DA on your right. Telling you about the principle that says in society, there are certain things that you cannot give it to the dictates of capital to hunt profits around, that they are so basic that they require a developmental state to provide. These include education, health, water, and our roads. You don't give them to the private entity to generate profit. The ANC in 2015 get to be told by the DA that.
But you were in the alliance, Mr. Vavi. Let's not get away from the fact that you were in the alliance. You could have made those arguments.
I did, by the way. That's why sometimes you explain
so
my presence.
So why are you laying it at Paul's door now? You did, it didn't work. So you know what the ANC is like,
I got kicked out.
You didn't get kicked out of the ANC, did you?
No. In fact, I think it's unfair to define Vavi outside of the ANC. I'm not sure why they're doing that. But of course, of course, if there are people who are critical within the ANC, you do need a critical voice. And I see Vavi being one of those. So when he's critical, I'm not saying, well, now, you are with these guys. So continue to be critical.
On your point, tomorrow, not me as an individual, the 9 unions in COSATU who are agitating for an independent, militant fighting organization are convening a civil society in Indaba. On our agenda, first is Ngandla.
Nkandla?
Yep.
Really?
Yes, that's what we're discussing. And all of the issues that relate to corruption. The second item is the e-tolls. The third issue is the crisis of unemployment, poverty, inequalities, dysfunctional education and healthcare system, and a range of other issues. We hope that we will come up out of tomorrow with a date to march to the union buildings, to say that somebody have to take responsibility at the fact that 246, and we are now being told more is going to be the case, is refusing. The cabinet should take responsibility over that issue. There can be no other way. The day South Africa just write tweets and Facebook and complain at the scale of that abuse of public purse, then we must know that we're signing our future off. We've got to stand up, we've got to go to the union buildings to say, we are not fools. We are ordinary people who pay taxes loyally every day. And don't just think that when we elect you, you have a right to willy-nilly decide that you can turn today a swimming pool and tell us that it is a fire pool tomorrow, and that we must agree to that. So you're asking me what I'm going to do. That's what I am doing every day. We're doing that tomorrow. We're out in the provinces, we're meeting people, and we will make a call on all political parties, including you, to join us. To join us, all of those who disagree as a matter of principle on the Nkandla scandal, irrespective of their political affiliation, their gender, their religion, or color, must join us.
Can I invite you to come and join our court action to make sure the president also adheres to the public protector's remedial action? Then we'll do
That's on our agenda accidentally tomorrow.
So we'll swap.
Some in the civil society are taking that matter up.
Here's the thing.
It can't just be allowed.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I think we can all agree that the president's pimped up crib is a terrible thing. This ultimately, though, is a symbolic issue. And I would slightly disagree with the leader of the DA when he said that, political parties need to sort of, I guess, coalesce around the amorphous term of values. I think there's too much agreement among South African political parties around substantive issues. When you talk about something like Nkandla, obviously there's all this, there's all this noise and this rage. Don't you think that what we have here is the beginning of almost a new political formation? The DA on the right, the ANC in the amorphous center, with perhaps a Labour Party developing on the left. Isn't this the beginning of real, substantive, political, ideological battles going forward?
I think...
Or are we going to lose this moment?
No, I think there's a great opportunity here. The true task, that's why I'm an advocate for change. Because ultimately the test of ideology is often expressed in how well you govern or not govern, or what your value or priority is, because actually our fiscal policy is the clearest indicator of our macroeconomic ideology. So where we put our money tells us a lot about what we think would address the state. And I think that's why I'm advocating that for South Africa, as we change even in metros and test out different governments, we can then be able to do that very exercise you're putting forward that says this government governs this way and the objectives are here, rather than this sort of, because unless it gets tested at the ballot box, and in government, it becomes talk. And that's why one of the privileges I have coming into this position as leader of the opposition is that I don't just talk about saying, let's oppose this or let's do this. It's also a matter of what we test in government. Is we look in government and we say, this is what programs we're putting forward.
Shall I say something quickly?
Discipline, Chester. Discipline, Chester.
Chester, just a minute.
These are only politicians.
Politicians we could get.
Shall I say something on Kandla quickly?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please do. Chester, shut up.
Comrade Vavi was saying that when the minister gave a report, he said something to the effect that more is going to be spent. Now, I just want to say that's not the ANC position.
Come on. No, it's true. Oh, come on.
It's true.
No.
It's true.
Be careful.
No, it's true. that report never came to the ANC. Because in our right minds, we can't say when the public is complaining and we say, no, we're going to spend more. So that issue is still going to be discussed by the NEC itself because it never came to us. So for now, I would like to say it's his view.
It's an ANC minister advancing an ANC policy in government.
It's not an ANC policy.
Okay, it just happened by accident.
It's not a policy. That's the point I'm making.
It's an ANC minister.
So the ANC in Parliament, in the ad hoc committee, is going to say this is not our policy, Mr. Minister.
Certainly, because that's not an ANC position.
So when you vote in Parliament, you don't advance an ANC position or when you vote in support of the report?
We do. The point I'm making
is voted in support of the report. You voted.
No. The report is still going to be
You
discussed.
supported it and you voted for it.
I supported that it must go and be discussed. But the point I was making, Comrade Vavi, was that issue has never come to us as the ANC. I heard it for the first time that the minister said this. I don't agree with it. So it's not an ANC position.
Mr. Mashatile. Mr. Mashatile, let me ask you, because Mr. Maimane made a statement that got a very strong reaction in this room and on social media. He said that South Africans deserve to live in a country where politicians fear the voters and not the other way around. What is the view of the ANC in terms of what regard they hold the voters of this country? Because ever so often, you very confidently remind us that you will be in power forever.
I certainly have never done that.
The ANC then reminds us.
I really fear the voters. I fear the voters. We as politicians are servants. We hear from the voters. If the voters said, we are not happy with this, we will listen.
Well, let's do a simple exercise.
Discipline, Chester. Can you be disciplined?
It's like the CEO of the Edgars, the got to their Edgars account, and then was dodging calls from himself.
But just this way, sorry, Mr. Mashatile.
Yeah.
And at titleist schools, they had those in the total for years. There's a lot of things that I didn't understand, you guys. A lot of things I did. 75% of senior management are still white, or as Mmusi Maimane calls them, support base. I don't know. How did you choose these guys, Ranjeni? You've got two politicians and Ivanjans wing them.
Do you know us? We're Mavericks. Nobody wants to hang with us.
Just stand. You arrive in the mornings.
Okay. And the other thing is that you barge into these things. I mean, who come here if they know you're going to be here.
I know, that's true. That's
You're
true.
just ruining every neighborhood because you come here, you behave like you're in parliament. We don't have white shirts. It's
I behave like these people.
Okay, we're getting close to having to wrap up.
Let me just say that I do salute Paul and his guts in relation to this matter of the 246 million. And let me say, had we had a lot of Paul Mashatiles in the National Executive Committee, way back in 2009 when it was first reported that the Nkandla spending have escalated to 79 million and then to 100 and something million, we would not be sitting with 246 million rands now that we're speaking about. So whilst I salute him, I think that lot of cabinet ministers, and he was in cabinet when that happened, and a lot of National Executive Committees should hang their heads in shame that they did not stand up and be counted on this particular matter.
National Executive, I mean, you in the ANC Alliance, you have Jacob Zuma's cell number. Do you still have it?
The last time I had a one-on-one meeting with him was in June 2010, and on my agenda was on these issues.
Okay, so what was his response?
I know it.
What do you mean?
What we keep on talking there for a long time, for a unionist wanting to work overtime is not a good sign.
I think, Ranjeni, one of the things that we've got to do, it's one thing to lament, and we are right as South Africans to be outraged by this Nkandla issue. The second critical decision that we've got to make is how do we manage security upgrades in future for any president? Because here's the difficulty here. If someone knew they'd become president of the republic, what's to stop them from purchasing a plot of land somewhere else, putting up a tent, and then saying, come secure me? You see, so we've got to decide what policy mechanism we apply to say, when we do security upgrades, here's the total cost and it cannot exceed that. When we say, who do we deploy, how does Parliament in fact ensure that it has oversight on the initial agreement to say, this is what needs to be secured? Because let's not forget here, this had we've already got 5 presidential residences. This shifted from being a security upgrade to being a presidential upgrade without all the memos being accountable to Parliament. That's why this ad hoc committee becomes a difficult one, because when you arrive then you say, let the president come and account, they say no, he can't. Let's ask for the cabinet memo, this becomes delayed. All of those issues. If South Africans, that's why I talk about this fair relationship. The executive must always be accountable to Parliament. The day the executive dictates what Parliament must and must not do, we end up with a remote.
And so far, Mmusi, so far, there is not a single example I know on any matter that became controversial where our MPs put their foot down and say no.
You could see why you put Davi and Mmusi together, you get Helen Zill's favorite black man.
No, but let me just highlight that, in fact, there is a policy that was adopted in 2004 under President Beki. And perhaps what we should do is to bring it to Parliament.
I've requested for it.
It's there.
To this day, nobody can give me the handbook that determines.
Okay.
Can you bring it, please?
Okay, we need to wrap up now, unfortunately. So let me just ask you in closing, is there any possibility that candidate Maimane, candidate Mashatile, candidate Vavi will be on a future election ballot?
Sorry, Ranjeni,
one after
please
that.
call it, sorry, Ranjeni, it's not Nana, it's Darak Naiman.
Chester, you are
Point of order. Chester, you are.
He's completely out of order.
Okay, so
Like a sex life.
So one at a time. Do you think that we can have?
That's an underbelt. Chester.
Okay, we need to develop. Chester, I am going to get you forcibly removed if you do not behave. Just be nice. Okay, Mr. Maimane, do you see a situation where candidate Maimane, candidate Mashatile, candidate Vavi would be on an election ballot? Do you think that that's what South Africa needs? This kind of competition, young guys who have new ideas, who don't want to stay at Nkandla, who are willing to, come and talk to the Mavericks.
Absolutely. I think the generational shift in South African politics is something that we believe we're championing the way forward for, a mixture of ideas. I certainly would hope that even at next year's ballots we'll be there, and in 2019 we'll certainly be there, because we believe South Africans must have a choice about their future, rather than just only really having a debate about a better yesterday. We must have an encounter about what we can make a better tomorrow.
Okay, Mr. Mashatile, there is talk somewhere that you could possibly be leaving Parliament, that you could possibly be contesting for a senior position in the ANC in 2017. Is that a wild rumor? Is it a vague possibility?
Well, it's a rumor for now. But let me say that, for a future of this country, I think it will be good to compete with a lot of young people. I'm certainly ready for my monies of this world. But I'm older than him, by the way. But I think it's good for democracy to see more young, vibrant youngsters determined to ensure that we transform this country for the better.
Mr. Vavi, do you think your name is going to be on a ballot paper anytime soon?
No. I'm an activist. I'm not necessarily somebody hunting for a parliamentary
But some of your
positions.
supporters here want you to
no, you've not spoken to
compete.
anyone. But the point is, I like what Nelson Mandela have always inspired me. When he said that in South Africa, like anywhere else in the world, there will always be good men and women in any political organization. What South Africa have not recognized enough is that there is definitely an overlap in all political parties. It doesn't matter whether you regard it as a moderate, right-wing, left-wing, but there is something in common. For example, there is something...
That's the overlap.
There is a commonality that we both are disgusted by the 246 million rand spent. And I'm not ashamed to agree with you from the DA or to agree with the ANC in Gauteng that that's shameful, full stop. But there are disagreements too. We must not underestimate that. I'm a socialist to the core. Every day I sleep and wake up, my first thought is what's happening to the plight of the working people and the poor. And what the speech that Maimane was making here makes me to cringe where I was sitting to say, oh my word, these policies will drive the situation of the workers and the poor even.
No, tell us about the poor, tell us.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap it up.
This man is a complete disruption.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to our panel. I have to be honest, I think Mr. Maimane has quite a tight rebuttal on him. It's quite impressive. Whew. And a fun fact is that 2 out of the 3 men who are on this stage have been involved in sex scandals. But I'm saying 2 because no one knows about me and Paul. Paulos. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please go to slide.do, SLI.do, post your questions there. Now we have a musical Jew, who is going to give us politics in A minor. Please welcome Mr. Deep Fried Man.
Wow. It is such an honor for me to be here on this lineup of some of South Africa's best and brightest, and also Gareth Cliff. I'm going to be doing something that I invented. It's when you take a popular song and you change the lyrics. I think it's going to be huge. And I'm going to be applying it to some items in recent news. So it goes like this. It goes, all right, to everyone. Are you guys ready? I'm going to do it anyway. They're trying to make me buy and eat us, but I said no, no, no. Still Ramaphosa said he wouldn't call the po, but they ain't got the time. They're too busy with the crime, and no one bought a single eater. Oh, Berg. That one used to be a lot longer, sorry, but the reason is the people have been heard. And so I decided to cut it by 60%. Now, a lot of comedians are scared to make fun of big brands because they think it will affect their career. But I just think you have to be careful about which brands you make fun of at which events. So this event is sponsored by Nando's, and I'm going to be discussing KFC. Because there was that KFC incident, it was very recent, and it made me think about the Parlotones. Because the Parlotones were sponsored by KFC. They had their own KFC meal, which is perfect because they have a song which goes, push me to the floor, don't give up until I'm begging you for more. I've been thinking of the time I felt inspired. Which is perfect, because all they have to do is change the lyrics of their existing song, and what they'll have is a handy instructional video for the staff at KFC, which will go, wash me down the floor, don't forget to hose those chickens that are raw, don't get what the more you like, we will get fired. I watch a lot of daytime television. Does anyone watch a lot of daytime television? You guys are probably employed, right? Well, I'm not. And you know, when you watch a lot of daytime television, you get used to certain things. And then when those things get disrupted, it throws your world into a frenzy. Which is why I wrote this song. No lean, no lean, no lean, no lean. I'm begging you to come back to TV. No lean, no lean, no lean, no lean. How could you leave us here with Genie T? So the whole FIFA thing happened. I don't know if you guys are aware of a song. It's by Kanye West, Rihanna, and Paul McCartney. You guys know that song? So it made me think of Mr. Sepp Blatter. And it goes like this. If you go to jail tonight, promise you won't follow me. Say they won't be locked inside. I have immunity because of my lawyers. I come out the cleanest, and they were 4-5 seconds from bribing. And I had 5 more years till retiring. I was trying to make more cash, but now I'm resigning. Homie, I swear to buy the world's biggest diamond. That's all I want. That's actually really hilarious if you know the original song. So there's a statue, the statue issue, and white people, I know it's a sensitive issue for us, so it's just a suggestion, black people. You don't have to take it seriously, but it's just a suggestion. Why don't you try and relate your feelings regarding the statue in a way that's a little bit less intimidating to white people using song. Because I think even the most racist white South Africans can get down to some Boys to Men. It goes like this, it goes. I know you love Cecil. You just don't have a clue. That statue's the same as a statue of Hitler for a Jew. Madiba said, forgive you. Believe me, we try, hey. But you hate when we rename the roads, but want Heritage Day renamed Pride Day. Do you keep getting pissed when we go through the list of statues that remind us of colonial times? Just make amends, pick your battles, my friends, and maybe we won't nationalize all the mines. And so we've come to the end of roads. You must just let go. Don't be so upset. Just be thankful we haven't killed you yet. You guys have been awesome. Before I get out of here, you do know there's one man in this country who gets blamed for all of our problems, but it's fine because he doesn't give a fuck. And that's why I wrote this song. It goes like this, it goes. There are people hating me, even within the ANC. People disagree, oh, oh, with my activities. Oh, oh, people love it when I sing, but in country is to bling. That's what people think. Oh, oh, that's what people think. Oh, oh, but I won't stop fooling the people that I'm ruling because of our poor schooling. People don't learn, so they gave me a second term. I find it funny, won't pay back the money after all I've done. See, that would get me into a ton of debt, cause Malema's gonna hate on you, and Mmusi's gonna say it's your fault too. But I'm just gonna do what I usually do and laugh it off, oh baby. Thank you very much. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, Deep Fried Man. Shall I unplug you?
Maybe.
Shall I unplug that? Very good. Honestly, why everyone's angry with the Jews. Well done. Well done. That's amazing. Right, there'll now be a short break. It's generally called a tea break, although statistically, very few of you are going to drink tea. It's more of a coffee break, actually. So that's about 20 minutes or so. Try and stick to where your wristband says you're allowed to go. Don't be an arse and decide that now is your time to try halal food for the first time and piss off other people. So just do what you're supposed to. Stick within your boundaries. I'm not looking at anyone in particular. And so, you love being the badasses, don't you? Because that's what I did. And then you stole my gig. So that's important. And then we'll see you after this. We were going to do some comedy now, but I think this panel did a great job on their own. There was some gold there. Mmusi actually said, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand economic growth. No, you need to be an economist, ass. Anyway, see you in 20 minutes. Cheers.
Where did I go wrong? I thought I had it all under control. I gave you all of me. I made time. I compromised. I gave my all. So near, but yet so far. And all I wanted was the time. You denied me. You deprived me. And all you do is shut me out. You go. You put a spell on me right from the start. deprive me. And no.
मेरा नाम रवि है, मैं 10 साल का हूँ। मैं दिल्ली में रहता हूँ। उठता हूँ मैं 6 बजे और स्कूल जाता हूँ 8 बजे। वहाँ पर सही पढ़ाई होती है और वहाँ के प्रिंसिपल है वो भी अच्छे हैं। ये स्कूल नहीं होते तो मैं कौन से भी स्कूल में नहीं जा सकता।
No one should have to eat alone. So get the Nando's 6-pack meal for 6. You know what's wrong with South Africa? All you foreigners. You must all go back to where you came from. You Cameroonians, Congolese, Pakistanis, Somalis, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. And of course, you Nigerians. And you Europeans. Let's not forget all you Indians and Chinese. Even you Afrikaners. Back to Swaziland for you Swatis, Lesotho for you Sotos, Tswanas, Vendas, Zulus, everybody.
Real South Africans love diversity. That's why we have introduced 2 more items. New peri-crusted wings and delicious chinchado and chips.
You must see what I wore to that event last week.
Is your network a slop tiger? Slop tiger!
Say it now! I don't understand. I never had these issues in Hampton.
What issues in Hampton?
Reception.
Too much of signal. Hashtag jealous. Don't blame Slapstart. Blame Slap Tiger.
This is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Yes,
Hey, you know what else knows?
I'll shake your booty, my baby.
Change the game on South Africa's best network. Vodacom. Power to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second panel of today's gathering will commence shortly. Please make your way back into the auditorium as proceedings will commence in just a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The gathering will commence in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we're going to kick off with the second part of today's proceedings. Look, there's a couple of photo ops going on down there in the front. Very good, very good. We don't know who that is. We don't know who that. No one. Everyone's equal. It's all fine. Some people sitting on their own in the front. What did you do to piss someone off? The lady in the red. You're over here. There's your section. The only white EFF members hiding on this side. You're such a coward. Seriously. You forgot your hat. It's okay. They don't mind. They're hiring. You can just join. It's fine. Million votes. It's all real. Right. So just before we begin with the next panel, we'd made some notes just on, in case you've missed things, because people come in and out, and there was a lot of very important stuff here, despite the politicians. There was quite a lot of important things. We thought it was quite nice to hear that the ANC is preparing another war room.
Wonderful.
How comforting that is, because they've done well with wars. They've done wars on clarity, integrity, and transparency. Those have all gone well.
They're transforming townships, remember? They said they don't want them to be the hub of cheap labor.
That's right.
It makes sense. We still have Malawi and Zimbabwe, so it's fine. Cheap labor from there.
Very good.
Yeah.
Also, the winning quote for the day so far, it is a rumor for now. How do you like that for a little gem? Yes. It's a rumor for now. At any moment, it could become the truth, but not yet.
Yes.
It's only a lie until its time has come, and then it is the gospel. Yeah. So that's very good. Mmusi Maimane, he claimed there would be a DA blueprint, proving just how far he will go to avoid saying the word black. He wants a blueprint. I don't know why we can't have a national black print. What's wrong with that? Why don't we give black a chance? I don't understand. Yeah. I'd be upset if that was my party.
He spoke about winning elections and stuff.
Yes.
Which is awesome, because that might give us a better ETA on Jesus coming back. So, it's awesome.
The Zahuma's witnesses, yes. That's amazing. Right, so we're now getting ready for the next panel.
You left out what Vavi had to say, Uncle Vavi.
I don't pick on Zwelinzima Vavi because he's unemployed, so
I
feel bad. I've got a job and a car and stuff.
Well, my summary of what he said was that the economic stokvel is not fair. There's too much of a white monopoly. We need a black morabaraba.
Yes, it's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what it means, but that is exactly what he said, which is amazing. Morabaraba. What does that mean?
We'll talk backstage.
We are going to talk backstage.
Bring your wallet.
That is so bad for stereotypes. Okay, now... We're trying to build a nation here, and it's not happening. God, the DA keep arriving late. What is wrong, guys? Come on. Jesus, get to the party already. Okay, Nando's bags in hand. It's going so well. And your little hats as well. Jesus, they are behind you guys. Look at that. Now they've got hats. Honestly, catch up. There's 3 of you. That's not scary. Do you want to cross the floor, maybe? Do you want to go and join the DA? I'm just asking.
Play nice.
Sorry. All right. So that's lovely. Good. So we're all back. I don't think anyone's died. Any problems? No. Very good. Okay, so we carry on?
Yes, please.
Super. The next panel is entitled, wait for it, Social Justice and Health and Equal Education. Do you feel that sort of gentle drop? Did you feel that in the room? You all love the politics, the guts, the gore, the sex scandals.
The
These are real things now.
Yeah.
And now everyone's like, you can't tweet about health.
Yeah.
Anyway, never mind. So to moderate this, please will you welcome Fatima Hassan. And she's followed by, with regards to health, Mr. Mark Haywood. With regards to equal education, Tsepo Motsepe. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Mr. John Jeffrey. And on behalf of social justice, Nomzamo Zondo. We leave you in the hands of Fatima. Enjoy yourselves. Are we all plugged in? Are you plugged in? I think we must plug in Fatima. Are you plugged in, Fatima? I've been asked not to leave here until you can talk. We can't hear you though. When you say I'm plugged in, it's ironic because you're not. Can we check Fatima's microphone, please? Because I'd hate to leave them here speechless on stage at the gathering, no pressure, hashtag it's huge. Can you just make sure that these people have a voice just because they're from social justice? Fatima, are you able to speak? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Fatima Hassan.
Thank you. So I think the trick is never to ask comedians to introduce social justice activists. So let me do a quick round of introductions again, just so that you all understand the idea behind this panel. We have an hour, and we're going to have 4 presentations. Very quick introductions. Absolute honor and privilege to have the following 4 people here with me today. The Deputy Minister of Justice, John Jeffries, Nomzamo Zondo, also known as the woman lawyer of Marikana, representing families and also workers who were killed during the Marikana massacre almost 3 years ago, from the Socio-Economic Rights Institute. Tsepo Motsepe, who's the co-head of Equal Education Gauteng, a social movement of parents, teachers, and learners trying to fight for a more equitable and affordable public education system. And Mark Haywood, a renowned social justice activist, also the director of Section 27, which focuses on public interest niche litigation on the rights to health and the rights to education. So we're going to have 10-minute inputs from each of the presenters in the following order: Nomzamo, then the Deputy Minister, then Mark, followed by Tsepo, and then we're going to open up to some questions. I'm trying to be technologically savvy, so I'm using an app which, one, keeps time, but also allows me to use some of the questions that's coming from all of you to be able to pose them to the panel. So over to you, Nomzamo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to have a greeting that is as luxurious as the last speakers. I'm just an attorney. I'm only used to your worship, your honor. That's it. But thanks for having me here, and thanks to Daily Maverick for having this event. When I was thinking about what I was going to say today, I wanted to ask everyone here that when you think of social justice, whose voices do you hear? And this is something that stayed with me quite early on in my career at SERI. I remember I kept hearing people speaking about white NGOs who are sabotaging government. And I asked myself, what does that mean about me? What is it saying about me? Am I invisible? Or am I white? You are all here, you can just tell me. And having worked at SERI now for the last 2 years, I think my experience has given me some explanation, some understanding on why people hear the voices they hear. And I want to take you through my experience, both as an attorney of people living in the inner city of Joburg, defending people from eviction, as the attorney of the Marikana families who lost their loved ones on the 30th and 16th of August 2012, and the attorney representing informal settlements. And in my first experience, which is where I spent also my time in the inner city of Johannesburg, the city of Joburg first realized they had a problem in the early 2000s. And they thought their problem was bad buildings. So they came up with an idea. They said, let's have a better buildings program. But the problem with that is that there were people living in those buildings, but they didn't see them. So just like me, the people living in the inner city were invisible. The city couldn't consider them. But this didn't stop in Johannesburg. It then moved on. We went to Cape Town and we had the eviction of people in Luandle. When the Minister of Housing, of Human Settlements, Sisulu, spoke when she handed over the report to Parliament, she said, while every government department was here, no one heard anything, no one saw anything, and no one was responsible for anything. So you can see from the beginning that poor people are invisible. People don't see them, people don't hear them. And this is the same experience in the Northwest Marikana. We had the president establish a commission of inquiry. There were 45 families that were affected, but he never had the sense to ensure those families are there in the first hearing of the commission. In fact, when Commissioner Farlam started reading out their names and greeting those families, he was greeting empty chairs. The families were not there. They're not being informed about the commission. They're not being informed of their right to participate in the commission. And it took a long fight for SERI to ensure that they get to actually participate in the commission and are present there and are seen. Now we move on from being invisible. The next thing is that actually it's not them that are talking. We don't hear them. So like in Marikana, we saw thousands of miners on a copy, but the police insisted that it was AMCU. And in fact, in the Commission of Inquiry, when a policeman was asked, why did you guys call them AMCU? If you knew that AMCU wasn't behind the strike, if you knew that these workers were represented by different trade unions, why did you call them AMCU? And they said it was the quickest thing. It was the shortest thing. It was AMCU. It couldn't be miners on a copy. It couldn't be SM striking miners. It had to be AMCU. This continued idea of a third force. So whenever poor people demonstrate, whenever poor people complain about their circumstances, it's someone else that's complaining. It's Section 27. It's equal education. It's SERI. It's never the poor and the marginalized. The poor and the marginalized need someone to tell them that actually it's unconstitutional and it's a violation of your rights that someone expects you to live without your family. That someone can decide what time you go in, what time you go out. It's unconstitutional. They need someone to explain for them or to tell them that actually it's unconstitutional to live in these circumstances, not to have access to basic services, not to have access to water. Those things need a third force. As a person can't simply explain that I need water. I've been living in these informal settlements for 20 years. And I need services. That you need to upgrade this informal settlement. And because of that, there's a third force. And in walking through that, I got to understand, and my rage, started to decrease. I mean, at times I would hear this, and immediately I would black out from anger, because I felt this was an attack on me. It was an attack on my dignity, because clearly these people don't see me. And then there's the worst. Having gone from being invisible to not having a brain, we then go to, let's remove them. If we're forced to see them, if we have to deal with them, the best thing is to remove them, which is where I work most of the time. I work with evictions, where it's either organs of state or private companies that are evicting people without any essence of where these people would go, without even a thought on that. But the most difficult is when the state acts in violation of people's rights, and at times giving very flimsy excuses of convenience. In 2013, in the city of Joburg, we had Operation Clean Sweep. And the city of Joburg was very clear. We know these people are informal traders. We know they're entitled to trade. But for us, we want to clean up the city. We want the city to look beautiful. And because of that, the easiest thing to do would be to remove everyone, regardless of whether or not they're licensed. And this is not just only the experience of informal traders in Joburg. It's the experience of shack dwellers in KZN that are removed by the MEC for Human Settlements, who claims that they're trying to secure land for development. Now, you must start to then ask yourself, if there's a complaint about white NGOs, how is it that the very same government that serves these people cannot hear them? Cannot hear them when they protest, cannot hear them in periods of up to 20 years of engagement when communities call for development? Where is the problem? And unfortunately, those in authority don't see the dignity of the poor in this country. And many times, just like in Marikana, the fact that President Zuma hasn't released the report is because he doesn't see that the families, their dignity demands that he releases the report, that they be released from this sense of anxiety that they're currently living in, where they've had 2 years sitting in a commission of inquiry, where they've given up making a living for their families, but nonetheless, they still wait for answers. And that is the problem. And that is the reason why we're here. But as attorneys, it's even a bigger dilemma. Because going into a meeting with city officials who have never heard your client, even though there's the recordings of 10 years of engagement, what do you do as the attorney? You have been informed that, of course, the reason we've had this meeting is because you are here. What do you do as the attorney? Do you then believe that because I'm here, I'm the most important person? I'm the person who's going to set the scale and who's going to lead the direction? No, you don't. Within the social justice sector, and definitely at SERI, we take the lead from our clients who have a voice. The reason you don't hear them, the reason the government doesn't hear them, is because it's not because they haven't said anything. It's because it simply refuses to hear them. It simply refuses to hear them when they protest in Tembelihle. It refuses to hear them when they protest in Sakane. And it refuses to hear them when they protest in Marikana. But as I said much earlier, what is more dangerous is the fact that when they are finally heard, the response is violence. The response is brutal repression. And the people that will speak to you guys after me are probably going to speak about their experiences in fighting for social justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nomzamo. I think in the Q&A session we'll have a chance to deal a bit in more detail with Nomzamo about the current challenge to release the Marikana report, which is also called the Farlam report, and also deal with the issue of accountability of Lonmin PLC, the mining company that was involved in that particular killing, assassination, massacre of workers, whatever you want to call it. Our next speaker will be the Deputy Minister of Justice.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's just gone 12. Social justice, in its simplest expression, seeks the creation of a just and equitable society, values diversity, aims to provide all people with equal rights and opportunities, and strives to rid society of inequality. In a nutshell, it sounds just like our Constitution. The Constitution and the values underpinning it is the perfect embodiment of social justice. So surely the easiest way of attaining social justice would be by way of constitutional compliance and seeing the Constitution as the golden thread which runs or should run through nearly every aspect of human experience. This, of course, is easier said than done. None of us are blind to what is commonly called the implementation gap, the dissonance between laws, policies, and programs on the one hand, and actual implementation, the on-the-ground reality on the other. We adopted the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Justice has in the past been a commodity which was only accessible to the state and the privileged few, to the exclusion and detriment of the majority of our people, the poor and the marginalized. Fortunately, we've emerged from a deeply divided and violent past into a vibrant democracy. Yet even within a vibrant democracy, if persons have no access to justice, or if they're unaware of their most fundamental constitutional rights, then the aspirations of the Constitution ring hollow. Access to justice is a vital component of a vibrant democracy, and it is pivotal to the rule of law. Access to justice can in the first instance be effectively achieved only if persons are aware of their rights. A survey conducted by the Foundation for Human Rights concluded alarmingly that only 46% of South Africans had ever heard of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, and a mere 10% of people have read the Constitution or had it read to them. Improving access to justice for all and enhancing the rule of law have been critical priorities for government, and consequently in the last 2 decades, specific initiatives were undertaken to extend access to justice to the 90% of the population who had previously been excluded. But this responsibility is not only that of government. The overwhelming majority of speakers at today's event are from civil society, with I think only myself and Paul Mashatile, who was on the previous panel, representing government or being in government in some form. Civil society plays a fundamental role in the attainment of social justice, and civil society partnership with government is crucial. But how does this partnership contribute to social justice? Our country needs vibrant and dynamic civil society organizations and activists. After all, many of us who are in government today were once activists ourselves. However, members of civil society are usually quick to point out what they perceive as flaws of government, and they're not as always forthcoming with acknowledging when things work well. But just to sketch the point, as Zwelinzima Vavi particularly, and also Paul Mashatile spoke earlier, this government has done a lot in terms of addressing the imbalances of the past and trying to tackle poverty. Certain, and I hear some mutters from the audience, but I mean the changes in terms of the annual expenditure as far as education, the fact that there are free schools, no fees paying schools, that no child can be kicked out of a school if they can't afford to pay their school fees, that the fact that access to education is increased with over 7 million learners in our no-fee schools, that's up from 5 million in 2009, more children going to school, the number of children attending grade R has more than doubled, and student enrollment at universities increasing by 12% from 2009 to 2012-13. And the issue of meals for learners in 20,000 schools, and the number of learners who've completed grade 12 rising substantially. So that's as far as education. As far as health, the ARV strategy, a lot has been done. Our ARV therapy program constitutes 30% of the global program. There's an improved procurement process with seeing a 50% decrease in the prices of ARV drugs, and so on. So there's a lot of programs from government. There's also a lot of fora that have been created for members of the public to engage with government. School governing bodies, for example, community police forums when it comes to crime. As far as municipalities, a fairly rigorous process of municipalities having to go to communities on a ward basis with their integrated development plans. So there are lots of fora, and then of course, there is recognized by government a need for public consultation and public involvement. Legislation cannot be passed by Parliament unless there's been public comment, and legislation has been struck down where bodies had indicated they wanted to comment and were not given the opportunity to do so. So there's lots of scope for comment. There's an intention on the part of government to address the problems. Often things fall flat on both sides. From government side, the implementation of policies often is more complex than people not in government would imagine. The requirements, the bureaucracy, but also things like the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act, which is largely there to prevent corruption and to prevent the unauthorized use of expenditure. The main point, I think, is that it is important for non-government organizations and government to work together. That if NGOs spend their whole time bringing court cases against government, then money is wasted on spending on lawyers. So yeah, it's easier for government and NGOs to work together. One of the programs from the Department of Justice has been on the issue of LGBTI rights, which was a request to the former Minister of Justice, Jeff Radebe, to do something, or for government to do something about the attacks on LGBTI people, and particularly the rape of lesbian women. And we've established a task team together with civil society, and I think that gives the opportunity for civil society and government to engage, for civil society to be listened to. Personally, I worry that the task team is not active enough, but that's something I also raise with the civil society representatives. But I think that is the way to go rather than perpetual court cases. We are looking at, for example, I raised the point of information about the Constitution or the lack of knowledge about the Constitution. We are wanting to engage with civil society organizations working in that sphere and have a workshop planned with civil society in July to look at coordinating activities in that regard. What is important, though, is that the partnership can't work if a particular NGO or civil society organization tries to elevate itself in the media or elsewhere at the expense of government. Government cannot provide the resources, but at the same time be unfairly belittled as incompetent. Sometimes there may be incompetence, but most of the times there's not. For example, with regards to the alleged shortage of ARVs, The Treatment Action Campaign recently fiercely attacked government for a non-caring attitude, incompetence and corruption. Later, when it emerged that this was not the case, the TAC responded saying that there had been a major misunderstanding between the patient and the journalist in that particular case, but the damage was done. And the Minister of Health has subsequently appealed to the TRC to desist from activities that lead to misleading the media and hence the general public. Participatory democracy is the key to social justice. The mechanisms for public participation are in place, but a more general problem exists, namely how to make people aware of their rights and inform them about new legislation and so forth. Government will in certain instances make use of means like Izimbizo, community meetings, community radio and community development workers. In addition, in certain cases, Parliament will undertake public hearings across the country or in certain communities. But this does not happen in each and every case. It's unrealistic to expect that to happen. And so to a large degree, awareness and activism requires the involvement of the media at large and civil society. So government, media and civil society must play their roles in a responsible way. Thank you.
So as one of two lawyers on the stage, we're going to have a side conversation about how I'm going to earn my fees. The next speaker is Mark Hayward, Director of Section 27.
Good morning, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be able to speak at an occasion like this today. I was in fact a speaker here, I think just over 2 years ago, at the first Daily Maverick gathering. And at that gathering, I chose to title my presentation provocatively, "In the Shit." And the reason I called it "In the Shit" was because I wanted to talk about the issue of toilets and sanitation in poor schools across South Africa. I wanted to try to alert the participants to the gathering to how something that most of us would take for granted, like a toilet, can be so central to educational outcomes in poor schools. But I also wanted to show pictures that would help you to understand how the toilet, or the school toilet, is in many ways symbolic of the indignities, the humiliation, the gender inequalities, and so on, that poor people and poor children are subject to. And one of the key messages I want to get across today, and it responds partly to what the Deputy Minister has just said, is that yes, this government has done a great deal to improve access to basic rights such as healthcare services, education, but that the critical questions we're asking now is about the quality of access. Because it's not good enough to go to a school where there's no toilets, or where there's no laboratory, or where there's no security guard. Just as it's not good enough to go to a clinic where there are no medicines. Now, just to correct the Deputy Minister, and I don't want or choose confrontation, but as I speak now, there's a press conference taking place at the AIDS conference in Durban, where we are releasing research that shows that in the last 3 months of 2014, 22% of clinics that we surveyed, and we surveyed 2,900 clinics, had experienced a shortage of antiretrovirals in the previous 3 months. So the press statement that the Minister has just misrepresented, unfortunately, related to one incident where there was a misunderstanding, not to a denial of the bigger problem that exists in our hospitals and clinics of medicines supply. But like Mmusi, I was in Limpopo yesterday. I was visiting James and Rosina Komape. James and Rosina Komapi are the parents of Michael Komapi. Michael Komapi was this little boy who on the 20th of January 2014 at break time went and asked the teacher for toilet roll, went out to the toilet. Those were the toilets that he went to. And you see the toilet on the left. And you can imagine little Michael straddling that tin can and falling into the toilet. Michael Komapi fell into that toilet and he died. His body was taken out almost 3 hours later. And the post-mortem report noted that his body was infested with maggots, there was severe edema in the brain, the liver was severely damaged. The cause of death of the late Michael was inhalation of foreign substances that were in the toilet pit at the time. And I'm laboring these points because even in the previous discussion, and it's a point Nomzamo was making, we talk about the poor as if they're statistics, not as if there are parents that are still suffering a year later at the death of this little boy. And we do very much now live in two worlds. As we speak here today in Limpopo, despite the outcry about toilets, a Statistics South Africa report in 2013 found that 300,000 students go to schools that do not have toilets or do not have adequate toilets. And I don't think that there is an excuse, that any excuse can be found for that. So what I wanted to focus the remains of my presentation on is really on trying to make an argument, because 2 years have passed since I was here last time, to say that there is a deep crisis in health and education that has implications not just for the present, but has implications for the future. The second thing that I want to say is that the combination of corruption, mismanagement, and denialism is causing irreparable damage. And I want to underline the word irreparable damage to our health and education systems. Even if we get a decent president, Paul, in a few years' time, how are you going to get back the doctors and the nurses who are fleeing the public health system? How are you going to get back the educators who are fleeing the healthcare system? The damage is being done today, and it will not be fixed quickly unless we try to arrest that damage now. But I also want to ask the audience, or the people in this conference, to think about something. As I was preparing this speech, what struck me was how much we know, how much evidence there is about all of these problems. How much we know about the levels of deprivation in the schools, the levels of deprivation, the levels of illness, what's killing people. And ask the question, what does the burden of that knowledge create upon us from a moral point of view, in terms of how we should be acting as a society? Can we continue to tolerate what we know simply because the problems are largely the problems of the poor, or that is what we think? So let me try to use my last 5 or so minutes to talk a little bit about health and to try to just support with evidence some of the arguments that I'm trying to make. Now, John, Deputy Minister, would like this graph. It was published in something called the Rule of Law Index by the World Justice Project about 2 weeks ago. And what this research does, and it's very meticulous and thorough research, is look at respect for the rule of law and human rights across 102 countries in the world. And when it came to South Africa, what it finds is that South Africa is actually doing very well when it comes to fundamental human rights, rule of law, order and security, with 36th out of 102 in the world. We are 4th, 3rd out of 18 in Africa. So you might think, well, pat on the back. South Africa is all's well in South Africa. But as Zwelinzima Vavi and some others pointed out, Actually, increasingly, we live in two South Africas and two worlds. There's this world of Vodacom Dome. There's another country called Diepsloot, 10 kilometers from here. And the funny thing is the Diepsloot people aren't talking to the people in the dome, as Nomzamo said. But there's that world, but there's also this world. This is also research that comes from a respected institute. It shows that the probability of dying between the ages of 15 and 49 in South Africa is nearly 30%. And if you look at that graph, you'll see, you probably can't read it, but at the top is Italy. You know, the normal probability of dying is something between those ages is something in the region of 5%. We're at 30%, primarily because of the yet uncontrolled HIV and TB epidemics, which I will come back to in a couple of seconds. But I do want to talk about HIV and TB, again because the Deputy Minister has mentioned it, and again because it's necessary to say that fantastic progress has been made around HIV under Minister Motsoaledi. There is no question. And through a partnership between civil society and the government. But it is mistaken to believe that we are beating the HIV epidemic or the TB epidemics. And this is why issues like drug stockouts are so crucial. This graph was released by Statistics South Africa. So again, it's not Section 27 inventions that we're talking about. 200,000 HIV-related deaths still per annum in 2013 or 2014. 88,000 recorded tuberculosis deaths. But if you look at that graph, and this is what should shock all of us, and it's probably too far away to look, but still most people in this country die between the ages of 30 and 40. That's the peak death period. Whereas if you look at a country like England, this is death, mortality over 100 years. What should normally happen to a human being is that if you survive birth, unless you're murdered or in a car crash or something, you live until you're 70 or 80. That's what happens in developed countries. The only difference, if you look where I drew a red circle, was when you had the First World War, so you had a very high mortality rate during the First World War of adults. But our mortality rate makes us like a country at war. And that is something that we should be shocked about. And I want to shock you a little bit more before I make my concluding comments. And this relates to the point that the Deputy Minister made about civil society. Where civil society draws attention to an issue, quite often that issue gets the attention that it needs, whether it's equal education, whether it's SERI, whether it's whatever. Where civil society does not draw attention to an issue, horrors take place and are disregarded. 3 weeks ago, with little fanfare, a report was released called Saving Babies, the 9th edition of the Saving Babies report. It showed that 80,000 babies died in public hospitals in the 2 years between 1st of January 2012 and the 31st of December 2013. And it showed, if you were able to look at that a very large proportion of those deaths took place as a result of maladministration within the system. And I don't want to blame healthcare workers, but 25% of the deaths on average healthcare provider associated. Now that's not surprising because 50% of our district hospitals don't have midwives anymore. That's a fact from the National Health Facilities Survey. But again, comrades from the government, we can't overlook these facts, and neither can we say that this is too complicated, that it's a legacy of apartheid, that it's impossible to deal with. Because 10 years ago, in the 5th report of this Saving Babies research, it said the good news is that these deaths are not complex or expensive to prevent. Improving the quality of care during childbirth is a top priority that would save mother's life and reduce long-term disabilities in children. That was said 10 years ago in an official Medical Research Council report. Very little has been done about it because very little people are paying attention to the issue. I don't have time to talk about that. Seppo will talk about basic education. All I want to say about basic education is that it is a crisis, that it's one of those examples of where we would argue irreparable damage is being created to the fabric of this nation. We keep on praising our improvements in matric results, but the facts are, of the 100 pupils that start school, only 50 will make it to grade 12, 40 will pass matric, only 12 will qualify for university. If you were to unpack those facts a little bit more, as researchers have done, you'll find that actually even passing matric doesn't guarantee you employment. So the poor quality of education is condemning generations of young people to permanent unemployment. And education is not beyond our ability to fix. And as John said, it is a constitutional imperative that we do everything possible, that we use every possible resource, Paul Mashatile, to help Panyaza Lesufi fix the schools within Gauteng, to make sure that there's proper infrastructure. It is a constitutional duty, and we will test that constitutional duty in the Supreme Court this year when we are forced to go to court, Deputy Minister, against the government because the government says that it is an unreasonable standard of perfection to expect that every learner should have a textbook for relevant academic subject at the start of every year. That's what that court case is about. There would be no court case, no need, in fact it's the government that's appealing it, there would be no need to go to court if the government accepted the duties that flow from the Constitution. So just to finish, I want to finish just by talking a little bit more, and hopefully Fatima will lead us down this road, on what can be done. Everybody's asking what can be done. Everybody in this room agrees something is wrong. If you read the Daily Maverick, it's Zibi, it's Vavi, it's Satna, it's all sorts of people debating. I want to make 3 points in conclusion. Comrade Zweli, you know I'm a great supporter, but I think to say the only way forward is the Freedom Charter is a mistake. We have a constitution which is a far-reaching and radical constitution if we use that constitution. It gives the poor far more legal might than a historical document that expressed very noble aspirations 50 or 60 years ago. We have to use that document effectively in the way that TAC has done with antiretrovirals to help get 3 million people on treatment. We have to use it to address hunger, we have to use it to address economic policy, we have to use it to address the basic education crisis, hopefully not through litigation. The second point, Fatima's calling me out, I'm finished, is that we have to mobilize communities to know and claim their rights, as the Deputy Minister said. And the final issue that I want to make is the vital role of civil society. Commentators frequently overlook civil society. There's the politicians, there's business, which has got its mouth firmly sealed, there's government, there's the media, but nobody talks about civil society. A vibrant, critical, independent civil society that seeks partnership is vital for the future. But what I want to say, and finish on this point, is we are facing a social crisis. And Comrade Mmusi and others from the political parties, we need more imagination from you. We need a greater sense of urgency. We need more real connection with the poor people of this country and real engagement with the poor people in finding solutions that this country can find, but which it cannot wait until 2029 or 2030 to announce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to start off and say, it should be worrying if the Deputy Minister of Justice comes here and says the continued use of the courts by civil society is a problem. In fact, what we should be saying to the Deputy Minister is that we use the courts because the courts are currently the only arm of government that is willing to listen to the poor. While the elite are busy entrenching themselves and making sure that they look after their livelihoods, the poor have got nowhere else to go. In fact, Deputy Minister, we don't like to use the courts because they delay progress. But it is one of the strategic moves that we take as civil society to make sure that the issues are heard and they find expression in the constitution of this country. But also we acknowledge the success that this government has done. As a young person, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge, as a young black male, I acknowledge the successes of the African National Congress. But the reality is, Minister, you want us to sit here and celebrate. We can't be celebrating forever. At some point, we need to roll up our sleeves and start working. We can't be toasting while as the poor, what are we toasting on? While some of you proclaim to be eating on our behalf. But let me turn my attention to education. Good education, like good health, remains a cornerstone which this country should be built on. The harsh reality is that education mirrors the unequal nature of South Africa. In this country, the rich are still getting richer and they're still getting better access to schools, while the poor do not have the luxury of choice of sending their kids to good schools. Just to paint a picture of school infrastructure in the country. And again, Deputy Minister, we don't come out with these stats. It is your own departments, your own colleagues that go out and get these stats and they sit on them and do nothing with them. The 2011 Education Information Management System released the following report on school infrastructure. Out of the 24,793 schools in the country, 2,500 schools do not have water. 11,500 schools use unsafe pit toilets. And this was one of the pit toilets in which Michael Komabe died. 93% of schools do not have libraries. 95% of schools in the country do not have science labs, and our kids are expected to perform at their peak and become scientists. The harsh reality is that deracializing education in 1994 did not solve the problem of an unequal education system that produced unequal results and still continues to produce unequal results. The reality is that black schools continue to be centers of poverty and hopelessness. And what has been the power of organizing on the part of equal education as young people? In fact, we want to say to government officials and business, young people are waking up to the harsh reality of poverty and empty promises. So in criticizing, while we criticize the middle class for not doing anything, there's a huge number of young people that are waking up to the harsh reality of their conditions, and they are starting to organize as young people. I can assure you now, as much as you criticize the courts, the use of the courts, it will not only be the courts that you criticize, but it will be young men and women marching into parliament, marching into big businesses, demanding that people take responsibility and start building this country. The reality that we're starting to realize is that those in power hate and organize people. It is through organizing that, as equal education, we've seen government paying attention to school infrastructure, for instance. There's an emergence of hatred for unorganized people from all corners. The political elite, whether they be mayors in the Western Cape, criticizing the social justice coalition for raising issues about the city that proclaims to be the best governed city in the country, for neglecting Khayelitsha and Nyanga. There's also a clampdown on legal protest. It is getting difficult, Deputy Minister, to go and give notice. Remember, the law doesn't say we need to apply and get permission. The law says we give notice. And it is getting difficult to give that notice because there's a clampdown. Slowly but surely, they are clamping down on poor people, raising up and speaking out and saying, these are the conditions that we are in. Do not forget us while you are busy eating on our behalf, while you are busy sending money onto offshore accounts. Do not forget about us. But they are making sure that they are clamping down on protests. And I want to assure you, the violent service delivery protests that you are seeing are going to get worse before they get better. There's been those that have said we should privatize education.
I have no idea. I'm going to moderate as well.
And I know I'm sitting, I'm in the room here, there are those who feel that you should privatize education. They've been speaking of opportunity vouchers and all these other things. We should never go that route in this country. Let's take a look at the Kuro example in Roodeplaat. The Kuro example is not only about an issue of race, of parents dictating to the principal that, look, we don't want our white kids to learn with black kids. It's not an issue of racism alone. It is also a class issue. These white parents felt that their children are too sophisticated to be learning with kids from this neighborhood down the road. So the Cure examples provides us that. It tells us that actually privatization on its own will not solve the problems of basic education. In fact, Minister, we feel that the government is better suited to provide good quality public education in this country. So allow us to congratulate you where you do well and allow us to criticize you where you do wrong. And currently, the mere fact that you want us to toast, as I've stated, to toast, to celebrate, to forever be merry, the harsh reality is that people are not happy on the ground. In closing, the road ahead looks difficult, especially for the youth in this country. If we fail in equalizing education, we might as well get used to the service delivery protests, which are violent. And these service delivery protests are led by young people. Every year in this country, at grade 10 level, we have 550,000 dropouts. What happens to these kids? Now, with these service delivery protests, we must understand why some, when they extend their properties, are building underground bunkers. Because simple logic tells them that the country is on a brink. Therefore, they need to safeguard themselves and their families. They understand that service delivery protests, at the rate at which they're taking place, if there is no proper intervention to make sure that we take this country forward, they know that those bunkers will have to be used at some point. For many of our young people, they've started to make the following connection: that poverty for them does not start the day they matriculate and they don't find a job. No. Poverty for them starts the day they enroll in a dysfunctional school with dysfunctional teachers teaching them in a dysfunctional system. By the time they matriculate or drop out, then they become part of society's problems. They are starting to make that connection, that it takes a good school for them to be able to become contributors in this country. I thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for keeping time. So if you overheard my comment, I was just sort of quite exasperated about how I was actually going to be able to moderate this panel. I think the shit is going to fly, definitely, and I hope that it does, not literally, but figuratively. And when Branko asked me to moderate this panel, I was very mindful of the disclosure I would have to make that, you know, as the Open Society Foundation, we actually do support some of the grantees who are here and some of the struggles that they've talked to you about. So I'm going to try not to be partial to any one particular person and to give everybody a fair chance to answer some questions. But for all four of you, and I think, Branko, this probably is a very difficult panel to moderate. You must admit that. So what's been painted is a picture of a country on the brink. Perhaps some people feel that the bomb has already exploded, but clearly this morning, from this morning's presentation and your panel presentation, it's a country on the brink. There's high levels of violence, there's high levels of crime. Nobody's talked about xenophobia and the related violence and attacks and killings that happened as a result of that a few weeks ago. There's clear issues of class, distinctions, divisions, racism, mortality, morbidity, a dysfunctional schooling system, a dysfunctional public, in some parts, public healthcare system, medicine stockouts, economic exclusion, poverty, unemployment, health burden. So are we surprised as government or as civil society that we're actually a country in crisis? And within that particular framework, I want you to answer some of the questions that have been coming from the audience through the app that we have, and some based on what you've said. So I'm going to actually give the Deputy Minister of Justice the first opportunity to respond, because you've come in for, I think, the toughest grilling, and that's not a pun on Nando's. But you have, in every single presentation, there's been major disagreements with what you said in your presentation, with the way in which our panelists from civil society have responded, and they are at the coal face. So I think they also do speak for very specific communities, constituencies. And so some of the questions that are coming through for you is, one, your initial response to all of the responses provided by Nomzamo, and particularly very vociferously by Tsepo and Mark around the issue of litigation, and when civil society, in your words, goes to court too quickly, or in other ministers' words, runs to court. And if you were living in an ideal world where you didn't have this contrarian bunch of civil society organizations and lawyers who just want to go to court all the time, how would you advise civil society to get justice for Marikana, to get justice for Michael Kompape, to get justice for Ernesto? That would be the Mozambican national who was burnt alive a few years ago as a result of xenophobia. The second part to that is, you've been accused of being an uncaring government. It's come up in the first presentation, it's come up in the session again. How do you, as the Deputy Minister of Justice, when you go to international fora and also local fora and you do your constituency building work, explain to people that you actually do care about their lives, about the fact that they have to use pit latrines, about the fact that they don't have textbooks in the public education system? And finally, can you share your views with us? You've had very strong views about civil society. You've lambasted some of them about how they use the media for a particular agenda. What are your views of Chapter 9 institutions, and in particular, the constitutional framework and role with which we as civil society or as the general public can also rely, in addition to the courts, on institutions such as the Public Protector and the Human Rights Commission to be one vehicle to give effect to those rights? Nomzamo then will come to you, and then Tsepo, and then Mark. So allow you to answer.
Thanks, Fatima. Maybe to start, I think there's been some misrepresentation of what I said. So, for example, Tsepo said, that I want everybody to celebrate about what we've done. That's not what I said. Nobody said anything about celebration. The issue was that we have done a lot. We've still got a lot more to do. But there was never any mention, and it was a distortion to say anyone is expecting you to celebrate. I agree with Mark that South Africa is two nations. In fact, President Mbeki said that some 15 odd years ago. So that is not a new perspective, and that is, I think, a very accurate perspective. We are, as President Mbeki, former President Mbeki said, a nation of rich, which is also largely white, and poor and black. So that's understandable. I think the key issue, and also on the issue of litigation, I didn't say that civil, I see somebody's tweeted that I had said, Deputy Minister of Justice says NGOs waste their money on non-issues like taking the state to court in cases like Marikana. Now, the point I was trying to make, and I think, Fatima, you got it, the issue was going to court too quickly, that it's not saying don't take government to court at all. There may be times when it is necessary, but it's an issue of engaged government. And what surprises me, Tsepo, is that, as Equal Education, you've been engaging the Gauteng Education Department. My understanding is that you took the school social audit report to the MEC, and that upon hearing of Equal Education's findings and demands, MEC Lesufi responded by saying, I fully accept all your demands unconditionally. So that's the point I'm making, and then there's an issue of what would be done when. and the MEC making undertakings to do things by the opening of the next school term. So that's the way to go forward, to engage. And that's what I mean about NGOs and civil society working with government. There's a problem. Implementation is more difficult, more complex than I think is generally understood. You yourself were telling me before this session around the complexities of the Gauteng Education Department and the problems that even the MEC was facing. So I think it's unfortunately a bit of a distortion to project things in a particular way, and then also saying those in power hate organized people. I mean, from the department, unfortunately I can't respond too much on health and education issues. I can respond on justice issues, of which not much has been raised, or issues affecting the Justice Department. But we welcome organized civil society. We encourage civil society. So that's largely the response or a partial response to some of the issues raised. We are a caring government, and I can speak for myself. Any issue, my email address is open, my cell phone is a public number, anyone can raise issues, those issues get taken up. From government as a whole, there's the presidential hotline, there's a number of initiatives to try and respond to problems that people are raising. And the whole Imbizo program, where people have the opportunity to speak and do raise issues. As far as the Chapter 9 institutions, yes, they're very important institutions, and particularly the Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, the Gender Commission. There's also the Commission on Cultural Linguistic Matters and the Auditor General and the Electoral Commission, which wouldn't really apply. But it is important that people work together, people coordinate. There's a lot to be done. It's important for efforts to be pooled, for people to push together to resolve the problems.
Thank you. So just one follow-up to that, and then we're going to ask the other panelists to also respond and ask them questions. Government's response, or particular people in government's response to a Chapter 9 institution like the Public Protector, do you not find that problematic or not? I mean, a lot has been written. You can look at it from opinion pieces, analysis pieces. There is a legitimate concern that the Office of the Public Protector is coming under attack at various levels and in different ways. Isn't it the duty of the Ministry of Justice to actually try and mediate, to step in, to try and assure people what the constitutional framework is for the Office of a Public Protector to exercise their mandate?
Let's just clarify the issues, because I'm one of the people who has been very critical of the Public Protector when I was on the Justice Committee. And the issues were not around problems with the work she was doing generally, but how the work, well, the issue was over the use of resources and the fact that trying to find out what the Public Protector was doing. So there's a few very high-profile cases that we hear about in the media, but there's thousands of other cases that or her office is investigating that we don't hear the responses to. So from the Department of Justice's side, I've made attempts to find out from the Public Protector what are the cases you've been investigating, what were the outcomes, largely so we can see how to correct the problems if there are systemic problems coming up. And it's been very difficult to provide that, to get that information. Unfortunately, in terms of the public discourse and the attention given by the public, by the media, it seems to be pretty one-sided. So when the Public Protector does something wrong, it gets ignored. There's a case on at the moment, which is where the Minister of Home Affairs has taken the Public Protector on review, where the Public Protector came out in an affidavit with a completely different position to what she's been advocating. I've got her affidavit in front of me, and one of the things she says is, the remedy does not bind the applicants. It cannot, because there are no provisions in law that make the remedy binding. Now, that's something that, apart from one small article in Business Day, or one article in Business Day, it wasn't that small, everybody's just ignored. So the issues as far as I'm concerned with the public protector, is the public protector must do her job. Must investigate maladministration in government. But the issues are, we need to see the public protector in a proper perspective. The public protector is an ombud. That is what the Constitutional Court said of the institution at the time of the certification of the Constitution. The Constitutional Court said in the Mail and Guardian case that it's a bit more than an ombud in terms of the fact that the public protector can initiate investigations. But it's a quick investigation. It's not a final result. So I think it is important that we do also hold the public protector to account. And I think part of the tension between the public protector and the National Assembly, which has been going on not since the Nkandla report came out, but since this public protector took office, is in issues around her accounting to the National Assembly, over the expenditure of money, the decisions around which cases to investigate. Should she be investigating cases involving public servants that have grievances, which should go to another institution, the Public Service Commission? Okay. So those are some of the problems. So it's not government versus the public protector and government or the ANC attacking the public protector. It's an issue of the public protector doing the job that they are meant to be doing.
Great. And we're going to come back to that question about holding all forms of power to account, including the president, when we get back to Mark. So Nomzamo, nice segue on the theme of accountability. And the Deputy Minister, maybe later you can answer the question about ideally how we would get justice for Marikana. Nomzamo, would you like to take a stab at that? How should we get justice for Marikana? What are the hindrances? Why are you running to court all the time? Why do you have to run to court to get a report release? Why did you have to run to court to get support for legal aid? And where in that entire narrative, or what court cases are you preparing to hold Lonmin accountable for what has also happened?
Thank you, Fatima. I think, firstly on the report, the simple answer is we're getting ignored. We've written the president 2 letters. He has ignored them. We went to court last week, Monday, and the only response we got was, firstly, he gave an undertaking that the report would be released on the 30th of June, and then he withdrew that undertaking in open court.
Why do you want the report? You, some civil society organization, with a white man telling you what to do with his MacBook. Why do you need the report?
Fatima, we represent over 200 people who lost their loved ones at Marikana. Families who for the last 2 years have been starving, who do not have an income, who even at a time when they approached Zuma for assistance, still got ignored. We also represent AMCU in the Marikana Commission of Inquiry. But other than that, I'm a South African citizen. And I want to know, why did Marikana happen? Why did the police go into Marikana to stop a strike? Was that their business? I think even now, when you talk about Lonmin, in the Marikana Commission of Inquiry, and I think we've said this so many times, but it's the amount of evidence that was hidden by the police and by Lonmin. Some of it probably we still don't even know about. And of course, we have information now about the role that Lonmin played. Our clients, the families, are clear that they want Lonmin to account. They feel betrayed. They feel that when they sent their husbands to work, or when their sons went to work, the least that Lonmin could have done, instead of calling the police, was to send them home. And Lonmin will have to answer for that. And that includes criminal prosecution, that includes civil claims. And if we find that, Deputy Minister, your people at the NPA refuse to prosecute the police that shot people at scene 1, the police that killed people in scene 2, then there'll be a private prosecution. And we are busy collating information for that. We're busy collating information for the civil claims. And we want justice. Our clients demand justice. And they hope that all of you here will be right behind them, and many South Africans are out there as well.
So that sounds fantastic and amazing. But do you, as a public interest lawyer, having worked on this commission for 3 years, have any faith in the ability of the National Prosecuting Agency to actually embark on criminal prosecutions? Or are you bracing yourself as an organization for criminal prosecution of those who you feel or allege are responsible for the deaths of the workers at Marikana?
Well, Fatima, I mean, I wanted to address the Deputy Minister on the NPA and on their responses to protest. Every month, Syria sends an attorney to court because 14 committee members have been arrested in a protest. That includes children. In Tembelihle, we had children sitting in the prison for 5 days. And that's something that's got to do with the scheduling of public violence as an offense, because of course the police can't grant police bail, but in any event, they don't want to, because they see public protest, not even public violence, because the police, as they see it, being in a protest is a crime on its own. So even if you read their statements, they say, we were at this venue, standing next to a tar road, and people were committing the offense of public violence. There hasn't even been a stone thrown at anyone, but there's already an offense. So people are languishing in jail purely because they're exercising their democratic right to protest. There's the Intimidation Act. Fortunately, the Department of Justice has abided with the decision of the court. We're bringing a challenge once more, where the Intimidation Act is being used to victimize leaders and communities. So whenever people are protesting, then people then claim I was intimidated. And in most of those cases, the people that are being targeted are leaders, are community leaders. And with bail, the same issues. I mean, you get arguments like people in informal settlements don't live in a formal setting, so they can't get bail. We won't be able to find them. And those are things that the NPA must deal with. And I mean, the fact that we'll have children sitting in jail is unacceptable. Even the fact that anyone has to go to jail for exercising their constitutional rights is unacceptable. And we need to look at the scheduling of public violence. We need to look at how we deal with protests. And I understand that the biggest part of the problem starts with the police. I think we have to be optimistic on the prosecutions. We are concerned about what's going to happen in the report, especially in relation to the shooters, because in the commission itself, we didn't hear so many shooters, you know, and we are concerned what's going to happen to those people, because the families are clear. The people who put 10 bullets in my husband's body, I want that person to account. Whether or not you were ordered is a different issue. I mean, you're a human being. You know what a bullet does to someone. You can't simply hide behind an order.
Thank you. So, Mark Haywood, the resident white man troublemaker, why are you telling black people what to do, or the poor? Or do you feel that the poor in this country have enough of a platform to actually articulate their own concerns and voices? And do you tell communities and constituencies what they should litigate about? Or do they tell you what they wish to litigate about? But linked to that is Nomzama's point about the Regulation of Gatherings Act. One of your most recent cases is representing healthcare workers who were arrested for gathering, for demanding, I think, for an MEC to be fired in the Free State. So take us through that process and what actually happens in your organization's thinking when you actually decide to take government to court, whether it's on ARV medicines, or whether it's on the right to protest, or whether it's on the right to have a school textbook.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we don't tell the poor anything at Section 27. That's not our job. We're an organization that subscribes wholeheartedly to the Constitution, and particularly to the vision of the Constitution about a just and equal society, what we call social justice. And so we focus our efforts on trying to give power to communities that come to us because their rights are being violated and their rights are being denied. And again, I'm not picking on the Deputy Minister, but you take, for example, the question of the Limpopo textbooks case. Before we went to court on the Limpopo textbooks case, we probably wrote 50 letters to the Limpopo Department of Education, backwards and forwards. There was a denial that there's a problem. There's no problem with textbooks. It'll be solved next week. It'll be solved the week after. You know, the way organizations like us work, we got no joy in going to court. That's the bottom line. We go to court frequently as the last resort when the democratic institutions, including the democratic parliament, are unresponsive. And the problem is that the democratic parliament is unresponsive at the moment. It's not doing its job. And that is the problem, and I'll make a political point here. I'm sure Paul Mashatile is gone. But the problem is that the representatives in the Democratic Parliament are towing the party line. So their view is not on the Constitution, for the most part. It's on what they're being told to do or who they're being told to protect. And that is becoming increasingly untenable. So, you know, I work in health. Great Minister Motsoaledi, and we work very closely. I mean, it's, again, the media, sorry media, but often you pick on the fights. You don't see the behind-the-scenes work that goes on all the time. The media Motsoaledi is a great person, but he can't be a good health minister in a bad government. Because he depends to implement part of his policies on some crooks, like Benny Malakwane, the MEC for Health in the Free State, who is being protected by your party. I went and met with Gwede Mantashe last year and said, Malakwane is on trial in 3 different corruption trials at the moment, but he's the MEC for Health. And if I was to read you, it would break your heart. I've got 50 pages of stories from patients across the Free State who've come to us, like Michael Kamape type stories, and it would break your heart. And actually it's time for the good ANC to distance itself from the bad ANC. And the good government, of which I would include people like John, the Deputy Minister, to distance themselves from the crooks. Because it is widening that inequality. I mentioned 2 countries, yeah, and you're right, Thabo Mbeki mentioned it, but we're 15 years down the line, and the inequalities, as I tried to show, are getting bigger. And what I'm trying to say is the inequality is not just getting bigger, the trajectory is for widening inequality, not for narrowing inequality. So just to answer your last question, Fatima, is, and it's nice to be able to make this point with the Deputy Minister, and it links to what Nomzamo was saying. You know, in July last year, middle-aged women community healthcare workers, probably with about 500 years work experience between them, decided to have an all-night vigil outside the headquarters of the health department. They were arrested at 1 o'clock in the morning, accused with participating in an illegal demonstration, by the way, which is an old apartheid act. We have made representations to the NPA, written representations. Why do you want to proceed with this? They have declined those written representations. So on July the 6th to the 10th this year, the NPA and the magistrates are going to waste several 100,000 rands of taxpayers' money in Bloemfontein when 118 community healthcare workers, 90% women, are going to have to sit in court to answer for charges of whatever the charge is at the end of the day, participating in an illegal demonstration. It's so absurd that at the last hearing, the magistrate reprimanded the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions and said, you've got 118 people in here, in her words, like sardines. When you come back next time, find a big enough court for 118 people so they can sit. It's a waste of time. Why are we going to spend 500,000 rand? It's a malicious prosecution. And I'm mentioning it because it's part of this pattern. Whatever you might say, the feeling of many citizens, organized citizens, is that people don't like us. We're just trying to assert our rights, but we're getting hit. And we shouldn't be getting hit for defending our rights.
So Mark, what you're painting is a picture of prosecutions that should be taking place that are not taking place, and a level of impunity, invested interest, collusion, which in relation to Marikana or various other issues. And on the other hand, you're talking about healthcare workers, old gogos and mamas who are being arrested using an outdated regulation of Gatherings Act, which we inherited from our evil apartheid regime. But similar to how the state is responding, as many of you have said, in relation to Operation Fila, in relation to also in another municipality led by the opposition political party. So it's not a prosecution which is only limited to one political party, as in the case of the SJC 21, and some of them have already been convicted of a criminal offense in terms of the Regulations of Gatherings Act by the Mayor of Cape Town. So a pattern of where political power exists irrespective of who's exercising that political power in South Africa, in Latin America, in Europe, a trend globally that as inequality deepens and as inequality gets wider, a state response, including our state response, both political parties responding with police brutality and violence, something that you've mentioned in your work, and you've mentioned in your work. One of the questions from the floor is, knowing all of that, despite this bleak picture, why is the political party that currently holds power not losing votes?
Well, that's a difficult question. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm properly equipped to answer it. First of all, it is losing votes. I mean, if you look at the analysis of the election in terms of votes lost, but also the very large numbers of people who choose not to vote, it's shocking in some ways that a country like ours faces that type of situation. If I can speak for myself, Fatima, on this, of course we have to put pressure on the political parties, but actually what we need now is political citizens who don't wait to vote, but who enforce their rights continually against both government but also against the private sector all of the time. We're not talking enough about the abuses of private power that take place in our society, which are also numerous. But we need, John mentioned people don't know the Constitution. We need something like the useless South African Broadcasting Corporation to come to the party and teach people about their rights, because in my experience, when people understand their rights, they work with government first and foremost. And government, and former finance minister is here, is wasting billions of rands in education, in health, etc., which would not be wasted if citizens knew where those billions of rands were going into schools and hospitals and so on and so on and so on. So for me, the challenge is a political citizenry. I'm not bothered about the political parties at the moment. Well, I am to some extent, but I want to see the people organized to hold all power to account.
Great. So later on in the day, there's a media panel, and I hope Gareth Cliff heard that we need to have an insert on the Constitution on his radio station. So the next question about the private sector, and I think it's a nice link into Tsepo. One of the critiques of our education system is that the dualism has allowed a worsening public education system. Is it time to start calling for scrapping the private education system in South Africa? Will our system actually change when very rich people and the elite, both in government and the private sector, have to start sending their children to public schools?
Well, that would be the ideal situation, eh? Where we see not only ministers and the president's children going to public schools and healthcare services, but we start seeing CEOs of ShopRite sending their kids to public schools. That would be an ideal situation. But unfortunately, it is not going to happen. We have to deal with reality. The reality is that private schooling, for instance, has its right enshrined in the Constitution, while majority of people are outside of the receiving end of that private education. But I want to say there are three types of schooling in the country. It's not only the issue of private schooling that we should be worried about. We also need to be worried about former white schools or multi schools, where now the emerging black middle class is starting to send their kids into those schools. And the majority of people in the country, in rural Eastern Cape, in Limpopo, in KZN, have to scrape and send their kids to schools that are 15 kilometers away. So that divide that is continuing has now lost its race component, so to speak. It has assumed a class component. And those are the issues that we're dealing with. Class inequalities in this country, like I said, do not start when people don't find jobs and all. They start which school they attended, which clinic they go to that does not have medicine, which road they walk on when they do their walkabouts. So to privatize or to say people must then start sending their kids to school, that would be an ideal situation, but there's going to be resistance. Let us get our public schooling right. And we've said infrastructure as equal education is one of the foundations in which we can start to do it. I mean, we have this country since 1994, there are more young people that are going to school. And that's something to celebrate. But we also have dropout rates that are linked to school infrastructure, lack of accountability throughout the system, from the teacher, the principal, you name it. But also, just to respond to the issue of how we relate with government. MEC Lesotho, for instance, in Gauteng is one part of a few examples. You go to the Eastern Cape, and by the way, the media needs to start reporting that the Eastern Cape education system has collapsed. And that is the harsh reality. And the MEC there doesn't seem to care, because in that education department, no one seems to be wanting to lose their positions to start criticizing, to say, it is our children that suffer. It is not only 10 children that suffer, it is millions of children that are affected by disregard from the education system. But people fighting for positions for tenders in Limpopo, blowing up tender boxes because they want school feeding tenders, and so on and so forth. It is not only those people that are just, fighting amongst themselves. It is millions of children in this country that are suffering. These are future citizens of this country that will one day want to look up to. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen, because there will be an angry emergence of an angry young youth, and that's what we're starting to see.
So something you said in your presentation, and we've got the last 5 minutes, so I'm taking the last question and we'll have to wrap up, is you said the reason why we go to court is because right now only the courts are listening. Why is that? I mean, there's been some discussion about, MECs and ministers and the executive. There's been some sort of, condemnation of the way in which Parliament is responding to its own constitutional obligations. But what's at the heart? What's at the heart of why the people who have been placed in certain positions of power to listen to the people, some of whom vote for them, some of whom don't vote for them, irrespective of that, why is it only that your recourse, some of the work you do is you meet with 1,000 students at least every week in all parts of the country, and you're listening to young people in a way in which many of us don't have access to. You're listening to their anxieties, their issues, and their concerns, and invariably you're having to go to court. Why?
Well, like I said, unfortunately, the courts seem to be the only route. But the reality with the courts is that you are not guaranteed to win all the time. You can win today and lose tomorrow. You never know. But our members also recognize that danger of using the courts. But simply put, it's because the courts currently are willing to listen to the people. The sense of arrogance that we're sensing from our elected officials is not there. When you go to courts, judges will constantly ask, but what are the people saying? And they will be talking to someone who's representing, for instance, government, to say, as government, you are supposed to be knowing what are the people saying. And you are here telling me that you cannot provide, textbooks for each and every learner in Limpopo, and you're saying it's an unreasonable demand. But people are saying they demand textbooks because they want their children to be able to learn in an environment that is conducive for them.
Okay, so we have 1 minute. If you each had 20 seconds to say, what is the one thing that should happen for organizations that are working in the space after this? One idea.
Do I have to start?
One.
Look, I think the key issue is partnerships. That let's not look at whether the glass is half full or half empty. It's a glass with a certain amount of water in it. Let's look at what can be done to get the glass to be full.
Great.
Okay, glass. We want a responsive state. Even in cases where we win in court, then they don't comply with those court orders. Then we have to then bring out contempt applications. And why is it? Why is it difficult for government to comply with court orders?
So a half full glass, a responsive state.
The middle class in this country needs to start realizing that they have a greater responsibility than the poor people.
Class consciousness.
It's been absent from this discussion, but I think there needs to be a very, very serious discussion started about how the economy can be restructured in a way that provides people with the rights that are recognized in the Constitution, and how we can kickstart growth in this economy on the basis of social justice.
Great. So last one was material transformation of our economy. Thank you all. It's been an absolute pleasure. Sorry, we're in.
Thank you very much to all the panelists here. That was very good. I think the good thing here is that we let these people have these conversations while we watch. I think that's the key. Let's give everyone here a round of applause for being brave enough to face this situation. Because then obviously it's not within closed doors. That's the whole trick, because you all have devices, and then I'm reading all the tweets, and then you're all telling everyone what's being said here. So that's very good. I can give you a quick summary, if you want a very quick summary. Social justice. Justice. That's basically it. I agree. What the hell does Thuli Madonsela do all day? God, protect the public. What a hero. How can you say she doesn't work properly? She fucking does. Anyway, to bring on your next speaker, because I'm trying to hustle this along so we can get you to lunch, because we know that's why you came. You're all thinking, God, I'm so hungry. Fuck you, it's one day a year, come on. Just sit here and make news, for goodness sake. To welcome your next speaker, who's speaking on his own, please really welcome Brooks Spector.
John lies. I'm not the speaker. Okay, it is on now. I'm not actually your speaker. I'm going to introduce the speaker. We're going to ask him a couple of questions. He's going to talk, and we're going to be what is between you and lunch. So don't get too angry, please.
And we're going to be very quick.
Dharma Jeffries is an award-winning journalist, television producer. The man has vast amounts of experience, 3 decades worth, and he's now manager of investigative programs at Al Jazeera English, where he does programs like People in Power and Africa Investigates. He's won a whole range of awards for his work, but he's not just Al Jazeera's award-winning journalist. He's also worked for the BBC, and he's done programming for PBS, which is the public broadcast system in the United States. And he has written 3 books, all of which I think got him into trouble. One book on the FBI, that'll get you into trouble.
That did get me into trouble, yeah.
And a book on aspirin, which got you into trouble with Bear.
Yeah, but I didn't have a headache afterwards, so that was...
Quick, man is quick. And Hell's Cartel, a book on IG Farben and World War II. Oh, that gets you into trouble with lots of people. And we're talking about investigative journalism, and because it's such a dangerous, contested space, I was reluctant to do it this way. I was thinking perhaps we should put a screen in front of him so you didn't know who it really was, or maybe a bag over his head so you couldn't tell, or disguise his voice with one of those sound-altering devices.
There could be some advantages to the bag over my head, I think. That would every time I look in the mirror in the morning, I think that.
That's a different problem. But as you give your remarks, let's keep 4 points in mind, perhaps. Why is investigative journalism important for Africa? What does it do? Why is it so important that investigative journalism be locally based rather than just coming from the outside, parachuting in and looking at a country and then leaving? And a lot of people in the audience probably know this already from firsthand experience, but how difficult is it for African journalists to work in this field? Is there a problem with opportunity, or the possibility of the 2 o'clock knock on the door? What's the issue? And I guess finally, what should external news organizations outside of Africa do to provide support, sustenance, and encouragement for African journalism? Darmid?
Well, let me just preface my remarks by saying, first of all, thank you very much indeed to the Daily Maverick for asking me along to this. Al Jazeera is sponsoring this event in a modest way, and we're very pleased to do so because this event is about public discourse and about debate and about opening up to scrutiny a whole range of subjects which might otherwise not get an airing, and that's something which Al Jazeera tries to do quite a lot. Our mission is to give voice to the voiceless. That's our strapline, if you like. But it's something that we all passionately believe in, and we have a offices around the world and bureaus around the world and journalists pretty much everywhere around the world all trying to do that. The bit I look after is the investigative journalism part, which is mostly done in a long-form way in documentaries and long-form programs, with some stuff on our news bulletins too. And the reason why we think that's important, and investigative journalism is important, is because you can't have a functioning civic society without something acting as a brake on the abuses of power. And one of the key tools, one of the key brakes on the abuses of power, on corruption, on the rich and the powerful and the mighty, is investigative journalism, because it's a way that you can uncover and expose and reveal the wrongdoing of those people, and for the benefit, for the most part, you would hope for the benefit of all of the rest of us who have to suffer as a consequence of those abuses. And so we spend a lot of time and effort in trying to support that around the world, and it's crucial to us to come along to forums like this, because we need public support for investigative journalism. All investigative journalism need the support of their audiences, but we really want to encourage people to take an active role in encouraging investigative journalism, because the prices, the consequences, if you like, of conducting investigative journalism are very, very high and getting higher. Across Africa right now, I think there are 45 investigative journalists in prison. I think 175, 180 have had to flee in the last 4 or 5 years because they've been under threat of one sort or another. Dozens have been abused, killed, beaten up, put in hospital, had their homes burnt down, you name it. 700 journalists have died in the last 10 years trying to do their jobs. Even today, in a Cairo courtroom, 2 colleagues of mine, Baha Mohammed and Mohammed Fahmy, are trying to get their cases overturned. They basically, as you may have seen some of the coverage of it over the last year or so, they were imprisoned basically for doing their jobs, along with Peter Greste, who was another one of our colleagues. They were accused of supporting a political organization, which they didn't. They were just there to report it, the ongoing developments in Egypt for Al Jazeera. And they got arrested because, one suspects, because their reports in some way didn't find favor with the authorities. We have been campaigning very vigorously to get them released, and we've had a lot of support from journalists across the world and ordinary people across the world who believe that it is a fundamental human right for people to question and to challenge through the media. Now, in Africa, it's especially important because this is a country, this is a continent of so much promise, of such vast resources in people, in minerals, you name it. And this should be, the 21st century should be Africa's century. Yet it's a continent which is still bedeviled by poverty and inequality and corruption and the abuse of freedoms. And investigative journalism, therefore, is important to try and bring some of those things to the attention of everybody so that pressure can be brought upon the rich and powerful to stop it. What we do at Al Jazeera, what I do, is we try and spend a lot of our resource, if you like, on supporting journalists who live and work in the societies that they're reporting from. One of the series that we do, for example, is a series called Africa Investigates, which we're showing again in the next few weeks, but actually went out last year as well. And the stories in that series are about judicial corruption in Uganda. They are about fake doctors in Nigeria. They're about the theft and sale of aid in Ghana. You name it, we have a whole panoply of stories, and predominantly they are about corruption of one sort or another. Now, these are stories which have been around for a long time, but the journalists who told them weren't able to tell them locally because of the threats and the pressure that they were under constantly not to tell such stories. And everywhere you go, not just obviously in Africa, but around the world, you'll find similar situations where newspaper editors are intimidated, or TV stations are intimidated, and individual journalists are intimidated, and they either can't get access to the tools of publication, or they are pressurized not to tell these stories. And so what we try and do is to come in and support local journalists in the telling of those stories, because we think that the stories that they're telling are universal to us all. So I suppose coming along here, one of the things I wanted to do was to hear how strong some of the voices in favor of public discourse and debate, how strong they were. And I have been listening all morning to some of the most impassioned and extraordinary debate, really, which puts a lot of the rest of the world to shame. The people expressing the opinions on this stage and in this room, I think it's fantastic to see, and I wish it could be replicated elsewhere across Africa. Sadly, it isn't being replicated elsewhere across Africa. It should be, but it isn't. There are places still where it's dangerous to stand up and express an opinion. It's dangerous because it might risk your job, or you might get your daughter might be refused entrance to the school, or you might get beaten up. The pressures facing journalists are legion. So let me ask you, do you think, and I'd like a show of hands here, if I may ask for such a thing, do you think in South Africa journalism is free to investigate, is doing what it should be doing, is as effective as it should be doing? Or, so all those who think that journalism in South Africa is powering ahead and doing what it should be doing, would you please raise your hands? That's probably less than 20%, I'd say. And all those who think that it could be doing more, would you please raise your hands? Now that's really interesting, and is that because of, it's a question you will know better than I the answer to, but is that because of political interference, or is that because of lack of appetite amongst people for the stories that investigative journalism will bring to an audience, or is it because of something else? I mean, let me ask you, Brooke, what do you think?
If I were to speak on behalf of 1,000 other people, I would say it's free but threatened. And it is threatened both by political or governmental pressures, some of them subtle, and some of them not specifically, if you print that, we'll close you down and drag you away. But much more, if you print that, your access to things will become rather more problematic. But there's also the question, I guess inevitably, of resources. It costs money to do this, and at a time when journalism is increasingly pressed for resources, whether it's print or online or anything else, to send people off to go do investigative journalism, which isn't something you crank out and deliver in an afternoon. No. It can take weeks or months before the story is finally put together sufficiently to be delivered to a population, only to be faced by either official denials or obfuscation or whatever.
That's true, and I know that that's the case, and one of the reasons why we invest in it is because of that. But one of the things that's changed dramatically in the last 20 years has been that the route to publication has been now open to everybody. It's very easy to set up a blog. It's very easy to, and I know that this can invite recriminations, but it's actually physically easy to set up a blog and to publish journalism. The Daily Maverick is a classic example, to do online journalism.
We didn't pay him to say that.
But it's, so it's, some people think that they need the kind of, the permission, if you like, of the established media to do journalism. I don't personally believe that's true. I think that there are many techniques and skills and things that and knowledge that you need as a journalist to work, but what you don't need is the permission of a proprietor or a channel or a newspaper to actually go out and do some of this work. It's part and parcel, if you like, of a functioning civil society that people can ask questions. And nowadays, people can actually do that through the medium of the internet in a way that they were never able to do it before.
I mean, it's a lot easier to do that here, partly because the internet is a more connected tissue in this country than it is in much of the continent. The ability of people to rely on a legal system to prevent the kind of thing that you were describing at the beginning is more secure. but the financial pressures are still there. And that's a problem that I think we often overlook. We talk about the rights and privileges, but we don't talk about the pressures of the bottom line.
No, it isn't cheap doing investigative journalism. Let me give you an example. We had a film that we were doing into, well, it's a series of films we've been doing into the Lockerbie bombings which happened over Scotland many years ago. And we've been producing a series of documentaries into actually to try and uncover exactly what happened. Somebody was convicted wrongly, we believe, for that incident, and so we've been trying to go out and find out exactly what happened. It's taken us 3 years to make 3 documentaries. We have a 4th one in the wings now, which will take another 9 months or so to make, and that's cost many hundreds of thousands of dollars to do, because we've had to travel all over the world, we've had to find documents, we've had to exhaustively pore over evidence to try and make sure that we weren't saying something that wasn't true. Now that kind of journalism is very expensive to do. But it is easy, or should be relatively straightforward for a medium-sized newspaper, let's say, in this country, or in Kenya, or in Nigeria, or anywhere else, with a functioning media, to be able to pay for a journalist to spend 2 or 3 weeks digging into a story and coming up with some answers. The fact is that people don't do it, pardon me, don't do it anywhere near enough, and the question is why not? And that would be the obvious question. Why? Is it for fear's sake? Is it because they believe, the publishers and editors believe that the appetite for it doesn't exist? Or is it because they're afraid of losing connections? I think it's a number of things. I mean, we've encountered, when we've been looking for journalists to work on our behalf on our Africa Investigate series, some of them have worked for other media in Uganda or Kenya or Nigeria or wherever, and they have tried to get these stories published or tried to get these stories on air, and their editors have said, well, no one's interested, or you know, kind of, can we do this next month when after the elections, maybe the government won't be so down on us, or do you know what, you know, you might try and do this, but the police chief, you know, he's got these guys in his back pocket, and you know, you're never going to get away with this. They're going to come after you, and so on and so forth. We hear all these stories all the time. Some of which are true. I think a lot of them are true, but that doesn't excuse it. I think, you know, you are abdicating responsibility as a journalist if you let those things defeat you, really. Well, I mean, look at the most recent example, still unraveling now, of course, and that's the question of what exactly happened with the World Cup bid. And I was wondering when that was coming. Didn't come up much so far this morning, so I thought I should bring it along. Okay. And the story itself didn't break in Africa at all. The story broke in Miami and New York, basically. Yeah. But it has an African connection that's serious. And it has a Qatari connection. Oh, yes. Yeah. It broke, okay, I mean, it's taken, FIFA is an extraordinarily powerful organization. It has taken one of the world's most powerful law enforcement agencies, in combination with a government that actually is probably one of the few governments which is unaffected by pressure, to take on an investigation into FIFA in a proper way and conduct it in a way where they're not going to worry about losing out. FIFA's great power has been one of patronage, and that patronage and the fear of losing that patronage and losing the money that comes with that patronage has been what stopped investigations take place on a judicial sense. Journalists have been trying, and indeed we've been trying, a lot of journalists around the world have been trying for quite some time to tell the story of corruption in football, and with some degree of success, but you know, trying to get the Mr. Blatters of this world, or some of the other people who may or may not be in the end ultimately found responsible for some of these things, to get them to admit it when everything is conducted in a very small cabal is extraordinarily difficult. That's not to say that we shouldn't have tried harder, and we should carry on trying harder, but and that applies to Qatar too, which is the next question on your lips, I know. No, I was going to actually pursue FIFA just a second longer. Okay. And
the problem or the challenge for investigative journalists or journalists as a whole, when something like this is so very much in play, is that the journalist is now the willing co-conspirator, with quotation marks around that, with somebody in government or somebody else with an axe to grind. Somebody who has a story that they want to tell, because you don't just go and get it by yourself without sources.
No, and one of the problems with a story like with this particular story is that now there's 10,000 journalists looking at it. And there's so many people are crawling all over it that actually it's very difficult for any individual journalist or small journalist to come up with something which is truly revelatory, because all of the attention is focused upon these press conferences and the set piece developments that happen. There is inevitably going to be a connection between journalism and the judicial process, in the same way that any criminal investigation, if that's what it turns out to be, is followed by journalists. There's nothing wrong with that.
And how would, and I'll let you tell me how you want to answer this, if it should come to pass that the next 2 World Cup awards become open to question, how does an organization like Al Jazeera handle itself in those circumstances, given the circumstance of its location?
Yeah, Al Jazeera is funded by public money in Qatar. It's funded by a grant that we get from the Qatari government. Does that make us vulnerable to pressure, is the implicit thing in your question. I would say no.
It's a challenge journalists have generally.
Yeah, I would say no, because I can only speak from personal experience, and I've done some very difficult journalism, or not just me, but journalists who've worked for me or with me have done some incredibly difficult and sensitive journalism, which has been at times very challenging and potentially embarrassing for the Qatari government or the region or one thing or another. And they have never once, not once, I've worked for them for 6.5, 7 years now, I've never been told I couldn't do a story. On this story, no one has said to us that we can't do this story. In fact, we're doing this story anyway. If you look on the Al Jazeera website or you look at any of our bulletins, we're covering it just as vigorously as anybody else. And we are looking for, and in the same way as journalists across the world are looking for angles into what corruption there may or may not have been at any stage in any of these processes, if we find it, then we'll report it.
I know time is against us, and we're keeping people away from their gradually growling stomachs. And I guess we have a couple of minutes, but I wanted to look at some of the questions that had been sent in some ineffable kind of way. And the first one that I see, which speaks to something that it runs implicitly in all discussions about journalism in Africa, and that's that tension between the way in which journalists on this continent are somehow un-African to the extent that they investigate and are disrespectful to authority and don't feel beholden to the power and source of authority on the continent. They're somehow Western and therefore somewhat slightly alien in their behavior.
That's a sort of point of view. I mean, I understand it, but it is a sort of point of view which is put forward by governments or powerful individuals who don't like being criticized and don't like their wrongdoing coming to light. If you say to a journalist that to criticize me or to investigate me is to in some way impugn our national culture or our sovereignty or in some way to do down your country, then that is a strong barrier towards them doing it, of course.
I think the phrase here was the clever people.
Yeah. But here's the thing, you know, that should act as a red flag to journalists. If they're told that they can't investigate something, then you're pretty damn sure that there's something worth investigating. And the more people come and tell you that you can't do it is an even better reason to carry on doing it.
There's somebody else, I knew this was going to come up eventually. We got a question here which talks about an organization whose name we daren't say, the NSA, and the way that they may have access to more information about, especially foreigners, and their values, ideas, and information, and how that may or may not limit or restrict journalistic behavior?
We've always been aware, and I'm always aware that that because of what I do and a lot of what my colleagues do, is our phones are probably tapped by somebody. Somebody is checking our emails, and we are.
You aren't anybody unless that's happening.
But I mean, we're not the only people that face that, and we're backed by a big and relatively powerful organisation which is able to employ some good security people to keep your electronic communication safe. But a lot of journalists don't have that. The NSA and its doings and its the fact that it uses surveillance technology on almost everybody, that was revealed by Snowden, obviously, but it was published by some very brave investigative journalists
in several countries.
In several countries, and particularly the Guardian in England, I would say, was one of them, and the New York Times, I think, and so that, if you like, is an answer. None of that would have come to light had there not been media organizations who had the guts to put their organizations on the line in order to bring something so pernicious to light. Now, the very fact that we now know that they're doing it, they did it before and they'll carry on doing it. They're not going to stop surveilling people. They're not, and governments aren't going to stop buying Chinese communications technology or whatever to come after dissidents or people who would seek to expose wrongdoing. That's always been the case, and it'll always be the case. You just have to basically acknowledge it and work around it.
Let me just, I know I'm going to get a hand signal in about 2 seconds, I think, but let me ask you this. Let's assume that somebody, some very brave, intrepid, entrepreneurial journalist takes on a topic, digs into it, and finds out some really serious misdeeds, bad things. And they write it, and they're brave, and they send it along, and it gets published, and sure enough, they get arrested, dragged off to prison, treated very badly. Who's going to stop them? And how would the external press do anything about it? And I think that'll be our last question.
I suppose the answer to that is that it's incumbent upon everybody, not just journalists or media organizations. This can be a very incestuous discussion, really, but it's not really about journalism and the media. It's about everybody in society valuing the right of everybody to ask questions about those who govern them, or those who provide services to them and don't do it properly, or those who are their police or their judiciary or their health services or anything that actually that are at fault. And it's all of our responsibilities to ask these questions. Investigative journalists just get paid to do it, but we should all be doing it. And so what you would say, who's going to stop people being arresting journalists and intimidating them, is when all of us value as highly as we can the work that they do on all of our behalf. That's what I'd say.
In other words, the cavalry will not ride in just yet.
No. But you know, you being here, all of you being here and taking part in the discussion that's taking place throughout the course of today, I think is the best advertisement for the power of free speech and freedom of expression, and long may it continue.
I think that's a suitable way to wrap this thing up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. That was brilliant. Thank you. Did we give you guys a chili? Because you're both not from here. Do you want to, as a gift for, you came to Africa and you get a, you've been here forever, but have you had one of those? They're crazy. And I'm not saying take them orally. Right, very good. Thank you, Brooks. Right, that was brilliant. I thought that was excellent. Media freedom in Africa by two foreigners. So, come on, why have fun when we can have xenophobia? It's lunch, so that's lovely. We've cut lunch to 30 minutes because we want to make sure that we time this just right, that you can watch Julius and then be in rush hour. I feel that will be a really good experience. So So please enjoy lunch. When you come back, I'd like to ask you if you could fill seats from the front, because it seems like there are people at the back too nervous to wander forward, and it's ballsing them up. So if you could, when you come back, just fill from the front. Obviously, there's this rope, which means something. Behind that rope, poor people, just stay there with the social justice guys who are going to have a march down here towards the velvet rope. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Cheers.
My heart beats for you, my mind thinks about you. Don't shut me down, girl, my heart is exposed. Be a fool for you and pop it on the strings, just so I can get a chance to be with you. Never said I'm perfect, girl, I'm far from it, but this right here, me and you, it's perfect. You can fly to Venus, hide in the ocean, whatever it takes, girl, I will make you mine. Whatever it takes, anything I gotta do. Whatever it takes, say the word, yeah. Whatever it takes, anything I gotta do, just say the word. Oh, my love is no lie, babe. Lie, don't lie. Whatever it takes, I will make you mine. My love is no lie, babe. No lie, no lie, no lie, no lie. My love is no lie, babe. Whatever it takes, I will make you mine. My love is no lie, babe. No lie, no lie, no lie, no lie, no lie, no lie. I'm not one for fairy tales, babe, but I do believe in happily ever after. Not much of a dreamer, babe. All I know is I need you in my reality. We cannot deny I'm your Adam, you're my Eve. Take the fall for you as long as I'm with you. You're the perfect melody to my song. Give my heart to you. Ooh, whoa, whoa. Whatever it takes, anything I gotta do, just say the word. Just say the word. Whatever it takes, anything I gotta do. Oh, my love is no lie, babe. Whatever it takes, I will make you mine. My love is no lie, babe. No lie, no lie, no lie, no lie. Yeah, my love is no lie, baby. Whatever it takes, I will make you mine. My love is no lie, babe. No lie, no lie, no lie, no lie, no lie, no lie.
First time I saw ya, you were standing by the door, and I knew that I would never know another love like yours. First fall of snow, and I'm reminded by the vacant cloud of the emptiness I felt inside, the years I lost to solitude. First time I saw ya, there was never any doubt, no question of free will, babe, no getting out. But nobody tells ya the price you gotta pay. No one but me will have you. I'll take your life away. So say you won't never gonna leave me. Say you'll never go. Say you won't ever gonna leave me. It's all I need to know. Say you won't never gonna leave me. Say you never knew a love like mine for you, babe. A love so pure and true. So say you won't never gonna leave me. Say you'll never go. Say you won't ever gonna leave me. That's all I need to know. So say you won't never gonna leave me. Say you'll never go. Say you won't ever gonna leave me. That's all I need to know. Say you won't never gonna leave me. Say you never do. A love like mine for you, babe. A love so pure and true. on standby. Oh, no, 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 no. On standby. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. On standby. On standby. can't carry on. No, I can't carry on. No, no, I can't carry on. No, no, just can't. I can't. I can't. Can't. I can't. right first sight. Or was my mind playing tricks with my heart? Tell me, boy, what is it about you that's got me happy even when my days are blue?
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main auditorium as the next session of the gathering will begin momentarily. Please make your way back into the main auditorium and please remember to fill the seats from the front. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main auditorium so we can kick off the next panel. Please make your way back into the auditorium immediately. Thank you.
My name is Iraj Diaz and I'm from Manila, Philippines. We can change the lives of millions of people around the world struggling from one of the greatest challenges, which is energy poverty. for less than $1, you can light up a family's house practically forever.
You can't just be passing.
I'll blow you. I'll blow you, Mama.
In fact, I'll blow all of you, okay? Get down!
Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. We'd live the life we choose. We'd fight and never lose. For we were young and sure to have our way. La, 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 la.
This time of year, no one should have to eat alone. So get a Nando's 6-pack meal for 6.
Hello, agents, and welcome to the special gathering edition of Puppet Nation.
It's been a long and rough year in politics and day in these seats. So we've decided to brighten things up a little with some musical highlights.
Who would have thought that Mmusi Maimane, Tuli Madonsela, and our very own Justice here were such songbirds?
Thank you. But first, Tim 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 Tim.
When you play the game of cronies, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. Unless you are me, then you keep winning.
Teflon man, does whatever our Franklin can. Nothing sticks, he never pays. He can laugh in a million ways. Look out, here comes Teflon man. Hey.
Here comes the man who's black.
And the man who's black.
White people defender.
What seems to be the problem here, ma'am?
I can't vote for the DA. I mean, I cannot vote for a predominantly white party. Didn't we learn from the past?
Okay, I'm going to need you to look right here.
Welcome to the suburbs of Constantia.
Such a lovely place. Yeah, such a lovely place. Plenty of room in the suburb of Constantia. Think of all the low-cost housing developments that we could just we could build right here.
I can find a loophole. I can find a clause. I will keep you stretching till the bitter end. You must come know by now. You must know me by now. I will take another selfie in a minute, and then another selfie in a minute. You must all know by now. You must know me by now. I'll be a trending topic tomorrow. Don't you know that's why they always love to call me Mr. Martyn?
I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. I am the public protector. I came in like a wrecking ball, aiming it at Zuma's rule. I just wanted to inform you all that it was not a fire pool. It was a swimming pool. A fucking swimming pool. Light the fire pool. Winter is coming.
Give it up for ZAR News. Yes, aren't they brilliant? So much effort, my God, and puppets. What an idea in South Africa. Okay, come on, you lot. Let's all sit down. I'm not going to start this next panel till everyone's seated. That's my new plan. So if you have questions, who's not been here for this morning? One guy at the back. Seriously? Stand up. Where were you? You had a prior appointment. Well, there's no need to be arrogant about it. We all do shit all day. It's okay. I never refer to it as a prior appointment. That's really up your own. Anyway, just say you had a thing. It's busy. Prior appointment. It doesn't matter. That's amazing. We're just going to get the last of people in. Are we seated from the front? We are pretty much. That's not bad going. I see the ladies in red are gently moving back. Well done. The other lady in red is gone. She's left. Where's this woman? Do you know? So you, the lady here, where's the other lady? She was right in front of you. We were just talking about citizen activism. The woman's vanished and you were sitting right there. Doesn't matter, we've got a new one. There we go. That's the beauty of white people. You lose one, just get another one. No problem. So if you really want the benefit of the gathering, what I suggest you do is follow the hashtag, because you won't believe the dialogue generated by people who aren't here. And some of it's really funny because there are incredibly stupid people in the world. Just any reason to be an angry South African. Like they're just angry at things they might have been said, maybe that they may have heard. They have no idea what happened, but that's actually going on. So if you go to sli.do, you can also watch these, and you can also monitor questions. You can log questions and all sorts of shit. So that's very exciting. And have I mentioned Nando's at all in the last 8 minutes? No, Nando's. They're amazing. They're paid for all the shit. They're awesome. So just to get that out the way. Why are you in the front? What's happened here? You're all by yourself, just in the front, just by yourself. Just give us some backstory. I'm not Home Affairs. I'm not asking you for papers. I'm just saying, how did you, because they've all got friends. Look, all friends. Look, all different friends together. You're waiting for your dad. Okay, I'm not even going to pick on you anymore, because now I'm just a bit sad and creeped out for you. Can't he be your dad? Why can't he be your dad? You could build a nation. Do you want a son? You're young. See, this is how we're never going to build this country, ever. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard. I'm too young to adopt a fully functioning adult. That's cuck. Potentially a mummy. So that's that. So just before I bring your panel on, because someone's being mic'd, I just want to raise the issue that what I like about this is it's quite fair. Does anyone feel it's unfair what's going on here? Okay, good, because I have to agree. I feel that things are unfair. Look at these people just streaming in. So lucky there's no stairs here. I'd come and fetch you, I swear to God. Come on, because I am mad. I'm a fully fledged South African lunatic, and I'm tired of people referring to us as perfectly balanced people and a wonderful rainbow nation. I hate all of you, actually, because I'm 42 and there's not enough time left to lie anymore. I'm a lunatic. I was raised in a racist environment, and I'm not going to, that's the truth. Like, I'm just telling you the truth. We can have World Cups and shit and let people out of jail, but that's the truth. I was raised by racist society. My parents, everything around me, I'm not going to say my parents, because that obviously indicts them, and that's not good. But, because, you know, a lot of old white people are innocent, apparently, as they get more frail. And I don't like old people either. I hate all of them because they lied. They told cuck. They didn't have Google and they were ignorant, and we've been told to respect them by them, which is a stupid circular argument. I don't like old people. My gran was awful. In fact, she's dead. And so now I visit her grave often, not out of any sort of reminiscence. I just want to make sure we're all where we're supposed to be. And she said crazy things, because old people can also be very ignorant, you know. She said, if you swallow a seed, you'll grow a tree in your stomach. It's not funny when you fall and you wake up with an erection, you panic. Ah! A root! It's terrifying. No wonder we can't handle AIDS. We've got old people giving us information. That doesn't help. It's ridiculous. The society that I grew up in told me at every turn that black people were dangerous and incompetent and evil. Then my parents went to work and left me with one. So I am a psychopath because I loved her. Thought she was my mom. Thought I was about 9. Great breast milk. So that's that. So we're going to crack on. But you can see I'm just talking cuck now until we get all these people in. This man is choosing his seat very carefully. He's deciding, there, no. I'm going to go back a bit. He may pick on the audience. I'm going to sit here. Whoop, that's a big white guy. Yep, I'm going to sit right here and threaten him until the sun goes down. And now you just told him the joke, which is beautiful. That is a beautiful thing. And then a dude in front of the rope, just be cool. We don't know yet. We don't know. Okay, it's fine. And then straight past you in the red shirt, there was a little signal there. He's on his own. He has one trouble. Right. So to welcome the next panel, I have. I'm going to say this name properly. Watch this, because I wrote it down and everything. Your next moderator, I know nothing about him whatsoever. Arabile Gumedi. Here he comes. Arabile, you can sit anywhere you like. And your panel is business, is that right? It's a business panel. Okay, that's very good. And you are doing that because you've done accounting at school. Well done. These are all the guests. Very good. You may sit anywhere you like. It's a Nando's event. There's no hierarchy. You can do whatever you like. Did you do anything else other than accounting? Is that it? You did accounts for? And then after that, you went to university. Varsity, there we go. Now you're talking like an Australian guy. And you did well in accounting?
Let's just say I passed.
Okay, let's leave it at that. He could run SAA at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, the business panel.
I think John has certainly made sure that the world will no longer see me as a credible source for accounting anymore. Sadly, I won't be as funny, but of course we got to the business end of today's gathering, and of course it's no laughing matter when we get to things that pertain to the economy, our own money, the wealth of the country, and where we go to from here. Many would obviously tell you that we're sitting in dire straits as a country. No matter what the situation is, no matter who you are, no matter what class you sit in with regards to South Africa's economy. So we will begin by just giving our esteemed panelists some time to give you their thoughts, and we will hopefully lead off with some discussion points from there. We will begin with the political economist, who is also deputy chairman of the South African Institute of International Affairs. He's an author, a former journalist as well, spent some time at the BBC, and is chairman of African Resources and Logistics Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mwele Zimbeki. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here. I have to also thank the Daily Maverick for organizing such a fantastic event where South Africans talk to one another, which we don't do often enough. We are often being talked to by somebody higher up. At least today we're talking amongst ourselves. I also have to thank Nando's. My only complaint against Nando's is that I wish they could label which drumsticks are made in South Africa and which are coming from the United States, so that we know what drumsticks. I'm a great eater of drumsticks, but I need to know where they come from. Well, this is a very big topic, as our chairperson has said, the issue of the role of big business. Personally, I have always assumed that big business are the bad guys. They are the cutting edge of the capitalist system, and one of these days they should be crushed. My first encounter, like all South Africans, with big business was, of course, the Dutch East India Company. They are the people who set up our country. But besides setting up our country, they introduced slavery into South Africa, and they developed something called the commando system, which was mainly used as a genocide instrument against the San people in South Africa. My next experience, my parents had a general dealership in the Transkei, in the old Transkei. So we sold from peasant farmers and bought from peasant farmers, most of whom were migrant workers. So my second personal encounter were the mining companies. But my encounter was what they did to the people. Because every now and then, either a body would come from the mines, or somebody would come back coughing their blood out after spending their lifetime in the mining industry in South Africa. One of the things, for those of you who are not South Africans, we are one of the most disease-loaded country, and one of the main culprits of this is the mining industry. So I have always assumed that we have to crush these big companies when the revolution came. But somehow they always survived. The mining companies introduced migrant labor, and now they've been joined by the deputy president of the ANC, the former general secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers, the man concomitant. I saw his favorite word was used there by the comedians earlier. So this has always been my view about big business. However, I had to look at this view prompted by what Deng Xiaoping did in the 1970s. Deng Xiaoping said that China needed 4 modernizations. It needed to modernize its army, it needed to modernize its agriculture, it needed to modernize its industry, and it needed to modernize its science and technology, which we all agreed that this was a good objective. But Deng Xiaoping decided that to modernize his industry of his country, he had to use the multinational corporations. And he set up something called special economic zones, on which the Western multinationals were attracted and tantalized by the size of the Chinese market. But initially, they had to set up in these special economic zones and train the Chinese and export rather than sell into China. So for us who were the supporters of Chairman Mao, this was a great deviation by Deng Xiaoping. So in the West anyway, where I was in the United Kingdom then, there was a great debate about where's China going now with this coalition with the multinational corporations. So a discussion ensued as to what was Deng Xiaoping trying to do, reviving capitalism in China and all that. So what this made me realize, that discussion, was that, well, the multinational corporations are here to stay. If the Chinese think they can work with them to modernize their economy, then we have to realize they're here to stay. In the 80s, which is when I realized even more that the multinational corporations are here to stay, I was in the technical committee of the Commonwealth Sanctions Committee. The Commonwealth Sanctions Committee was set up by the Commonwealth to monitor sanctions against South Africa and to tighten sanctions against South Africa. And I was put in this committee by none other than Mr. Robert Mugabe, who said he wants me to make this committee more militant. I did ask, why don't you put a Zimbabwean? But I was told by the Zimbabweans that, well, you know, it's your problem, this apartheid thing, and you don't want to make it our problem. You go and get the sanctions tightened up. What I didn't realize at the time was that the Zimbabweans had secret negotiations going on with the apartheid regime. That's why they pushed me forward. But one of the things I learned during my stint in the Commonwealth Sanctions Technical Committee was the unintended consequences of the disinvestment. What the disinvestment campaign, the unintended consequence was that it made South African big business even bigger. As the American companies, the European companies, various companies were selling their subsidiaries in South Africa, the South African companies were buying them, so that companies like Anglo-American became Fortune 500 by buying these subsidiaries of these large companies. This, of course, I communicated to the ANC. I was in the research department of the ANC. And one of the things we realized was that this big business in South Africa was getting bigger because of disinvestment. And what that meant was that when the political change did come, the big corporations were going to be a huge obstacle to change, and that there were the new democratic government of whatever party was dominant was going to be faced with these big corporations. So what should be done with big business in South Africa? What I've tried to do is, since I've taken up so much of my time with the introduction, but I thought I should do this introduction because it underlines what the power of big business is. But it also underlines, for those of you who have dealings with China, and one of the panelists here, Martyn Davies, is a specialist on the Chinese economy. What it does underline is that you can, if you are smart enough, like Deng Xiaoping, you can use big business to achieve at least some of your own ends. Where is forward? Next. Okay, oh, it's working. So I'll go through this very briefly, which is what I prepared for today, which is just to point out, if you are going to work closely with big business, if you are going to use big business, first you have to understand what problem are you trying to solve. Many people think we are faced, in fact it has become conventional wisdom that our problem is poverty, inequality, unemployment. Actually, these are symptoms of our problems. Our key problems is a stagnant economy, a rampant, out of control public sector, which we heard about from the civil society speakers about the public sector that is out of control in this country, and of course, single party dominance. These are very important factors. I'll go through very briefly what a stagnant economy does: low labor absorption, of course, high unemployment. This is related to the destruction of the peasantry by the mining industry in the 19th century, high levels of inequality, low social cohesion, the discontent that we have talked about, and of course the issue of demagogy, which is becoming more important in this country. the public sector, the out-of-control public sector that we are seeing in South Africa, this public sector is transferring resources from the productive sector to the public sector. This is one of the major contributors to the stagnation of our economy. Is creating sheltered employment for political supporters. We had a great deal this morning about the incompetence that we see in the public sector, the corruption that's there, the levels the low levels of efficiency in service delivery to the poor in this country. We have a debt-ridden, parasitic, and subsidy-dependent parastatals, massive parastatals inherited from the National Party, which are literally driving, as we know, with organizations like Sunroll, mounting debt for our society. And we have, of course, the declining level of confidence in the state, and there's no getting away that our public sector is corruption-ridden. We have heard about the palace that has been built for one man, and how the whole of Parliament, ANC caucus, spends virtually all its time defending this indefensible. Now, the single-party dominance.
Mr. Mbeki.
Yes, sir. And who's talking to me? Oh, you are.
I just want you to note that you have about a minute left.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. The issue of single-party dominance, which is really the focus of my presentation today. I think we all know what single-party dominance, especially for those of us who lived in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in Tanzania, we know what single-party dominance does. It makes the government officials unaccountable with all that goes with it. So I thought I should just use my minute that's left, because I haven't gotten yet to the point which I need to go to. I won't go through this, but I will just choose the section that says business. Business, where is it? Tries to maintain the economic status quo and protect the interests by co-opting the leaders of the anti-apartheid struggle through transfer of some of the assets to them through black economic empowerment deals. It also safeguards its interests by transferring capital out of the country legally and or illegally. This is also, so big business in this country is one of the main contributors to the economic stagnation of South Africa. So what I ask myself, given what I consider to be our three key problems, what should big business be doing? To me, what big business should be doing is that it should play a role in promoting and supporting genuine multi-party democracy in this country. Now, how should that be done is for all of us in this room and for the rest of us to work out how this should be done. But we are faced with a situation of this rampant corruption, the abuse of public resources by the ruling party. And you will never overcome corruption if there is no political competition. That is the crux of single-party dominance, is that corruption becomes cost-free to the ruling party because there is no political competition. So that is really the point which I wanted to make. Finally, I just want to give you an example of the damage that big business is doing to this country. This is showing capital flight out of South Africa. The average capital flight before '93 was 5.3% of GDP. Today, it is 9.2%, and at some stage goes as far as 20% of GDP, which is the capital that is leaving the country. So if you do not control business this is the damage that you end up with. And with those few words, I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot deny that Mmusi Maimane is a great author. You can just hear from those short words that he would certainly be the ideal man to write a book on big business. But let's move on, and hopefully we can get enough time rather as well for a discussion that we can all have and probably share the thoughts that Mr. Mbeki has put forward. Do remember that you can put through your questions on www.slide.do. So it's sli.do, and hopefully we can get to those questions as well. But next up we have a man who I speak to quite often, an economist, Chief Executive Officer for Pan-African Advisory Services, is also a board member for the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Director of Tourism South Africa, former group economist and Director of Standard Bank, Mr. Iraj Abedian.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. To share a few thoughts, I think every quarter of South Africa that we go to, civil society, business, labor unions, and I would submit, even within government, there is one thing that we all have in common, that we all see problems, that we all agree that we have a problem. In fact, many members of the cabinet are expressing the same views. And that's really a disturbing situation, because we have various stakeholders in the society, most importantly government, business, union or labor unions, and the civil society, all of them saying we have a problem. And nobody does anything about it, other than just counting problems, and in a way talking ourselves and the country into a state of paralysis. Many of our competent bureaucrats are paralyzed by incompetent political bosses. Many of our municipal technicians are literally paralyzed by incompetent and corrupt councillors. And so it goes. So I think we can talk, we can add to that wave of expressing frustrations. But to me, we've done enough of it. We know. And it is time to literally sit back and say, how do we use the power of different stakeholders within the society, and I'm going to focus on business now, to rebuild, to utilize the enormous amount of capability that this economy has. The South African economy, one thing that it has, it's got a diversified resource base, it's got a particular tortured history, but at the same time, it's got a very well-entrenched history of using the resources, and that lies in the business sector. The business sector has to be and will need to be, and I would submit that unless and until the business sector comes to the party to deal with the issues of South Africa, we're going to only further paralyze ourselves. It is not to say that business has been an angel all the time, or business is any more or less angel than any of the politicians. It is creating a balanced structure that these different components of the society will bring their relative strength to deal with the issues that we have. We all know we have the four evils that bedevils us at the moment, but quite frankly, let's just take them one by one. Skills, will politics deal with it? Will civil society rebuild the skills in the society? Sorry? We need to bring the capability of the business sector, and not just big business, right across the spectrum, to deal with the issues of skills. Job creation, which is the only way of getting rid of unemployment, is not going to be done through political movements and politicking. And even those who want to throw this policy out and bring another policy, and I have not yet heard a policy from any political party in this country that has not been tested and tried and failed elsewhere. So do we want to repeat the same thing and pay the price and condemn the unemployed and the poor to another 2 generations of poverty? We need to be responsible. We need to sit back and say, business may have had certain things wrong, as politics has. as many other components of the society. But business has got enormous amount of capability. The sad reality of South Africa at the moment is that the voice of the business is absent. Where are they? In 93, 94, 95, 96, they were part of the discourse. Even when you didn't agree with them, you could at least hear what they've got to suggest. Today, they're all either been literally frightened away, or they are saying, okay, if that's the situation, we're going to go to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. And that is the reality of business. Business is mobile. Business, if you don't create the environment for it, capital particularly moves on. And at the moment, we have an enormous amount of capital flow. At a time that we need every cent that we can get from within and without to build our businesses, create jobs, and deal with poverty issues. And yet, we are not dealing with the issues. So bashing business, in my view, is absolutely the wrong thing, as bad as bashing the unions. A modern society cannot run, expand, be prosperous without well-organized professional trade unions. The same way no society that we know has ever broken the back of poverty and unemployment without a good, competent state, without clean governance, without accountable politicians, without those who are prepared to lead. But lead does not mean extract resources. Lead means bring the different capabilities of the country together. So at the moment, one of the issues that we need to ask the business sector is, where are you? What are you going to bring to the party? Because the unions, they are showing where they are. They are mutilating each other. They are not paying attention to the interests of the workers. And by particularly disengaging from the social issues, the business is creating a space which is a lot of noise but very little constructive interventions. And I suggest that we need to invite the business back into the policy discourse. Business is part of the solution, despite all the risks and dangers that if you give them too much space, capitalists abuse. At the moment, we see business as under threat, the same way that many other elements of the society are under threat. I hear, for example, very often people say media freedom is under threat. That is true. But I can tell you, business is under threat, which is the engine of job creation, which is the engine of generating the resources that we need to deal with our issues of poverty and inequality. And they are under threat because we don't see them as part of the solution. We keep, at the moment, a particular statist attitude or strategy has taken over within government, and by that I mean everything the state must do. We have introduced 129, I think, pieces of legislation last year, all of them constraining doing business. Small business particularly is suffering, but big business suffers as well. The difference between big business and small business is that big business, when in doubt, they chicken out and they move on. Small business has got no option but to suffer in silence. And that is a tragedy that at the moment we have. With all the unemployment and all the disparities that we have, we are daily, weekly seeing ministry after ministry disturbing and destabilizing the business platform. And then the next sentence is, but we want to create jobs. We want to get rid of unemployment and disparities of income. When it comes to disparities of income, business has got a special political economy function to play. They have been and they continue to be the source of maldistribution of income. Because of pay disparities, because of a whole host of factors that I haven't got time to go into. And therefore, we need to engage business. Business got to become part of the solution, not part of either fleeing the country or sitting and saying others are doing worse, we are okay still, and do nothing, which is what's happening. To conclude, therefore, I think the South African economy has got enormous amount of resources, despite all the bad cycle or poor cycle that we go through. The reality is that we need to all, in my view, pool the resources, bring the incredible capabilities of business instead of attacking them, drawing them into becoming part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj. Well, without wasting any further time, I'm going to head off to Martyn Davies, who is the CEO of research strategy and advisory firm Frontier Advisory, lectured by invitation at Harvard University. One can only dream. He was previously an advisor to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development for its Global Development Outlook project, whatever that means.
Still trying to figure it out. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your collective time. I know how valuable it is. This morning, the phrase was used, radical economic transformation. I was in downtown Jozi a couple of days ago, and next to the Gauteng government offices and across the road from the Tuli House, there's very big signage which says exactly that, radical economic transformation. Now, there's a sense, and guys, this morning in this room, it's a very charged atmosphere. Everyone's very emotional, and that's because you care. Very few countries, places, cities I go to, do people care, I think, as much as we do across the spectrum. Now, my sense is this phrase radical implies we have a dramatic sense of urgency, and this needs to be done as soon as possible. There's a book, what's that phrase? Malcolm Gladwell, The Tipping Point. You know that book, yeah? And my feeling is this word radical almost leads us to a thought process that it really is this tipping point coming very soon in this society. And this is what was alluded to this morning, which concerns me no end. Now, I want to couch this by saying, don't shoot the messenger, please. But I want to put this in the global context initially and highlight for you the not unique, but certainly prevalent set of challenges we have here in South Africa and how it relates to business. But ultimately, what we're all talking about is the political economy of growth. Mletsi talks about the challenges of slow or stagnant economy. Now, economic growth, I believe, is the oxygen which makes successful societies. So how do we kickstart this growth thing? If we rewind, I looked at the data on this. The last century and a half, what is the average period that the global economy, or even in certain cases regional economies, have taken to recover from crisis? The average recovery period from crisis, I'll tell you, is 4.9 years. 4.9. Now, our crisis started in sometime late 2008, arguably. We are, 7 years in, and there's no sight of bottom. Is that sort of a general consensus? If we go back to 2007, and running over data missed from our IMF, and IMF, I joke, if you're from Greece these days, it means I'm fired, yeah? But in 2007, and I got to put this in context, you know where we are right now. In 2007, only 3 countries did not grow. Only 3. Zimbabwe, the DRC, and Fiji. Only 3. Now that's not terribly important, but what's more important for us especially, and South Africa is included in this, in 2007, how many countries grew at 5% or more? Now 5% in today's current global economy is a stellar performance. The answer in 2007, 114. 114 countries are growing at 5% or more. As it was a synchronized growth trend, rising tide lifted all boats, now we're moving to this multi-speed world. My conclusion here is, guys, the race is clearly structural. Some countries will figure it out, some won't. Now we hear this phrase often, structure reform. It's very simple. Structural is a euphemism for politically difficult to do. Think labor, think cost of state, and this general catch-all word which sounds easy but not so easy, infrastructure. That's what structural really is. Some countries will figure it out, some, I'm afraid, arguably will not. We have, I would say in the last 7-8 years, we've wasted a good crisis. Never waste a crisis. We've wasted one. So what's a precedent here for business? There is a precedent. I spent a lot of many of you know, formative years in Asia. Let's say we were in China many years ago together. And if I was in Japan in 1990, just after the bubble burst in Tokyo and sort of recession was hitting, and I said to Japanese policymakers, MITI mostly, if I said to these guys, you know, no matter what you do for the next 20, 25 years in trying to reform, throwing money at the problem, structural reforms, whatever you try, you're not going to grow for 25 years. You're not. You're going to remain a flatline economy. The guys who looked at me and said, you're crazy, Martyn. That's what's happened. Compare that to South Korea in 97, where I was living at the time. Financial crisis, government was bankrupt, the biggest IMF bailout ever, November 2007. It was $60 billion. Within 2 years, recovered from crisis. Are we like the Japan of Africa? Slow growth, momentum economy, but with a fantastic cluster of corporates, which are rapidly becoming, after 1990, Japanese companies rapidly became multinationals. Are we doing the same? And Iraj, you mentioned that, going to Africa. Where we should be, where South Africa is amongst the 3 slowest growing countries right now on this continent. 3. And the other 2, you don't know who they are. Not very pleasant places to go. We should be the Germany of Africa. We're more like Japan is to Asia. So there is precedent for us. The political economy of growth is undoubtedly flawed. One thing I have to say is we've heard this phrase, and it's often put out by many, this developmental state concept. And use the word earlier, Maletia, is capitalism. The world has changed. It's no longer about capital. Capital is free. You go to North America, you go to Western Europe, first world developed capital markets, money is free. Interest rates are 0. It's like wireless. It's like water almost. It's like air. Money's free. It's not about capitalism, it's about talentism. The countries, organizations that succeed, business in this case, we've always been embraced talent. It's not about capitalism. That's a debate pre-1989. It's about talentism. So I want to move away from this notion of developmental states. If you still believe in that, well, ESCOM Exhibit A. But ultimately, we all want in this room, we all agree we want a performance state, don't we? A performance accountable state. And that provides an enabling environment for business. 2 last points, and I've got to be critical on this. A major thrust of our economic policy, i.e. business, economic development, business creation, is beneficiation. Who believes in beneficiation? Kind of uncertain. A few of you do. Simple question. Who makes the world's best chocolate? The Swiss, yeah. How much cocoa is grown in Switzerland? 0. Who has one of the greatest, most competitive steel sectors in the world? Japan. How much iron ore do they have in the ground? 0. Botswana has all the diamonds. Where are diamonds cut and polished? 76% by value globally. India, one town called Surat. Guys, my conclusion, resources confer 0 comparative advantage in an economy. If you want a resource, put it on a boat. It'll arrive in 3 weeks' time. Australia, my commissioner, has all the iron ore it needs in the world. Western Australia, it's like a stereotypical sort of sub-Saharan African solid commodity-driven economy. But no steel sector. If we believe that our business model should remain digging a hole and beneficiating resources, whatever that means, I'm afraid that is so 19th century. Simple test, if I may. Everyone's got one of these, yeah? iPhones. If you look on the back in very small print, it says designed in California. Chinese government did a study recently trying to figure out what percentage of the value of this phone, which is manufactured in China, assembled, remains in China. 1.2 million people, Taiwanese factory, Shenzhen head office, amongst other places in China, put this stuff together, these phones. 3% of the value of this phone resides in China, 3%. The coltan and the stuff that goes in it comes out of a DRC, probably 0.0 something percent. 4, 5, 6%, whatever, comes from logistics and transportation, marketing. But where's the value lie? Value lies in California. we have to decide, do you want jobs or do you want value? Unfortunately, any job doing this, assembling things, is being made obsolete by technology and robotics. So my conclusion on this one is that the only resource that counts is what's potentially in your people. Suze, I've caused any offense here. Some fool recently put a study together and figured out that South African resources in the ground are valued at $2.4 trillion US. Do you see that study? Who comes up with this? Commodities change in price by the second. $2.4 trillion. Don't shoot a messenger, it's worth nothing. I tell you why. The most successful developing countries in the last 50 years have had zero resources. Think Japan, think Korea, think Singapore, think Taiwan, think many of the, even China, I think it's got its coal. China did not become rich by saying, how do we beneficiate rice? The US did not become the world's greatest economy by beneficiating grain. Expand our mindsets, create value through innovation and what's potentially in people, not what's on the ground. Thank you, unnecessary. My very last point is South Africa has something unique. It's like in the DNA of business in this place. I don't know what it is, but there's only one country in the world that has created more international, multinational companies from the same developing economy, the same population size as us. It's South Africa and it's South Korea. The Mexicans, the Taiwanese, the Chinese, the Brazilians, the Argentinians, the Turkish, no other emerging economy has been able to create those globally competitive multinationals than what we have. It's us and the Koreans. Think about it. Going forward, and again, coming to the Koreans, companies like Hyundai, Samsung, Daewoo, you know those fantastic companies. How many resources does Korea have? Zero, but it has the highest PhD per capita in the world. Go figure. My last sentence. South Africans, I implore all of us in this room and beyond, the global headwinds are significantly against us. Countries now have to work to grow. Pre-2008, everybody was. A rising tide of capital, liquidity, lifted all boats. My concluding statement, we will never be internationally competitive if we're so internally divided. Best we figure it out. Thanks.
One can certainly say that if we didn't have one more person to speak, we could certainly end the panel right there. Really, really great words there by Martyn Davies. Well, now we go to somebody who I should admire because she finished off what I didn't. She's a qualified chartered accountant. I left that to become a journalist. Go figure. She's a non-executive director at Absa Group and serves as a director at various companies, including Vodacom, I might add. Kuba has served as Chief Executive Officer of mining investment and exploration company Mvela Panda and became the youngest Chief Executive Officer of a JSE-listed company. Ladies and gentlemen, Yolanda Kuba.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to say to my panelists here, saving the best for last. Thank you very much. Okay. I have to say that. You know, preparing for this talk this afternoon, I thought, because I'm the true representative of business, we have lots of consultants there. I mean, that's what I call them. Okay. I thought, let me first mesmerize you with some key stats around GDP growth and all those kind of things. But then I saw the EFF, and I thought, I'm not going to do that because they must probably have all the stats right there ready to question me on it. So I'm not going to do that today. But instead, I'd like to talk to you about something that actually has started to worry me some in the last, most probably couple of years. And that is, there is this discourse that's happening or subliminally or explicitly that says it's bad to make a profit. Business exists because they make a profit. So right now we have CEOs who actually worry in the boardrooms about the profitability of their companies. And I'm saying that's wrong. The reason why we have small businesses, the reason why there is someone or a group of people or a group of corporations that are able to turn what is essentially scarce resources into real money, into economic transformation, into real economic kind of cogwheeling, into SMME development, into actually making sure that even small businesses actually survive, is big business. And the reason why they're doing it is because they are sustainable. What makes them sustainable? Essentially, it's called a profit. Maybe it's my accounting background, or is Arabile's accounting background that taught us that. But I can tell you now, you can look at our neighbor next door and say, what has happened to Zimbabwe? What has essentially happened to Zimbabwe is that they completely extinguished their tax base. What does big business enable us to do? They enable us to actually have a tax base. You are employed by a company. It is big corporates that actually starts from a primary industry to a secondary industry, and then most entrepreneurs actually operate in the tertiary kind of environment. And if we don't actually accept this as a principle from which we actually depart, then we're going to get into a lot of trouble. Because that is why even a few months ago, maybe even it might be 2 or 3 years ago, Vavi actually said something instructive. And he said, we cannot have socialist outcomes using a capitalist paradigm. And I think that's correct. Initially, I was like, what is this guy saying? But he was essentially correct. What we should be doing, however, as business is thinking about whether it is important for us to reframe what capitalism is. What are the other components of capitalism or other social issues that should actually come into the discourse? By the way, all of us have pensions, I would hope at least, but we have our parents and so on that do have them. The reason why they are able in 10 years' time to still have purchasing power, those pensions that they're making today, is because businesses are growing above the rate of inflation. Who are the people that are invested today on the JSE? Mostly it's you and I, through our pensions, through the PIC for those who work in government. And it's important, therefore, to remember that this profit kind of essence is key to our growth. I like how Michael Porter actually puts this. He says, you know, in what has happened over time in business and in communities and in societies is that there is this notion that has grown and actually found roots in our society that says business profits from causing social harm. I thought EFF would be actually agreeing with that. He says business profits from causing social harms or social problems. And I want to tell you that's the old paradigm. That is the old paradigm. The new paradigm is that actually, when you look at it and objectively do so, is that actually business profits from solving social problems. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. The example is very simple. If, for example, I have 100 employees and they all fall ill, I have no one to actually work for me. But if I start investing for a profit in healthcare systems, actually, I become more productive and I make more profit and I become more sustainable. What has been the problem with a lot of social systems that we have designed, like even some of the initiatives that are done by NGOs and even government at some point as well, is that they become unsustainable. The reason for the unsustainability is that it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not a virtuous cycle that says you actually create something in order to make a profit, in order to reinvest again. That's the reality of the situation. So what am I here to tell you today? I'm here to tell you that big business is not the enemy. I'm here, and I'm going to acknowledge that one, to say, yes, there are some people in business that are greedy. But business as a whole is not, because it has to be sustainable. One of the things that has been mentioned by the panelists is that big business has actually survived sanctions, have survived all these other things. There's a reason why it happened. The reason that it happened is because they actually, even in the bad situations, are able to actually make sure that they actually keep on rolling over. And what keeps them rolling over? What keeps them interested in South Africa instead of in another country? It's not around exploiting more. It's not around exploiting more. It's that the paradigm from which they operate actually allows them to actually keep on generating a profit and make them sustainable. So, if big business is not the enemy, and government is not the enemy, and the NGOs are not the enemy, who then is the enemy? I want to contend to you today that the real enemy that we should all be actually grappling with is unemployment. It's inequality, it's poverty, under-education, under-investment, and all the kind of unders you can think of. That's what we should be working collectively to actually solve. Instead of someone coming to me and telling me about the BEE codes and the 100 pages that are there to interpret the codes, then I actually need someone with a PhD to tell me how to calculate how many points I get on this element and that element. It's actually now, for me, more about actually standing back and saying, if these are the enemies, how do we make sure that two things happen? Because there's one thing that we've learned over time, is that business will always be here. Two, that they'll always be sustainable. So how do we use that notion or that paradigm in order to make sure that we actually effect social change? And for me is to say, actually, how do we allow for business to make a profit and still have social impact? How do those two things actually coexist together? And I'm going to tell you there is a way of them actually coexisting together, and that's called responsible capitalism. In fact, the first sort of sight or hope I had of that is actually the AGOA process, the chicken process that was mentioned earlier, where government and business actually came together. Government acknowledged that business needs to make a profit, because that's the only reason that process actually happened. Because otherwise we're saying that other than unemployment is that business will go out of business, and government couldn't actually accept that as a departure point. So for me, there is hope that there are social systems, there are social compacts, and there are commercial compacts that we can get into with government and other stakeholders in order to make sure that we are actually successful in the new paradigm. The problem for big business is not the will to effect positive change. The problem for business is that we have been taught that to stand alone and say something when you are not happy, like Paul Harris, for example, around crime, you get chastised. So what has big business done? We've gone into a herd mentality. We've said we'd rather be wrong together when it comes to social change than to be right alone. And that is unfortunate. But that's how we've been trained by the critics, by the politicians, and everyone else who actually doesn't want a voice that is different to their own. We saw this with Raul Khoza when he criticized the government of our country. We also saw it with a number of other people. In fact, Gloria Serobe, the other day, I read that she was saying business is shying away from their responsibility. I'm saying to everyone, we have been taught to do so, and that needs to change. We cannot be bystanders in our own country. Big business has a role to play. Sustainability depends on business actually being successful. Sustainability depends on business being socially aware and making sure that they are able to make a social change. The real trade-off between social problems and economic prosperity is no trade-off at all. Big business is willing and is happy to actually engage on social issues. I therefore encourage all of us when we go into the debate that is going to happen now to actually open our minds up to what I call Business 2.0. A new way of thinking about business, and in a way that is collaborative, in a way that is able to allow companies to say, we want a profit while making social change. We have seen that social change can be profitable. We see it with electric cars, for example. When you ask business to effect social change and make it profitable for them, they will make the social change that you require.
Yolanda.
So from my perspective, what I would like to encourage all of us to do is to say, let's fight a common enemy. Let's not fight each other. I thank you.
Certainly very difficult to ply any of our panelists away from the podium, it seems. We don't really have too much time actually for a debate at this point in time, but it's really great to see the thoughts, to see the ways in which we can change our economy and think of it not only as business against us, but really as a cohesive and one economy that would be able to grow all on its own. From this debate and what we're about to do now, we don't have too much time, but what I'm going to try and do is come out with solutions. We know the problems, 2% GDP growth, unemployment, etc. We know all the problems. The solutions now are the key and most important part of where this conversation should be going. So I'm going to start with the only rose among the thorns, and perhaps she can just finish off her thought as well. How do we reclaim that spot of most competitive in Africa as in terms of business, in terms of economy? How do we satisfy the quench to be number one in Africa?
I think the first thing we have to do, Arabile, is actually go back to basics. What does it take to be competitive in any kind of environment from a business point of view? It's an enabling environment. Government has to create an enabling environment. Government has to roll out the red carpet, not the red tape, in order to succeed. The second issue, as always, is capability. And when I talk about capability, I'm not in any way talking about the skills development issue for young people and this and so on and so on. I'm talking about the enablement. It's the skills, it's the resources in order to do it, and all the other elements, the processes and so on, that actually enable that. Talentism that you actually spoke about, Martyn. Those are key in terms of capability. And that's where we actually, I find, we lack a lot. And we are not ready to actually even acknowledge that we actually do have a skills gap. When you talk to government, they say, no, there's no skills gap. Of course there are areas of skills gap. So we have to acknowledge it and say, where do we get it? How quickly can we get it? And can we accelerate that? So for me, those are the two things. The third one is government and other stakeholders should make it easy, make it more comfortable for businesses to take risks. That's what businesses are there for. In the last 5-6 years, there's been capital formation like you've never seen on the balance sheet of companies in this country. We are not using our capital. And the reason why we're not is because we are not comfortable to take a risk. When a mining company decides that it's now ready to actually invest in a mine, it's saying, I'm taking a 20-year decision. When Cecil says, I'm investing 200 million in the US, it's saying, I'm taking, 200 billion in the US, it's actually taking that kind of risk. It's actually taking a 20-year, 30-year, 40-year view on its money. And those are the things that we have to start understanding, that it's not a quick, let's get it done quickly kind of recipe. It's not that. It's not instant, and it's actually long-term.
If we keep Moeletsi Mbeki's definition then of big business, and we say it's about making sure that big business maintains the economic status quo. Iraj, last year we had the platinum strikes, which were the biggest hindrance to, of course, growth in South Africa. This year we have electricity shortages. That, and amongst other things, of course. How do we alleviate those issues and still ensure that business does not feel sort of excluded from the conversation?
I think the issue is not that the business is not feeling part of the solution. Every part of the society is feeling excluded. I mean, energy, for example, one of the biggest problems that we have. I've said it in other fora, South Africa's energy problem forever could be solved in 14 to 16 months. Why? Because the technology is available, we have the resources. Why is it not happening? Because those who know, they are not around the table. Those who have caused the problem, they're reconstituted to solve the problem. And that's not the way to deal with it. The issue of education, I don't have time, I understand. The issue of education, we must bring the best of South Africans who have, and of course beware, as I think Seppo mentioned, that we mustn't go with the template of privatize or nationalize. These are all debates of the 19th century. For God's sake, nationalization, privatization, arrive in the 21st century. All our problems we can solve. And what I think Martyn related to, and I want to just expand on it, there is no single problem that South Africa has that South Africans do not have the solution for. The problem is we are not bringing them around the table. We either say these are red, these are blue, these are yellow, those are black, these are white, these are female. We are so good at disintegrating the wholesome society. And as opposed to saying, what have we got that is part of our solution? Are you red? Come in. Are you blue? Come in. Then there won't be any problem, and there is no shortage of solutions. South African companies, not only in a big corporate world, South African companies are at the forefront of solving other countries' education problem, other countries' health problem, other countries' banking problem, but not here. Something is wrong.
An interesting point you mentioned there, however, is that the leadership is where it all lies. So, well, let's see, where do we find the leadership? Who do we look to? Where do we look to? In what context do we stand and say we will now look towards business or just to government to actually solve the problems we're sitting with?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm optimistic about South Africa, but I know we have a very tough road ahead of us. And as has been said by the panelists, we know what the answers are. But we have vested interests in this country. South Africa is not a new country. South Africa is a very old country. We're as old as the United States of America. The economy of South Africa is as old as the American economy. Who set it up? Who controls it? Those people have vested interests. You cannot just stand up and say, oh, this is what you must do, that is what we must do. We have new vested interests. Let me just add, before I add this, the South African private corporations tamed the ANC. The ANC is a 100-year-old party. But when it gets to power, they dangled carrots in front of them, and they are all in the pocket of big business. So they completely put the ANC into their pocket. And this is, so how are you going to bring about the change if change agents keep being bought off by the existing vested interests who want to preserve the mode of operation of today?
So are you saying we look towards business then to lead us out of this?
No. I have said that we need a real multi-party system in this country. Now, this is going to be painful to my friends in EFF because they think they are the solution. But we need to create a party, and I'm not saying EFF should be excluded. We need to create one or two other parties that can match the ANC. Today, we don't have such parties. Now, that's how you begin to be able to bring change. The most advanced country in Africa, you know what it is? It's Mauritius. Why? Mauritius has a functioning multi-party system. Every other election, you get a new party coming in with new ideas, and that's how Mauritius has been able to move from being a pure sugar economy to one of the most diversified economies in Africa today.
Fantastic, thank you so much. In looking for perhaps this revolution, though, Martyn, do we compete amongst ourselves? Do we compete as Africa? Do we compete as BRICS? Or do we actually come together and say, what is it that you have that could help me? And what is it that you have that could, so we could help each other and make an inclusive growth for all of us?
You know, if you comment, we need a revolution, let me address that if I may. We don't, we need an evolution. Three things, in my mind, destroy wealth and destroy societies, in no particular order. It's conflict, it's corruption, and it's ideology. Those three. And the story of a large number of countries in this region the last 50 years have been exactly that. Some, unfortunately, have had all three simultaneously. In South African case, I was staggered. My numbers may be up, but not by much. Let me address all three briefly, and then answer the question. Is last year, which country had the greatest number of deaths from civil conflict globally? It's pretty easy. Syria. Number 3 was, no, I haven't skipped a number intentionally. Number 3 was Iraq. Number 4 was Afghanistan. Number 2 was South Africa. 47 murders a day on average in this country. Now, for me, we can call it, you know, whether it's the reasons behind it. It's not a state of, someone mentioned earlier, we're in a state of war. The death rate resembles that of a conflict economy. I agree. He spoke about the premature deaths through a tragedy of HIV/AIDS, etc. But I don't know what it is in this country, guys. We're all so stressed out. Everyone, the friction in the society. You see driving here, I'm sure this morning, when you get home, at work, and you're watching TV, there's just so much stress in the system. And talk about leadership. For me, the key objective of leadership should be, not rulership, but leadership, should be to de-stress the system and say, guys, it's going to be okay. We're not going to have a calamitous revolution. We're going to evolve, and we're going to get better. For me, that's the first thing. The second thing on corruption, I'll state the obvious. The people who get hurt the most from corruption are the poorest people in society, always. Fact. And if you're living in China up until the late 70s, under Chairman Mao, if you're living in perhaps arguably Russia today, parts of it, if you're living in India until very recently, you know what I'm talking about, and if you're honest, you'll agree with me. So that's a given. The third issue, ideology. And as Iraj said, we're having these debates. Everything's an ism. The only ism I want is pragmatism and practicality. And it's amazing, guys, there's this unbelievable tool that all of us have at our disposal. We seem to ignore it. It's called Google. Because you can get any piece of information, anything, from entire human evolution and before that, in a split second. And guess what? It's free. Now, for me, it's fairly obvious. Collect the data of the last couple of centuries, and all these isms always end in tears. They don't work. So the only ism, if I can say that we need, is pragmatism. And ultimately, guys, this is a long-term play here. I'm not terribly, and don't shoot me down for this, I'm not terribly concerned about, everyone this morning, it's always, most conversations in this country are looking through the rearview mirror. It's all about redress. Now, as many of you know, I said earlier, I lived in sort of large parts of Asia. We've gone through unbelievably traumatic histories. Unbelievably. But in that part of the world, most of the time, very progressive societies, high growth, mostly inclusive, but getting there at least. People don't for a rearview mirror. They don't look for a rearview mirror. They look for the windshield. It's about a future vision. I want political leaders, leadership in this country, to set a vision for the future rather than constantly referring to a past. Because I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. What happened 5, 10 years ago, whatever, let's move on. What's ahead is the most important thing for me. Guys, you'll disagree with me. I'm living for the future. I'm living for my family and my children. Their future is the most important thing for me, not my past or anyone else's past.
Certainly some interesting thoughts, ones that some might agree with, some would disagree, of course, and you're all, of course, entitled to your opinion. I want to acknowledge the questions that have been coming through via Slido. It's ones that I'm going to leave you with, sadly, because we've run out of time for this discussion, and it's, of course, a debate that can continue for decades on end, and, of course, looking at the future, it's quite important for us to look at solutions, and I thought that's what we should end off on. But I'll leave you with all of these questions. Of course, the first one, however, is growth really the key when 99% of new wealth goes to the top 1%? The second question that I want to leave you with is, should corporates be required to pay a living wage? And the final one is, will Moeletsi Mbeki's presentation be available for download? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, our esteemed panel of business experts. Thank you so much. That was very well done. I mean, I'm shocked that you never finished your CA. So that's amazing. Another round of applause for our fantastic experts in business. All brilliant, amazing information about business and finance, and nobody really talks about the fact that if you spend it all, there's none left, and then you eradicate money so you can hide your bullshit, and then you just pretend and send each other emails, and then there's no money, and then one day we all wake up and realize that there's just, we don't know. We have no idea where the money is, and then you just go to the bank to get a home loan, and then they don't even give you the money to buy the house. They send you an email, and that says you've got the money in theory. And then you give an email to the person selling the house, and then they give you a fucking house, okay? That's part of the problem, is we don't have any money anymore, but everyone's got email. It's just a short economics lecture, because all of these people will tell you about the economic meltdown. Nobody will tell you how it happened. There wasn't enough money. That's the whole story. We borrowed more than there was, and then there was none, because we allowed bankers to travel to the future using derivatives and come back to the present and lend us the money we should have in the future if we got there and everything was fine. And we spent it now, and then we all went there and went, fuck, where's the money? Well, you can never get money back you borrowed in the past from yourself in the future, arse. Anyway, I've got a standard 8, and I worked that out. So you can have all these experts talking about shit, but it really it's so simple. Don't spend what you don't have. Asshole. Okay, so there you go. That was that. Now we have a fantastic interlude, and I really hope you enjoy this. Every year I look forward to watching this man perform. Please really give it up for the wonderful Mr. Andrew Miller.
Good afternoon. I'd like to talk to you today about violence and the hatchet that is not buried. But if you bear with me a bit, I'm going to start with love because maybe we need 2 minutes of that. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot. It's a really weird experience for me to be here. This is my third gathering. And I often wonder why and how the hell I ended up here blabbering at you. And so in order to kind of find my space, I think back to my own life. So I started writing poems 21 years ago when I was at university, and I stumbled into this poetry tutorial where you had to write poems and present them and have them critiqued and stuff. And so I did that, and I was ready. I was ready to write poems because my first ever girlfriend, my first trip to the front lines of romance, well, she had just hopped into bed with my best friend. So I was ready to write poems, poems about love, you know, poems about the morality of love, poems about the evilness of woman, that kind of stuff. And I really enjoyed it because I managed to work through the emotions of this thing that had happened to me, and I obviously developed a fondness for the techniques of poetry and so forth as well. And that's where this weirdness started for me. When I look back at myself 21 years now later, I see myself doing something else as well. You know, when you've been publicly humiliated, and that's what happens when you're at university involved in any kind of love triangle, you've kind of lost your social ranking, you know. So what you really want to do is stop the world and make an announcement and say, listen, world, I just need to tell you I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be better than fine. I'm going to be fantastic, but you can't stop the world, you know. And so you sense your place in the world really starting to get fragile, you know. And when I look at myself writing poems and communicating them in that tutorial and so forth at English, I see myself now operating as much in the subtext as in the text. You know, the text was the morality of love and evil woman and all that kind of stuff, but I was obviously also sending messages that I needed to send to my peer group, you know, and I was reclaiming some of my social ranking by doing that, you know, the subjects I chose to write about and how I chose to write about them, you know. So that's where all of this started for me. So I wrote a poem a few years ago about that time and space in my life. And it's not a poem about any of that stuff, but it's really just a reflection I had a few years ago on the irony of the fact that you can find any number of people to teach you how to write poetry, how to do a rhyming couplet, all that kind of stuff. But you never get anyone who can teach you how to be alive, how to be a poet, how to have your heart stomped, how to grow up as a structural racist, how to grow up in the township, all those things that actually are what it means to be a poet. And of course, we're all poets. That's why we love music and all of that kind of stuff. So the poem is called, what is it called? The poem is called, wait, I'll get it in a second, Kids Writing Poems. Yeah, there we go. And it goes like this. They taught us to write poems at varsity. Start with a brick, said the professor. Enough of the I, me, me, me. Of course, he had spent the last 20 years sitting in that chair. Start with a butterfly, he said. The pavement, write about that. With his assistant, young feminist, schooled in Bukowski. So we did. We trotted around, eyes to the sky, looking for poems, unable, despite instruction, to see the cracks widening the pavement. Me, I wanted to write about the girl who had recently... But also, I knew all he had on us, that professor, was a couple of decades of bad kiddie verse, narrowed horizons, thwarted ambitions. He wanted us to see his cracks and widen them, carve out the dark clouds. But we were only 18, 19, 20. And worse, we were white kids writing in Africa. Now, looking back, I think pity. We could have learned a whole lot more about poetry if he had just sat back and wept. So here I am 21 years later, and the question I have to ask myself, the question I have been asking myself is, am I still the same person? Do I still do the same things when I write poetry? Am I still working my way between text and subtext? And the answer, of course, is a pretty unnerving yes. You know, if you take away love and you inject politics, the future of South Africa, all this kind of stuff, well, essentially I'm doing the same thing. So yes, I'm here today because I want to add my little bit to the positive development of South Africa and all of that kind of stuff. And of course, I'm also here today because I've got a book on the shelves which I need you to buy. So where is the weighting between my text and my subtext? I still find that very difficult to answer. in today's environment. And I think this is as it should be for all of us. We are all subtextual hustlers. That's really why we're here today. I mean, there is the text of the gathering. There are the things people are going to say, but we can all predict what everyone is going to say quite far in advance. Really, we're here for the gossip. We're here for the rumor, the innuendo, the ability to chat around the coffee table, and also to rub shoulders with people maybe with more weight or importance than us who could give us new ideas, maybe advance our careers, and all of that kind of stuff. Wait. Is that it? So we're all subtextual hustlers. And, I think this has always been the way of global politics. Journalists and politicians combine, and we all operate in this magnificent kind of paradigm where we course these two things, and we all, of course, want to be famous and heard and powerful and all of that kind of stuff. And of course, it's difficult for all of us when we're writing our opinion pieces and so forth to plot exactly where our own personal ambitions end and our subject begins. I think one of the interesting things that has happened in the last 21 years, though, is that the whole world has now become very familiar and very able in the subtextual environment, So Facebook and Twitter and so forth, now everyone's a subtextual hustler, and we love it. We're growing as a human species this incredible kind of sci-fi muscle to operate in this realm of text and subtext, and that applies to politicians and journalists and rock stars and mothers posting pictures of their children, And it's a very fascinating kind of environment, and we just at the beginning of the sci-fi era, we know that the algorithm is hovering over us and guiding us, We know that the algorithm actually understands us better than we understand ourselves. The algorithm will feed us the information we like and the information we like to oppose, So we're rushing off into the sci-fi environment, and it's all quite fantastic, but I have this feeling that for every ounce of muscle we gain in the subtextual environment, we may be losing it in the real world, in that fleshy human world where you don't have your smartphone with you. Where you look someone in the eye and they start telling you stuff that you cannot believe that this person is thinking in this way because it's diametrically opposed to yourself. And, if you were in your algorithmic environment, of course, you would just tap into your cell phone and write a tweet or an opinion piece about it. But when you're in the real world and people start invading farms, when people start pushing over statues, when someone has the temerity to make a statement of the wildly obvious at a literary festival, then we seem so pathetic, We can't compose anything other than another opinion piece or a blog, or a particularly savage tweet. Yeah. So I wonder if we are going to, in the next 5 or 10 years, start to really struggle as we gain strength in the virtual space with the human space, with what it is to be a human being looking another human being in the eye and not particularly relating to what they say. So within this context, I'd like to share 2 stanzas of a poem that doesn't belong to me, a poem by a man named Unathi Slasher, S-L-A-S-H-S-H-A. You can Google him, and the poem is called Hatchet Not Buried, and you'll find it on the Badilisha Poetry Exchange. And for me, this is a great example of some of the voices we're starting to hear in South Africa. It's a great poetic example from someone who was born in Dispatch and lives in the Eastern Cape and is involved with Rhodes Must Fall, the idea of black identity, the idea of history, and so forth and so forth. So the first stanza I'm going to recite is the conclusion of the poem, and really it's a racial challenge, the kind of racial challenge we all understand very well, we recognize very well in South Africa right at this time. And then I'm just going to slip into another portion of the poem, which is a very long poem, And in the second portion of the poem, this is where the poet refers to the idea of the hatchet not being buried. I fell over backwards to grab this. If the Rainbow Nation means we are all together in the melting pot, consider this. Why is it that blacks are sweating in the kitchen, doing the filthy job, while whites are relaxing at the holiday spot? My hatchet is not buried, I carry it to remove flies from the foreheads of the black cargo merchants. Identity fragments handicapped traces, the soul remnants from blackness. I just chuckle at some churchmen who urge men to turn the other cheek. Still get unpleasant hints. Too many elders preach wisdom, yet minds are limp. I pledge to find the links. So I butchered his poem a bit. I think the first stanza I may have got a little bit wrong. And I also recognize that in doing this thing, I'm doing what so many people have a real justified issue with in South Africa. The white guy injects himself into the black man's story, talks about the Kasi as if he understands it, talks about violence like he's experienced it, and then waddles back to the house that apartheid built. You know, but I'm willing to take the risk because I think that this kind of voice needs to be heard, you know. And I think that metaphorical image, my hatchet is not buried, I carry it. Well, now there's an image poetically of our age, you know. What an image, it's an image of history. When you read Unathi Slash's whole poem, because it's a very long poem, he refers not only to the slave traders, he refers to the 100 Years' War, the War of the Axe, all these kinds of things, you know. We recognize that the hatchet is not buried. This idea of the young poet walking around with a hatchet is quite freaky because of the following line, because he's using the hatchet to remove the fly from a slave trader's forehead, and that's a very tricky business. You could get it wrong so easily. And that's why, for me, that's the line of the last 5 years poetically. It captures our current struggle with history in South Africa, you know. We are really struggling with history. Of course, that's a scary thing, but it's also an opportunity. You know? The interesting thing about history for me in South Africa at the moment is where we all choose to decide that history begins. I think we all make an instinctive decision every day as to where our history begins. Some of us instinctively decide it's in 1994, maybe 1948, maybe 1913, maybe the 100 Years' Wars, and further back, and further back. My feeling is when you make that decision instinctively without really thinking about it, as we must now in the new South Africa, then you can get caught in that situation where you turn the corner and you come face to face with another South African and you just think, oh my God, what is going on? When you start to think actively about history, you can start to manipulate the paradigm, you know, because that's the fantastic thing about history is that it's so malleable, you know. So many of the conflicts we have at the moment are conflicts of history. When the white minority capital are facing off against the miners, well, that's a clash of historical timeframes, really. Because the owners of the mines will view the financial equation over a 10 or a 15 or a 20-year period, and they'll say, well, the mine cannot afford to pay the spectacular double wage. But of course, the workers are viewing the profit and loss of the mining companies over a 100-year period. And when you do that kind of maths, you come up with all sorts of different conclusions as to who has made money, who can afford to pay what wages, and so on. And similarly, when a man is in government and assessing his own performance, well, if you choose to take a 200-year view of what you're doing, you can do no wrong. From Nkandla to e-tolls and so forth, the weight of history is so negative and so enormous, your activities are just going to fade into the background. If you choose to take a 20-year view of what you're doing, and suddenly you become culpable and responsible, you know, and then suddenly you as a government member are playing an important role in our society. You know. So it's a fantastically interesting thing, this for me, how we choose or not to engage with history. And it's particularly interesting in the age of statues, you know, that we're in right now. I think one of the scariest things about history when you start thinking about it in this frame is that it ends up in violence, you know. It ends up in violence because it started in violence. And I think one of the most terrifying things about reading Southern African history is just how violent it is. You know, when Lieutenant John Graham cleared out the bush of the indigenous people with his gun, that was a violent thing that created Grahamstown. But it's not just physical violence, it's economic violence and it's social violence and all that kind of stuff as well. We really struggle when it comes to involving ourselves in the idea of violence, you know. So we're very good. We view, you know, when the government people pull up at the traffic lights in their black vans with their blue lights, we're very good, we're very certain. We're certain like a 19-year-old poet who's just been wronged in love. as to the social violence of this behavior, When we roll up at the same traffic light in our luxury vehicles, of course, we don't see the social violence in that because we've got a very narrow frame on our own lives, and that frame, the logic of that frame is you need to get your kids to the coast as safely as possible on these terrible roads, So, and I'm not trying to start vehicular apartheid either. I believe that most passenger vehicles in southern Africa are luxury vehicles. A Daihatsu Charade with air conditioning is a luxury vehicle in the context of this time and space. For me, when I start to try and think about how I am involved in history and violence and all these kinds of things, well, I end up thinking about money. I end up thinking about what we do every day. We seek to earn this money, and then how do we spend it? And my understanding of Southern Africa, of the sort of socio-economic philosophy of Southern Africa is that you need to earn as much money as you can, however you can, then buy a bigger car, buy a bigger house, get a bigger wall, and insulate yourself from the shit that's going on around you. And if you are very successful, then you may be able to opt into a ticket out when the time comes, I think when we start dealing with history, when we start dealing with our own personal involvement with violence, then we may need to end up where our civil society discussion earlier ended up, with a discussion about economic philosophy and social philosophy and how might we live in Southern Africa other than the frame within which we live at the moment. So I'd like to close with a poem about violence, and it's really just a question mark, it's a comment, it's an idea, and I really wrote it for myself, not for any of you, but here we are. It's a story a guy told me a few years ago, and I was just struck when he told me the story of his life and this particular family violence that he had experienced, how hard it is to separate yourself as an individual from the punch and counterpunch of Southern African violence. And of course, not just the generic xenophobia, crime, the things we discuss, but all the deeply rooted historical violences that we are all involved in one way or another. So it's called I Know a Guy. I know a guy. They hung his grandfather by the feet, built a fire underneath, and cooked him. Fuck them, he says. I hate them. Broke one of their legs one day. Fuck them. And who can argue? Humanity, our greatest illusion. We kill, we burn, and they do too. In forests and office blocks, wrapped in ties, smothered by these dirty, stinking old shoes. They kill, they burn, and we do too. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Andrew Miller. Thank you, Andrew. That was fantastic. Right. And our drummer. What's the drummer's name? Lucas Panoko. Excellent. Isn't Lucas fantastic? Very good. Right. Short tea break, about 10 or 12 minutes, and then enjoy yourselves. You can have tea or coffee. And I must recommend the toilets here. They are amazing. Vodacom. Wow. I mean, what amazing toilets you have. So please use those. They're free and they're completely democratic. Use those. See you in 15 minutes. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main auditorium. That'll be the Vodacom World Dome. Please make your way back into the dome so we can resume with the next panel momentarily. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Seriously, we're starting now. If everyone could please get back into the dome. We'd really like to get this party started. If you could all please make your way back into the dome. Thank you.
to one another. You used to be the only one I dream of. We used to spend all our time together. We used to be so in love. But I gotta move on and on and on and on. Can't go on no. I gotta move on and on and on and on. I can't go on no. All of a sudden everything just changed. All of a sudden you would miss my calls. All of a sudden you were playing games. All of a sudden I could see you fall.
Ladies and gentlemen, with or without you, we are about to commence. Thank you. We used to be close to one another. You used to be the only one I dream of. We used to spend all our time together. We used to be so in love. But I gotta move on and on and on and on. Can't go on no. I gotta move on and on and on and on. Can't go on no.
My name is Odile Kakire-Katese and I live in Rwanda in Butare. We were destroyed by the genocide. It was a crime against humanity. How do we rebuild human beings? We had to find our way. It's about giving them identities, giving them their names, their smile. It's a wonderful platform of joy.
You know what's wrong with South Africa? All you foreigners. You must all go back to where you came from. You Cameroonians, Congolese, Pakistanis, Somalis, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. And of course, you Nigerians. And you, Europeans. Let's not forget all you Indians and Chinese. Even you, Afrikaners. Back to Swaziland for you Swatis, Lesotho for you Sothos, Tswanas, Vendas, Zulus, everybody.
Real South Africans love diversity. That's why we have introduced 2 more items, new peri-crusted wings and delicious chinchado and chips.
Nando's traditional peri-peri sauces, in extra hot, mild, garlic and wild herb, are delicious on meat, mouth-watering on fish, but particularly tasty on chicken.
Sina, you must see what I wore to that event last week.
Is your network a slop tiger? Slop tiger!
Say it now! I don't understand. I never had these issues in Hampton.
What issues in Hampton?
Reception. Too much of signal. Hashtag jealous.
Don't blame Slapstart, blame Slap Tiger. Hey, you know what else snows?
I'll shake your booty, my baby.
Change the game on South Africa's best network. Vodacom. Power to you.
Right, we're back for the second, no, not the second, it's like the fourth half. I don't know what it is. There've been many halves. Take your seats, everyone. Everyone just scuttling to where they want to sit. That's very good. Very nice, lovely. So some of you might be wondering what's happened to Tumi, or Tumi, as you're supposed to call her. She was here and now she's gone. She's backstage and she can't move. I'm so impressed with myself. She. I don't mean to laugh, but she needed medical attention. I think she's pinched a nerve, but let me dream. No, she can't. Her back's fucked. And then it was funny because she saw herself on an ad. She's like, "That's me." I'm like, "Yes, you sell out." Anyway, so because I don't do ads, I don't find them good. So we have our next panel, and then we'll have a short interlude by Deep Fried Man again, and then we have the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters. I think I got that right. Yep, I know. I'm so excited. I barely wait. And so I'm not really political. This is my problem at all. Are you political? Would you describe yourself? Okay, no, you're needy. I wasn't looking at you. It's the lady. You responded like an American. The lady, not political. Do you feel do you need to be? Is it important? I mean, it's like, economics. Do you need that every day on the radio? Someone telling you the free market shifted. Seriously. Wow. Every day at 7 o'clock. We're up, we're down. Yes, it's a free market system, Popol. It will do that. I don't know why someone has to keep watching it all the time. It's pointless. Anyway, so that's lovely. So our next panel is quite interesting. It's about media, which I assume is relevant to some people in this room. There are some people here who call themselves journalists. You're not really. You cut and paste. And then I've done it before with you. I send you a press release for my show, and you just cut and paste it. Fucking great job. Well done. Hand this woman a Pulitzer immediately. I don't think I'm going to hold it against them, because let's not punish people just because they're from somewhere which shouldn't be mentioned, because the citizen doesn't deserve to be victimized like that. So that's important. But then there are great writers as well. So hopefully we'll hear about everyone talks about new media as if that's going to give you a big, lazy chubby. It's just Twitter and digital, really. It's not new media for children. That's what they were born with, Paul. So that's quite exciting. So to chair this phenomenal panel about media, new media, and freedom thereof, new freedom, please will you welcome Rebecca Davis. Hang on, we've got to get you plugged in, apparently, because otherwise it's all awkward and then it's weirdness. And here comes your panel as well. Well, this is all very... Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. Hi, Gareth. I haven't seen you since the roast, actually. Should we get Steve Hofmeyer back for a rematch? Are you in, ma'am? No, you can't ask me that. I'm not the sound guy. Are you? If you talk, does it make a louder noise? No. It doesn't. Then you're not in then. But maybe you're not on. She's in, but she's not on. Is that right?
Am I in?
Oh, you're in now. Talk some more.
Am I audible?
You are so audible. Bye.
Lovely. Bye. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here at the media panel of The Gathering. We've been told we're under excruciating time pressure because we don't want the Commander-in-Chief to decide he wants to start celebrating his exams early. So we've been cut down to 45 minutes, so we really got to push it a bit. Nonetheless, hoping that it will be an interesting discussion and that we'll have a bit more difference of opinion than that consensus fest that was the business panel. We do have a very diverse group of panelists here. I'm hoping it'll be a bit more, in fact, like the social justice panel we saw earlier, but with Gareth taking the role of the Deputy Justice Minister. I thought that could be fun. We're going to give our panelists a chance to make a few introductory statements. I think let's kick off with Lumko Mtumde, who's the CEO of the Media Development and Diversity Agency, former, which was a development agency set up to promote media diversity. Lumko has a long career in broadcasting regulation and has lobbied extremely heavily for media transformation, which is often said is not happening at a fast enough pace in South Africa. And he has also worked for government in the Department of Communications. Thanks, Lumko.
Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Thank you, and let me also just thank Daily Maverick and its partners for putting up this kind of an event, and I feel honored to be part of this panel. Greetings to my panelists. We've just been asked to discuss the state of media from different angles in a very short space of time, which is a big task. South Africa has a legislative framework based on its constitution that protect freedom of expression, including media freedom, which promotes access to information, right to communicate, independent regulation, media development and diversity. So indeed, it's an enabling legislative framework. And accordingly, a number of institutions have been established to give meaning and effect to those provisions in our law, which includes the ICASA, the MDDA, NEMISA, now called ICAMVA, the MIXITA, the ICT Charter, the MEC Charter, etc. A lot of work has been done by these institutions. In the 21 years of our democracy, the media environment has changed significantly, more so in the broadcasting industry, with public, community, and commercial / private services all overseen by and regulated by an independent regulator, ICASA, over and above the self-regulation by their own body, which is BCCSA. Sadly, little has transformed in the print media industry across the value chain, from newsrooms, publishing, printing, distribution, research, and advertising. This has been confirmed not only by independent research reports, 2 by the MDDA, 1 in 2009 and another one in 2014, but also by reviews conducted by the industry itself. 1 by the Press Freedom Commission and the other one by the Print and Digital Media Transformation Task Team. Whilst there is community and small commercial media supported by the MDDA, the environment they operate under is not enabling. Largely, they most of the time rely on the dominant concentrated media houses for printing and distribution and proving their existence and circulation through the ABC. ABC is a company established by the concentrated media owners, and its board not only is white dominated, but is dominated by representatives from the very concentrated media owners. Whereas regulation of this media is by structures set up and funded by the same concentrated media owners through their body, the PDMSA. Very interestingly, even against the acknowledgement of best practice and globally accepted principle of independent regulation by the PFC, this untransformed print media industry resists independent regulation and pushes for self-regulation. Recommendations from the Print Digital Media Transformation Task Team and the PFC are not being fully implemented. Editors are organized under the SANEF umbrella, a very important organ of the profession, whose representativity is also questionable. Not all the editors of the biggest broadcaster in the continent, the SABC, and the fast-growing community broadcasting sector are proportionally participating in the forum. Even with respect to print media, not all editors from some of the new players like the New Age are participating in the forum. This does not suggest I'm questioning its role. I am simply saying our challenge in South Africa is to ensure we represent fairly our diversity. Whenever very important questions are asked in respect of transformation of the media, the hysteric tendency and reaction is to cry a threat to media freedom. I argue that media transformation is not a threat to media freedom, instead the opposite. Concentration of media ownership and control in few hands is a real threat to our democracy. We need a free and diverse media representative of diverse views and opinions, including class, gender, rural, and other perspectives. The right of the public to a free media is indisputable. It is an essential component of South Africa's democracy, which depends on informed citizens participating in all aspects of our country. There are many aspects of this, and for the media to play its role, it needs to be trusted and seen as credible by the public. Independent regulation is crucial to this. It is intended to act in the public interest and provide a means for redress if any publication breaches the fundamental responsibility of journalism to tell the truth. It is now 3 years after the press committed to addressing flaws identified in the system of self-regulation in response to the findings of the PFC, headed by the late Chief Justice Pius Langa. May his soul rest in peace. If the new system worked, though, we should be seeing its effect on the pages of newspapers. With a higher commitment and more effort put into reporting the truth rather than distorting this for a sensational headline to sell the newspaper. The problem is not that self-regulatory system does not find the media at fault. It does, and there's a number of examples, but I'm not going to go into that to save time. The problem is that it simply orders the publishers to say, sorry, I'm sorry for their blunders. The PFC, as well as a number of international protocols, including the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression in Africa, acknowledge independent regulation mechanism as appropriate for the regulation of journalistic content It is also accepted by a number of constitutional dispensations that protect media freedom, the protection of media freedom, and the regulation ought to be performed through the post-publication administration of complaints and not pre-publication censorship.
Lumko, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay? But will a system that does not affect the bottom line of publishers or the performance bonuses of editors and journalists ever really ensure that ethics are adhered to? The danger of not doing this is that the media will increasingly be viewed with skepticism, and the falling circulation of print publications might be due, in part, at least to their lack of credibility and relevance to readers. In response, there is an argument by some in the media when we talk about ineffectiveness of self-regulation that readers have an option to not buy a newspaper when it loses its credibility. I think this argument is flawed. Which newspaper in the South African context will you buy if you decide not to buy our daily and Sunday newspapers? Perhaps the argument could work if we had media diversity. Besides, saying media must be regulated by an independent regulator is just another way of saying media must be as accountable as it is required of everyone in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we're going along, please do tweet your questions just using the hashtag DM Nando's Gathering. I see we already have one for Gareth, in fact, somebody wanting to know how it is that you still look 12 years old. Gareth is, in fact, next up. He needs little introduction, I'm sure, but one of South Africa's best-known voices and faces, established himself as a household name as the presenter for 5FM's breakfast show, has now daringly struck out on his own with the internet radio station Cliff Central, and is also known for his hard-hitting and often wrong opinions.
Thank you. You see, I really should have prepared something, but Lumko's rather made my task a lot easier today, because he made such a lovely speech for 1985. When printing and distribution were the chief challenges of people in the media business. I know that there are many people here who still like the feel of a newspaper and the way it makes your fingers look after you've rifled through it, and I don't doubt that there are many, many people who are extraordinary at bringing us the very best and most trustworthy news in the printed form as it always has been. But I do think the interesting battle that you face, Lumko, is not against the media, but against everyone on earth who has Twitter, and against everyone on earth who has any access to the internet, because this is where the media resides now, and welcome, these are the media. These people here. It's no longer the proviso of an editor to decide what the talkable topic of the day is. It's no longer something that can be put on the agenda of a newsroom. The exciting thing about living in 2015 is that all of this is available to all of us all the time, depending on just how much we'd like to absorb, how much we wouldn't like to absorb. It was interesting, Lumko, I saw your Twitter account is protected. So we can't see your innermost thoughts. Everybody else here, anyone got their tweets protected? Usually it's only people who are frightened of being stalked who have that sort of protection on their Twitter account. Now, I didn't mean to turn this into a reply to your point of view, but I do think that there are many things about your point of view that worry me. First and foremost, that you seem to think that media freedom can be put into the same argument as media diversity and ownership, which I think is a very relevant topic for discussion, and one which I am probably going to find myself on your side for in most of these circumstances. But media freedom, freedom of expression, is something that I have never met anyone on the opposing side to, except for Kim Jong-un. I've never met him. But I should hope there aren't any people in this room who would prefer that we could not have this conversation today, who would prefer that there were somewhere among us a censor. And if there were a censor in this room, who's going to choose him? And if you choose that censor and you don't like him, you're stuck with him. If you don't like the censor, what's your appeal? Ultimately, surely freedom of expression has to be something, certainly in the form of social media and the internet as it allows itself to be used now. This is something which is the fundamental source of all the other rights. If we can't think, say what we think, do what we say, these are not only the definitions of integrity, these are also the definitions of the basis of every other right in our Constitution. If you don't have freedom of expression first, the others don't come into play. You have to be able to discuss the others. If you can't do that in free speech, free expression, they can't exist. This is not one of those things where you can have some kind of middle ground between the ones who want to regulate us and those of us who believe in freedom of expression. It must be absolute. And don't bring up the children, because I don't have any, so I don't care, it's your problem. And don't tell me that there are people who are sensitive and who might be offended, so what? Part of being grown up and living in a free, democratic country like ours is that you're going to be upset every now and then. And I'll tell you what, I will defend to the death. This is the only thing you'll find me saying I'll die for. Anyone else's right to disagree with me. In fact, I would rather be in a room where I'm likely to have people disagree with me every day of the week and twice on Sundays than be in the same room with 100 people who agree with me for 10 minutes. I think this is fundamental. And so when we talk about media freedom, what we're really talking about is various platforms that must exist in various ways for us to have conversations with each other. An idea that I imagine there can't be terribly much opposition to, not among sane, rational, reasonable people in the 21st century. And if you do want to fight that battle, if you do want to get your hands dirty in the world of censorship and in the world of media regulation, I think you'll find yourself not only in an increasing minority, but in a place where you're backing into a corner that you're not going to get out of easily. You make yourself the enemy of everyone from the EFF to the ANC, to the DA, to every other party on the spectrum, because their chief means of communicating now is going to be through social media. Their chief means of communicating is not going to be through pamphlets handed out under streetlights, or through newspapers, or even through internet radio. It's going to be via their own media channels. And this is where people, every person in this room is now a broadcaster, whether you like it or not. I think it's very exciting. I think it's terrific, because now all the responsibilities I've had to bear at the Broadcasting Complaints Commission for the last 16 years, you have. And we must all be responsible with what we tweet. And it's no longer something we need government to regulate us on, because it's this peer system. It's a marvelous system. If someone says something stupid or racist or bigoted, the rest of us will climb into them. They won't do it again. They'll learn their lesson the hard way. Many people have been caught out. Many people have fallen. I think we're adult enough to regulate ourselves when it comes to freedom of expression. And I don't think there is a media worth making rules about anymore, because it's everywhere and it's everyone. This is the benefit of being truly free. This is the benefit of living in 2015, and this is why I believe that this is a genie that has come out of the bottle and you'll never get it back in. Thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. Third up, we have Songezo Zibi, who started his career in corporate communications for Volkswagen and Xstrata before joining the Financial Mail. Today, he is the editor of Business Day and the author of Raising the Bar, Hope and Renewal in South Africa. Thanks, Songezo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. One of the first things that struck me when I unfortunately and stupidly accepted the job of Business Day editor was how much time and attention is taken away by the boring stuff, the money, the equipment, the finances, the management of people, securing decent computers and chairs and things for people. And what works and what doesn't work, and why it doesn't work, and who's going to fix it, and why they're still not here to fix it. So this is what you spend most of your time doing. For people outside the newsroom, of course, this stuff is not important, does not exist even. Journalism is one of those things that largely funds itself somehow, yet this is not so. So, to quote Gayton Mackenzie, telling Redi Direko, said, ready money is very important. It's very, very important. I agree with him, because without it, you can't do anything. And I find it difficult to talk about the state of the media at present without talking about its financial sustainability problems, because it is in a state of flux. The business model doesn't work the way it was initially envisaged. Newspapers used to be like Eskom. You have to get electricity, otherwise you sit in the dark. You had to get a newspaper, otherwise you don't know what's happening. It's no longer like that anymore. Acts of journalism are performed by people who are not journalists. 702 Eyewitness News. Somebody sees something, they phone in and tell John Robbie. They haven't confirmed it. They tell the rest of us, we don't know, it's unverified. He puts them back to news, but already we start discussing it on Twitter. That's at 7 o'clock in the morning. What is a newspaper going to write about tomorrow, 24 hours later? So these are the kind of challenges that we're dealing with. And so to agree with Gareth, to talk about print as the core of media consumption in South Africa, perhaps 5 years ago, perhaps 10 years ago, but information is available in many, many other platforms constantly. At 4 o'clock every day, we sit and decide what's going to go into the paper. I have my tablet on the one hand, checking Twitter, because the assumptions or the things that we knew 30 minutes ago, by the time we're done with the conference at 4:30, they've changed. And by the time we send the newspaper to print at 9:30, it's changed further. Our stuff is old. And because we're a business newspaper, Bruce Whitfield is going to have a 2-hour discussion about one or other thing. What do we write about the next day in an environment where you can only afford to employ so many people or so few people, and that you have these timelines which are from the 18th and 19th century, which print limits you to. So these are real challenges that we cannot shy away from. So there's financial sustainability. There is the very operation of a newspaper, of a print publication, which is inherently archaic because it does not allow you to respond as fast as you can or as you should to developing events. And therefore, the following day, you're always publishing yesterday's stuff. When people at 8 o'clock are already consuming stuff that happened that morning. There was no 24-hour television at some point in the past. There is now. There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. There was no WhatsApp. There were no SMS alerts from radio stations and all these other news providers. So these are some of the challenges that we cannot shy away from because the media, which I'm going to talk about now, is largely viewed through a political lens. So it is a political being. So transformation of the media is seen only in that lens, and yet there is a transformation that needs to happen, which is the vehicles through which traditionally people have accessed news information have fundamentally changed. And there is a process of irrelevance that's taking place, and the battle is for titles to find themselves relevant again and provide this information at a time, in a way, and in a manner that consumers want. So we need to look at it as a consumer product. But I want to talk about also, which is a very popular topic, about media transformation. And ask a question, because it's often viewed through a racial lens only, and perhaps that is important. I come from a village, and I've read newspapers talking about how 15, 20 people, or however many, died because of diarrhea in some village somewhere, in Mount Fletcher or Mount Frey, or even in Mkandwili where I come from, right? And then there'll be a long discussion about how ambulances took time to get there and that sort of thing. Yet I come from such communities. If you talk to a medical practitioner, if a person, a child, passes a stool 3 times in an hour, take them to the doctor. We say we'll see how the child looks like tomorrow morning, and then we'll take them to the doctor. That's what happens. Right? So the child dies, the discussion is focused around ambulances. If you want to bring a diversity of perspectives and understanding of people's experiences, the question is, do you just need a black journalist or do you need a journalist with a rural experience? And that the presentation of that incident takes that into account. That's one example. The second example is the obsession with race. Race is important. We are a country whose contours and shape was built on the basis of racial politics. So we cannot undo this thing without talking about race. But let me ask a question. Is a black homophobe as an editor okay? So where do we get these notions that being black gives you certain progressive impulses? Is a black sexist as an editor okay? So how do we define progressiveness? What is the anchor of that progressiveness? Because your racial phenotype in the definition of progressiveness in South Africa, with the constitution that we have as a starting point, is not enough. I know of these newspapers which write in a certain way about women, where the news editor is a woman. In fact, the news and the deputy news editor are women. So is that transformation? So we've relegated the other important imperatives about the fundamental transformation of society and the presentation of society's problems and society's discussions to racial phenotype only, which is crude and shallow, and we must stop doing it. So we want to talk about the opening up of the media space. So what do we want to do? We're making the same mistake we're making about BEE, and I'll explain just now. So the obsession is to make sure that the news organizations we already have, which are private news organizations, that they need to have black owners. What does that change? What does that change? Right? Why aren't we asking why it is so difficult for new entrants to be sustainable in this industry? And it is because the things that I mentioned when I started this discussion earlier on about money, about access to capital, about margins which are not there, about profitability, which if you want to run any business and make money, don't go into newspapers. Don't. Seriously, if you know anything about money, don't go into newspapers only. So media organizations have to see themselves as content providers. So if we accept, and I'll give you some figures from Business Day just now, if you accept that media is about content, and content is available in a number of different platforms, do you necessarily need an obsession? Is the obsession about print and what it does well-founded or not? Or, as Gareth said, it's from 1985. So let me give you some numbers. The circulation of the Business Day is less than 30,000 at the moment. Between May last year and now, the unique visitors we get a month on BD Live have grown from 482,000 to 730,000. So what's more important? Is it print? Or is it access to the information? What matters is whether we have the diversity of perspectives and backgrounds and an attitude which defines progressiveness in terms of this constitution, which we disingenuously say we support. When we don't, about using that as a basis for defining progressiveness. Of course, what Lumko is talking about accuracy, about being fair, and about giving people an opportunity to comment is fundamental to journalism. But there is also, like Gareth said, if we all members of the media, people say things about people, there is zero accountability on social media. There is zero accountability when you phone in and you say your name is Mawawa when your name is somebody else, and you make allegations about people. So it's easy to point fingers at other people, and yet we don't want to take responsibility for the picture of a society that we want to build. The last thing I'm going to say is, the media is always, the media in all its forms, bloggers, what you get on social media, newspapers, television and so on, is always a reflection of the society which forms it. There appears to be a belief in South Africa that the media is an abstract animal that dropped off from the heavens. So the transformation that needs to happen in society about gender relations, about class relations, about all of these things needs to happen in the media as well. And you cannot expect, I submit, it is stupid actually, to expect that the media is going to be an island and provide these things which the society itself is not. Thank you.
Songeza, I can tell you that there are a lot of white people on Twitter who really liked what you just said. Last but not least, you met Fatima earlier when she was swearing about having to moderate the social justice panel. Human rights lawyer by training, the executive director of the Open Society Foundation, which literally keeps half of civil society in South Africa afloat. So please tell George Soros thanks very much and don't stop sending those dollars.
So, I feel like I must say, viva comrade, viva, you know, speak truth to power. And I think it's discussions like this where we need to hear from young black journalists and from black editors who, are now becoming increasingly in charge of a number of publications in South Africa to actually raise a number of these issues about the false narrative of transformation. And I'll talk about that just now in my presentation, which I'm calling, we all want a free press, but we don't want to support or pay for it. Okay, so like many of you, I grew up under apartheid down the road in Fordsburg. I wouldn't call myself a consumer of news. I would call myself a reader, somebody who's interested in politics and in information. And I grew up in a society which was highly censored. So I remember almost every Friday reading the Rand Daily Mail with blackouts. And so the idea of trying to live in an open society, in a democratic society, the one that Gareth talked about earlier, is something that's close to many of our hearts, because we know what happens when you have the secrecy bill as a law. We know what happens when you have the media tribunals, media appeals tribunal basically being dominated by the state in its regulation of journalists. We know what happens when journalists are set up to write false stories. We know what happens when journalists are assassinated, when they are arrested for speaking truth to power and for holding those in power to account. We're seeing that in Zimbabwe and in Swaziland right now. So we don't want to live in that society ever again, and that's why all of us are concerned about a free and independent media. That's why we're concerned about the right to information and expression, because we know what it was like and we don't want to go there again. And that's why the Open Society Foundation and all of our partners and grantees are also very sort of committed to that intent. And I wish some of them were speaking here today, for example, like the right to know. But this is not unique to South Africa, and this has got nothing to do with the ANC or DA. I mean, it has some aspects to do with them, but this is not a critique, this is not a fight with the ANC and DA. It's about political power globally. Globally, journalists are under attack. Globally, they're under siege. They are under surveillance. Their sources are under surveillance. It's increasingly difficult to be a whistleblower, to expose state corruption, to expose private sector corruption. You can be charged with high treason, as we've seen in the US, and similarly in Southern Africa or in Latin America. The consequences are actually quite grave to be a journalist, more so if you want to be an investigative journalist. So it's nothing unique to South Africa. What is unique to South Africa, I would argue, and what is quite different, and for me marks a seismic shift, and I think that's why I was asked to speak on this panel, is that something happened almost about 12 to 18 months ago, and I don't know where you were, but I remember where I was when I got the news that Alida Danois of the Cape Times was actually fired as an editor. And it was clear to everybody, because we're not idiots, we're not stupid. Okay, don't talk about transformation as a ruse to get rid of somebody because you really wanted to, because you don't agree with them politically, or because they're writing stories about your own company. And that seismic shift was actually what I think has forced people to start thinking about the serious issues in South Africa. And Alida is just one example of many journalists who have been pushed out of newsrooms, who have been taken to the labor court, who are trying to basically save their reputation. And she's symbolic of something that is actually happening in South Africa, which everybody, I think, is quietly just sort of accepting, because we're so used to accepting so much of bad news, so much of despair, that we're actually not challenging those in power. And for me, there's 5 things that happened the same time around Alida's very odd, very forced dismissal. And that is, we saw for the first time clearly, openly, the politicization of our media landscape in South Africa, coupled with commercialization interests. So it was the shareholders, particular ones under the guise of transformation, going into the newsroom to demand ownership, to demand editorial content, and to demand choices of editors and journalists and the stories that they would write, introducing self-censorship again in our newsrooms just after we had defeated that sort of around 1994. Thirdly, with that was a decline in print, not just in South Africa, but print globally, which basically is forcing people to talk about the very issues you asked, Ngezo, about how do we actually fund a free and independent media going forward. Coupled with that, on top of this very perfect storm, is the growth in digital media, which nobody exactly globally even has quite cracked in terms of figuring out how to make that sustainable and how to make that sort of investment friendly. And then finally, sort of global trends, and we see that in Ireland, we see that in the UK, where everybody's going mojo. It's called mobile journalism. most of your news can actually be basically downloaded on your phone. Of course, in South Africa, that's a bit difficult, and the irony of Vodacom World is that the cost of the internet is too high and our data connection costs are too high. So that's something that needs to be addressed. So transformation, I agree, is more than just race and gender. It's also about writing stories that reflect the true realities of South Africa, that write the stories that challenge the commercial investors, that challenge the deputy minister, that challenge the ANC, that challenge the DA, and that reflect the stories of the people who are most materially excluded and marginalized in our society, from Khayelitsha to people to Kaiskamahoek to people to Orange Farm. And because if we don't have those stories, we will continue to live in this little dome and this little bubble where we think that everything's fine and that the only issue we have to deal with is how to attract more foreign direct investment. So obviously, we want to live in a society where there are independent views, there are independent opinions, but mainly we need to actually start living in a more serious, mature democracy which exposes corruption at all levels, from the state to the private sector. And the only way you can do that is if you actually fund a free and independent media, which is not beholden to any donor, to any commercial interest, and to any politician. You can't have an editor running a newspaper proclaiming to be independent and free if they are getting daily phone calls either from Koos Becker or either from Lutuli House telling you what you did wrong or what you did right that day. So Ngeza, I don't know what kind of phone calls you get every night, but I'd be intrigued to see your phone list. So I'm going to wrap up now because Rebecca will kill me otherwise, and we can talk about the various models globally about how we fund an independent and free media, because there's no easy fix. I'm not going to pretend that there's an easy answer and that we all have the solutions. We deal with this in relation to how do you provide free legal services to marginalized people. It's a similar debate and a similar argument. But I think there's two things we can do, and there's two challenges that we can address by doing that. The first is we need to start seriously investing in a new layer of strong, young, black, independent, investigative journalists. Because if you don't, in 20 years' time, you will not know about Nkandla or similar scandals. You will not know about Lonman, you will not know about the arms deal. I mean, the list goes on. And that, if you can do properly, with proper training, proper leadership, proper skills transfer, will avoid the blunders, will avoid the defamation, and will actually make the media tribunals bill or the media tribunal panel, which government is proposing, redundant. And then the second thing is to address quite seriously the fact that there is a high unemployment crisis. We have more young people in this country who don't have jobs, who feel materially excluded from the society in which we live in, and they can't get access to expensive newspapers or paywall websites which provide very important and breaking news. And so if we are going to go digital and mobile with our independent and free media, then I'm sorry, the internet has to be free. It's a valuable tool. It should be free to everybody in South Africa. And finally, linked to the internet, aside from a massive rollout of free Wi-Fi in the whole of South Africa, in the whole of Africa, to every community, to every neglected poor person living in this continent, we have to reduce the cost of data. And if the companies that actually provide, or the oligopoly that actually provides data to us, refuse to do that, then I think maybe that's possibly ripe for litigation. So I'll end there.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Those were all fantastic and very interesting submissions, and I wish we had more time. We're left with 10 minutes, so let's get cracking, and if you can keep responses as brief as possible. Nomka, coming to you first, also because you've worked in government. Is the ANC scared of the media?
No. No, but let me start from clarifying some of the misconceptions I think
briefly
Gareth and Fatima has. There's no one who is suggesting that government must regulate media. There's no one.
Aren't you suggesting that all the time?
No, not at all. Independent regulation is not equal to government regulation. In South Africa, independent regulation, for example, ICASA is independent,
no,
IEC is independent.
No, they're not.
Okay,
Who appoints ICASA's councils? No, they're not.
You nominate yourself.
It's political.
Okay, fine. But the point is, we should not close discussions. The fact of the matter is the profession part of what compromises the growth of our media is not just the factors that you spoke to. There's a bigger debate. The profession is declining in terms of ethics, in terms of compliance with the press code. But also for new entrants, there's a question of difficulty to play in this space because the market structure is anti-competitive. The entire value chain is controlled by the concentration of, by the way, when we talk of a diversified media, ownership and control. Therefore, it's not just about ownership, it's and control and the entire value chain. And I agree with you that indeed, we're talking here about class content, we're talking about gender, balanced content, etc. We agree on many of those things. But we shouldn't fear a discussion on transformation by simply saying it is about race. No, race, of course, it is part of the equation, but it is about all those considerations, including content.
Okay, thanks, Limco. Songeza, from your perspective as an editor of a leading newspaper, are the ANC scared of the media?
I think perhaps not necessarily scared of the media as such, but I think when one is in a position of power, there is a certain threat that naturally comes from access to information that you wouldn't like to see the light of day. And this is common in a lot of governments. We were talking Edward Snowden just the other day, who is still a fugitive from justice in the US, and if he goes back, he'll get arrested, but there are very important reforms that are going to take place as a result of his revelation. So it is a function of being in power. To answer the question, by the way, about who phones me the most, companies listed on the JSE phone me the most. I've had more lawyers' letters from JSE-listed companies, and I've never had one from a politician, not one, in the last year. So it is about power, it is about threat, but I also want to disagree with him. We've got a new entrant right here, and his name is Gareth Cliff, right? It is about understanding what consumers want and trying to give it to them in the way that they want it. I do not believe it is necessarily about breaking down anything that already exists. Try and distribute a newspaper on your own with diesel prices going up, with all the other problems that arise out of trying to distribute a newspaper, and see how long you'll keep it going. As it is, I am certain independent newspapers, Caxton, Times Media, find it difficult to sustain the economies of this. So you ask me, is Business Day growing or not? 28,000 circulation per day and almost 750,000 per month on the website. No distribution cost, low overheads, and so on, and yet the information is out there for 18 hours a day.
Right.
So it is about where you choose to play.
Okay.
And I somehow think we're playing in a space that we should have played 4 years ago.
Okay. Gareth, as Songeza says, you're a new entrant. Have you found the media market in general to be hostile to new entrants? And also, please, will you give us your listenership figures?
Yeah, we have, it's interesting, we're actually, we're looking at about 400,000 podcast downloads a month, which equates to about 100,000 a week. Wow. Those are podcasts that obviously people have on the one piece of equipment that you carry with you everywhere you go. So it's almost like a takeaway form of radio. And I mentioned the podcast figure because live listening to me isn't important. You can't measure it effectively on radio, let alone on internet radio. It's more useful for advertisers to know that what they want mentioned, the messaging they want, is in a branded content solution in the form of a podcast. So that's where the value lies for us. In terms of total downloads, since August last year, we're at about 3.8 million podcasts since then. And I think that's good considering we're a year old. And we didn't have investors or government help or necessarily the advertising community behind us when we started this. It's me. You're looking at it. And luckily now it's not just me. I mean, the exciting thing, thank you, but the exciting thing for me is that we've created an opportunity here. We've got 38 different shows. I mean, I'll give you a show if you want one. Looking at your CV, there are a lot of formers there we can turn into currents.
I can start mine.
I don't mind. And this is the point. I do mean this is hugely important to me. This is the proper democratization of the media business. It's very exciting unless you're a media owner. I think then it's a scary proposition and you'll try to buy up whatever you can to keep control and to keep a throttle hold on advertising revenue. And I think it's scary to government because government inherently don't like change. The party who are in are conservatives by definition. So they want things to stay the same. I think that the audience, the consumer, the reader, the user, the EFF, understand that they are the most important part of this equation. They will decide what happens with the media, not government, not us, and not even a discussion of a small room of us like this. It needs to be a mass movement, and it is starting to happen. I'm feeling the sea change, and believe me, the rug is coming out from under traditional media in a way that I think is quite alarming to them. They needn't be afraid if they've got good content. You said it properly, Songezo. We're all content providers. And if it's not a sexy word, it doesn't sound as good as journalist, DJ, presenter, editor. But it's far more valuable because it's really the definition of what you do.
Okay.
We're providing content to niched and to mass audiences. And I believe the niched audience is going to become far more valuable than the mass audience in the future to advertise.
Thanks, Gareth.
Long-winded answer to your question.
No, that's great. Last one for you, Fatima. You said it best, I think. We all want a free, healthy, vibrant press. Nobody wants to pay for it. Where can we get the money to run the kinds of projects that we need to? Where do we get the money for costly investigative journalism? Can you help us?
I mean, there's actually an obligation on the state to provide that support, to build an independent and a diverse media. We're not quite sure what's actually happening with our public money. So in fact, we are funding it. We just don't know where it's going. In some cases, we do know where it's going because ad spend is being diverted from newspapers that are too independent to newspapers that are telling the good story. So, that's another battle. The investment in the SABC, in TV and radio, in terms of original content, in terms of news, in terms of documentaries, debates, we have some partners who are working on trying to hold the SABC board accountable. So we're still doing very 1994 work on institutions that by now should have been presenting much more quality independent media. So unfortunately, you have to go to the private sector or donors such as myself. But I mean, if you compare the amount of resources we have to the amount of money we just spent on a fire pool, and I don't mean that in a flippant way. I think that at the heart of this is people don't realize, there was a slide put up earlier about the wasteful expenditure. South Africa is not poor. We have enough money. We have a national treasury that is collecting a lot of money. It's the allocation and how we prioritize which media outlets it's going to go to this month, which media outlets it's going to go to next month. Right. Okay, so for me, you can have to go to the private sector, somebody, what we call a venture philanthropist, who's not interested in a commercial rate of return, who's just interested in breaking even. Alternatively, you have to go to your users, readers, consumers, whatever you want to call it. You have to go to your staff, set up something like the Guardian, where you establish a trust. Or you have to go to a bunch of individual philanthropists or very wealthy South African business people who will actually fund a free and independent media for at least the next 20 years. I think that people are not sufficiently concerned. For me, I worry every night that we're going to go back to having one or two basically publications or original content sources where you can actually get accurate, reliable media, not just some hashtags, around something that's really hilarious. And so I think it's quite serious. I don't want to live in a country like Zimbabwe, which it currently is, or Swaziland, where there is an onslaught against independent media. And I think if we're serious that that is something that is at the heart of our constitution and what we want, then we're going to have to find innovative ways of funding it. So Iraj and the other person who was on the business panel, let's see your CSI in the media space.
Absolutely. Well said, Fatima. Guys, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. Thank you so much. I'm sorry we don't have more time. Much appreciated. I know, I'm so sorry, Lunkupit.
Thank you very much to our erstwhile media panel. That was dazzling. And now, please will you welcome back on stage for your listening pleasure, the wonderful vocal stylings of Deep Fried Man.
Hi. For those of you who saw my set earlier, during my set I discussed a bunch of issues that have been in the news. But there was one issue that I left till last. Hello, darkness, you old puss. How will I cook all this couscous? My television is an ornament. I'm going to miss the cricket tournament. Bad decisions have landed us in cuck. What the fuck goes on within the halls of Eskom? Does anyone remember 90s R&B? Any Aaliyah fans? Good. It's been a long time since Eskom left us without some warm toast for breakfast. Breakfast, 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 breakfast. What do we do in darkest days? Let's just go out for takeaways. But if we do, how do we stop all of our food from going off? So why don't we just have a graze, just like they did in caveman days? We'll have to take a little stroll for firelighters and some coal. If they implement stage 3, we're just gonna have to braai again, braai again, braai again, braai again. If they implement stage 3, we're just gonna have to braai again. Any Kanye West fans? We're living in the 21st century without the ability to provide every family with electricity. Screams from the DA, everybody dissing me and trying to blame me. Don't you know I'm Jay-Z? No one land can have all that power. Load shedding just for a few hours. Cold water just for a few showers. A cold shower can still cure AIDS. But keeping it local briefly, because sometimes I like to keep it local. Did you hear the news on the radio today? A brand new power station after a 4-year delay. I can't wait till it is online. Oh no. Politicians can't agree, so much controversy, but a brand new power station sure sounds good to me. I can't wait till it is online. Oh no. Madoopy doopy doopy doo. Why? Da 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 da. Madoopy doopy doopy doo. Why? And then there's the romantic side of load shedding that a lot of people don't want to talk about, but I'll talk about it. I just hope that the Marvin Gaye family don't sue me. I know how they can be. It goes like this, it goes. Baby, it seems like we are load shed. It's time to go to bed. And baby, all these candles make it seem like we have planned it. It's so romantic. And when load shedding is happening, I need a sexual distraction. Sexual distractions during stage 2. Sexual distractions, cause there's nothing left that we can do. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. There's no power tonight. So what, so what, so what, so what? Let's make love tonight. You guys have been awesome. Before I get out of here, I really do know my audience. I'm not wearing the correct hat for the song, but at least my bow tie is the right color. It goes like this, it goes. In the presidential chair sat a man accused of things, but I told the media that I would kill or die for him. But then the president and me, we began to disagree. So he fired the whole youth league, but we don't care, cause we look great in a stylish red beret. A stylish red beret, a stylish red beret. We look great in a stylish red beret. A stylish red beret, a stylish red beret. Now my friends are all on board, Dali, Andile and Floyd, and we no longer have to sing Mshiniwam, Mshiniwam. We are revolutionaries who want nationalization, and will be taking back some land without any compensation. Some white people laughing at that. You won't be laughing when it happens. We look great in a stylish red beret, a stylish red beret, a stylish red beret. Come sing, even white people. We look great in a stylish red beret, a stylish red beret, a stylish red beret. Thank you very much. Peace.
Deep Fried Man! Don't go anywhere yet. I just want to prove a point to people on Twitter. We are not the same fucking person. Give it up for Deep Fried Man. Fuck, I was just in Botswana for like 2 shows, and after like the 8th person was like, can I get a picture with you? I realized they were looking for him. Fuck, so embarrassing. I love that song you did. I don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, it's ridiculous. Right, so we have your next speaker. Except just before we bring him on, I feel I need to tell you this because something happened to me, and I've heard lots of talk about how the country's poked and all this stuff today and how it's all going wrong. But I was in a small town that I'm not going to name because Wellington is still very averse, but be very careful of people in small towns, particularly white people, because I had to go to a music show called Ramfest, and then after like 3 days, I decided to go into town and buy the hippies some soap because you can be creative, but you don't have to smell like that. And then I went to the spa, and then I forgot that I'm myself. And then when I went into the spa, like I walked quickly because I knew suddenly I got that small town syndrome where I realized I was in trouble. So I raced down the aisle, and then when I turned, I realized it was like between me and the exit, there were like people from a small town. Never ever mess with them when they're cornered. And then you must also never trust white people wearing khaki. It's never ended well for anyone ever in history. Whether you're a rhino or a Jew or a black dude, it's going to end really badly for you. Especially when they're wearing 4 different kinds of khaki and they assume that's a whole outfit. And one of those started coming towards me down the aisle. I assume it was a woman because she had less facial hair than me. And she was sort of lung-arming carbohydrates into a trolley and dragging what she would probably call her child, I'd call a born loser, down the aisle. And then I was panicked, like when you get panicked and you're not sure how to get out of this without, it's very hard being an aggressive pacifist because you don't know what to do. So I was like struggling to figure it out. And that's when she stopped and looked at this like sort of little protein sample Ponzi scheme on the floor, this little monster who was thinking now because he stopped drooling and kind of looked up at me, and this woman, I think, just looked up, pointed at me and said, look what can happen. I was like, she's right, you can evolve, fucking run. Anyway, he's an amazing adventurer. He's done all sorts of ridiculous mad things in a canoe. Please really welcome Riaan Manser.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. Sure, I've been excited to be here. I've been preparing for a while. So, I woke up at 9 o'clock this morning to prepare my speech. I didn't do that. I've been excited to be here. It's been awesome to be on the same stage. Firstly, to the guys from Daily Maverick for inviting me to be part of this. For all the awesome guys that filled the seats today. Amazing to be bumping into you guys in the hallways. And then to you guys who've given up your time and your money to be here, thank you. We'd be talking to an empty room if you guys weren't here, so thank you. Sure. One thing that I've seen today, and the people that I've seen speaking before me has just reminded me of one thing. And if you spend time with you, you'll see that I normally am excited about our country by nature, but the more and more people I've bumped into the Juliuses and the other people and the editors of massive newspapers in our country, I've just realized how different we all are. And I'm excited again. I tell you, I'm excited. I realize this little story I always tell people about how special our country is the absolute truth. Why are we special? Because we are so different. Normally that's a negative thing. No, it's not. The fact that we're all so different makes our country the special one. I sometimes bring it down to the idea of perspective, where we all can see something differently because of the angles that we're looking at it. And It comes down to then in South Africa, value, the value you hedge to something. And some of you find your time more valuable. Some of you find your money more valuable to you. We're all different. How we value things. And it makes me think of a story, and I think the economists in the room are going to like this. It's a story about a guy who we think doesn't really value money like he should. It's a story about a barman who is busy sweeping the bar clean on a Sunday morning. Have you guys ever been in a nightclub the night after a big evening? It's disgusting places, eh? And the guy's busy sweeping and cleaning up, and little bell goes, and there's a guy who walks in there, and you can see he's a bit tipsy. The barman looks at him and says, morning, sir, can I help you? This guy says to him, boy, were you here last night? The guy says to him, yes, sir, I worked the whole night shift, the whole time. The guy looks back at the barman and says to him, was I here last night? The barman says to him, sir, of course you were. You were one of the last to leave. You sat on the left-hand side here. No, yeah. And the guy now, feeling in his tipsy state, feeling quite proud. He's getting the right answers. And he says to the barman, did I spend money here last night? The guy says, yes, you did, sir. In fact, you did. How much money did I spend here last night? And the guy says to him, sir, 200 rand. Yeah, 200 rand. That's right. Exactly 200 rand. The guy, so proud of himself, puffs his chest out. He's feeling proud. He's about to walk out of this bar. He looks back at the barman and he says, sure, that's a relief. I thought I lost that 200 rand. What you value money and where you put it. Guys, today I want to share with you, firstly, I want to entertain with you. I want to entertain you, and I want to share with you just where I've been in the last 15 years of my life. I've had an interesting 15 years. I think you're going to love some of the stories that I share with you, and you're going to see yourself in those stories, firstly. And secondly, I think the message that I've been trying to share with so many South Africans and people worldwide is that message that there is an ocean between saying and doing. You've all stood around the fire. You've stood around the fire with that beer in hand. You've had your friends around you, and you guys have spoken about things that you're going to do. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And you speak and you speak and you speak, and what happens when you leave there? You don't do. And sure, I think my story is going to share that principle and that idea with you. My change in my life started 14 years ago, and it started in the Newlands Forest in Cape Town. Who of you have been to Newlands Forest in Cape Town? Okay, some of you must ask your bosses for leave so that you can get to see our country. But Newlands Forest is next to UCT, the university. And hey man, I'd gone for a run on a Sunday afternoon. Now, Sunday is relevant for the story. I had finished my run, sat on this rock, beautiful forest around me, my dog's playing in the river, and sure, I start telling myself, Riaan, life is good. Life is actually good. You've got a good job. You've got money in the bank. You've got a pretty girlfriend that likes you. That is relevant. I mean, and life is good. At the same time, I'm thinking that, guys, in the pit of my stomach, I've got this feeling, this nauseous feeling. It's that feeling that I think all of you get when you hear the carte blanche music start playing on a Sunday night. You guys know what's happening the next day, hey? You're going back to work. It's Monday morning blues. And it's not that you don't like your work, it's just that you've done what you've always wanted to. Right there and then, I said, I am going to change my life and I'm going to do something incredible. This line that you see is where I took a bicycle, not a motorbike. I was all alone, unaided, no sponsors. Exactly where that line goes is where I cycled. I went up the west coast. There were a lot of wars in Africa at the time, and I needed to get through them. I wanted to go through every single country. You can see I've just gone through Liberia over there. Who's watched Blood Diamond, the movie? That movie was made 4 or 5 years after I'd cycled through that country while it was in the war, in the grips of that war. I went through the Sahara Desert, can you believe it, on a 50-kilogram bicycle. The north of Africa, I really thought it was going to be I don't know, I was naive. I thought it was going to be a lot more European and a bit more organized with roads. I was wrong. Guys, do you see where the line just went through over there? That's Cairo. Please, I'm going to save you guys all the embarrassment of making the oldest joke in the book with me. From Cairo to Cape Town is not all downhill. So please, just save yourselves on that one. I carried on cycling down, kept going. Sure, I thought it was going to be a bit easier on this part of the continent. 20 kilometers an hour, I kept cycling and landed up back at exactly the same place I started 2 years, 2 months, and 15 days before. Please don't applaud, because I told my girlfriend it would take 1 year. I mean, if I go for bread and milk now, it's a massive trust issue between us. I went through 37,000 kilometers, quite a long distance, 34 countries. I've been to more African countries than our last 3 presidents all put together. I saw it at 20 kilometers an hour. I can tell you about those countries. I met important people on the way, had great times. One thing, if you had to say to me, Riaan, we've got this short time together, but I want you to tell me, how did that journey change your life and the way you see people? So I'm going to try and share the Reader's Digest version of the Reader's Digest version, okay? So forgive me. Here, people I met along the way changed the way I see the world and see my continent. I arrived in Abidjan. Our ambassador in Ivory Coast said to me, Riaan, if you go to Liberia, you've promised Minister Zuma that you're not going to Liberia. You know the war is on. And I lied to her. I walked out of her office and I said, ma'am, I won't be going to Liberia. She said to me, we will withdraw all your diplomatic support, no passport, and we will not bring your dead body out of Liberia. For a little kid, I tell you what, it hits home, eh? I keep going, I'm stubborn. I've told people I'm going around the continent. I kept going. First night I sleep in Liberia. The photos you see of some of these places are thick jungle. Liberia is dense, thick jungle. No proper roads. Little clay, hard, soil-eroded roads. And I get into the second day of Liberia. I've slept one night. I think things are okay. People have chased me through every single village. If you go on Google Earth, you'll be able to see the part of Liberia I was in, very rural. I start this morning early again at about 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock I get into this one village. It's right on top of a hill. I am too tired to cycle away from the guys who are busy chasing me now. I'd seen them on the right-hand side of me, and I tried to cycle with everything I had, but it was difficult with this heavy bicycle. Sure, if you ask me what I remember so clearly was the slapping of these kids' feet behind me on that clay ground. I can remember as I looked back, the one guy had tackled me off the bicycle, American football style. The one guy grabbed me by my hair, and other guys just ripped the bicycle away, taking me to where the older guys were sitting there with their guns and busy smoking drugs out of this big bottleneck. Of course I was scared. I sat against this wall with my arms over my knees like this, and I employed logic. I wasn't abrasive. I didn't argue with anybody. I didn't make eye contact with anybody. And the guys were screaming and shouting at me, and they were all high and drugged. The one guy was kicking me for about 2 hours on the side of my body, like I said, as I sat up there, and I didn't get angry. And I remember thinking, how am I going to get out of this? And my only response was, stay calm, do your best, try to get out of here. Guys, they took me after about 3 hours to this dungeon that was near the place where they had tackled me. In this dungeon, it was sunken into the ground, a dark place, little windows. My bicycle is alongside me. On the right-hand side, I've got a guy sitting behind this little school desk, and in front of me, all these guys busy shouting and going crazy, but on these reed benches. I comply with everything that they want. I comply, and I do what they want, and I comply. I think I'm busy solving this problem. I can't explain to you how it just pulled the carpet from underneath my feet when I had the guys on the left-hand side of me, about 6 of them. One 15-year-old guy, bullish and loud. He was saying to the guys next to him, not threatening me, massive difference. He was saying to them, let's gut him, let's kill him, we are wasting time. Let's gut him, let's kill him, we're wasting time. If you know what pidgin English sounds like, you'll understand. And here, I consider myself a brave guy. And here I was standing with my knees busy shaking. Who of you have been that scared when your knees actually shake? Properly shake. I stood there and I was embarrassed. In my Africa book, I write about how embarrassed I was, but I just kept packing out the stuff. 26th of February 2004, I was telling myself that's going to be on my gravestone. And I also said to myself, Riaan, you actually are the idiot that everybody said you were. This whole idea of going around Africa on the bicycle, today you will see it. And there I was, hopeless. What gets me out of that? The guy sees a magazine I had with Mr. Mbeki's face on, our president at the time. He looks at the picture of Mr. Mbeki. He talks to me for the first time and he says, this is my friend. So like a good captive, being held by drug rebels, I disagreed with him. That is a joke. Thanks for the guys who caught that joke. If you've been held by drug rebels, rule number 1, don't disagree with them. I walked, I threw my bike against the wall, and I went and stood next to this guy, and I kept looking at Mr. Mbeki's face, apologizing, saying, sir, probably you were friends with him. You guys have heard of Charles Taylor? Mr. Mbeki had just been in there to take Charles Taylor out. Maybe he had seen him. I stared at this picture of Mr. Mbeki. The guy begins to laugh and starts pointing at Mr. Mbeki's beard, at the little gray hairs, and I do not know what he is laughing about. But what do I begin doing? Laughing with him and laughing. My knees shaking. He stops laughing. I move back to my bicycle. 15 minutes later, out of the blue, the guy just says, go before we kill you. Like an African version of bon voyage. Travel well. I didn't disagree with him this time. My bike out, up on the little hill. I remember stopping and looking back at just what I'd gone through for 8 hours, and I looked at the guys coming out of the room, half of them coming out and busy waving me goodbye. Very confused. Guys, the lesson I want you to take out of that is 1 kilometer later, what do you think I did when I stopped my bicycle to take stock? What do you think I did? I took out my little map, my little laminated map, small little notepad, my pen, and I calculated the average speed I needed to do to catch up the 8 hours of inconvenience. Now, come on, if you are telling me that you are focused in what you're busy doing, no matter what field you're in, politics, in economics, in journalism, it does not matter. No matter how big or small your goal is, if you're not focused in the beginning, you're not going to make it. Not once did I think about stopping and going home. I carried on, got to Sierra Leone, the country next door, and here I was in for the lesson of my entire life. I get hosted by the United Nations in Freetown, and the guy says to me, Riaan, do us a favor and speak at this camp that we sponsor. Hey man, they'd love your story. Guys, I get there in the morning and I can't even see people, but I set up my little map of Africa, and I'm ready now to present to the people. Whoa, the people start coming in. Everybody's either got an arm off over here or an arm off over here, or they've got a leg off over here. Yeah, stuff I'd only seen on TV, and I'm busy telling them my story, and it's about 200 people 1 meter away from me. Grandmothers, grandfathers, men, women, babies. And I stand there and I tell them my story. As I leave off the stage, I am so emotional, I can't even speak. The people applaud. On those trestle tables that they had in that hall, were slamming their arms down and they're busy applauding me. I leave, I walk out of this gate, and I remember it was a bit of a haze, but I remember I turned on the road, somebody tapping me on the shoulder. I turn around, here's a lady with her baby, beautiful lady, beautiful big smile, and all she wants from me is to know if I can pass on a message to her family that's en route to where I'm going. So we chat a bit. I can't help notice her baby's arm is off at the elbow. Her baby's about 1 year old. No South African is just going to go to a stranger and say, how did that happen to you, your finger or your foot? I said to her, ma'am, how is this possible? Hey, man, I stand there and I listen to her story about how she was in the middle of the night, woken up near the border of Sierra Leone and Liberia by these guys in a convoy of cars and trucks, herd people together like cattle. They had lights on them, she said, and then they chose people randomly. You. In Blood Diamond, they talk about giving people the option of long sleeve or short sleeve. She's in this queue. She says people are stumbling out of this room where they got candles up and the pangas up. She's standing and telling me the story, and I can't even connect directly with it. It feels like I'm totally out of the story. She says she went in there and she begged him. She said, my husband has died in this war. I don't come from this village. And then she said what she thought you'd understand. I have my baby to look after. The guy immediately nodded to the guy, and she said on her right-hand side, he ripped her baby away, threw her baby on the table, chopped her baby's arm off, and then she said immediately he threw the baby back at her, and the guy kicked her from behind and said to her, go, we've given you what you want. We've given you what you want. And she said she went out there and she said, hey, the world she thought was going to end right there. The baby, while she's telling me that story, is with its other arm busy playing with my shirt. Giggling and laughing, playing with my shirt. Guys, if you've ever rolled your eyes when somebody has told you, no matter who you are in this hall, that you should be grateful for what you've got, believe it. I used to not be grateful for everything I had. I'm super grateful. Sure, I tell you what, I'm being grateful for running water, one thing, and electricity, obviously, that works all the time. I'm not going to make an electricity joke, but running water, goodness gracious, man, here I am. You can't get bottled water on this bicycle trip I'm on, just to clear that up. Okay, you don't go to little shops and buy bottled water. I was getting water from little wells and then from rivers. Most excitingly, Angola has got these monstrous rivers in the jungles. I would stop my bicycle, climb off and slide down these monster banks. I would get to the river, sometimes some crocodiles and hippos around. I'd fill my water bottle, being alert, drink some of the water. The sun would always go through the bottle. And you know when you have the sun going through water, you see little pieces? You do, eh? Fill up the water again, close it, back to my bicycle. This day, the road followed the river up a mountain pass. And I'm cycling hard. I stop after about 3 kilometers. I take out the water bottle and I'm drinking. I hear voices. Yeah, I haven't seen any buildings. I haven't seen firewood. Hey, I move closer to these bushes. I part the bushes. There's 20 people in the river. People busy washing their clothes. I've seen it often, washing their clothes. Upstream, it's an important word in my story. Upstream, and people are washing their clothes. Hey, I see them chatting to other people. Alongside these people, 5 meters down the way, hey, oaks have got their bubbles all over their whole bodies and they're washing themselves. Hey, I'm still looking at that, and then 5 meters down from those guys, they're in conversation with the next crowd, the people that are like this, having their pee and their poo. And I had the bottle of water like this, and I can tell you how I just noticed those little things were 10 times bigger. In my mind said to me, are you a man or are you a mouse? I took that bottle of water and I just downed it. Sure. Guys, I got back from that bicycle trip. 5 people and a dog said goodbye to me when I left at the waterfront. Of the 5 people, 1 was a security guard and 1 was a cleaner. So there's no razzmatazz, eh? I get back and media across the world are speaking to me. No human being has ever been able to do this or even attempt it. I'm amazed. Carte Blanche does this amazing story on me. And if you spend time with me, you'll see that I am relatively cynical. I am. I don't come from a privileged upbringing. I didn't have a silver spoon in my mouth. And I didn't believe that things would always work out for me. Sunday night, I watched this Carte Blanche piece. For once, understand what I did for 2 years. My phone keeps ringing with all my friends. I'm standing in the kitchen of my friend's house. A friend of mine takes my phone out of my hand, puts another phone in my hand, and I answer, the guy from Carte Blanche. So I say, yeah, hi, how's it? He says to me, why are you not answering your phone? Mr. Nelson Mandela watched you on Carte Blanche and wants to know if you're willing to come meet him on Thursday morning. So I checked my diary to see if I was available. If the person next to you didn't laugh at that joke, please explain it to them because it is a joke. Guys, little poor me, Riaan Manser sitting as the guest of Mr. Nelson Mandela. Nobody else. Justin Bieber, Naomi Campbell. Hey, long love letters to meet with Mr. Mandela. Mr. Mandela said to me, don't rest on your laurels. I didn't know what he really meant. And I decided to go to Madagascar. I wanted to do another place on the African continent that was special. I wanted to do something that no human being had ever done. How arrogant of me. I wanted to do something that no other human being had ever done. That kayak that you see over there, all alone, unaided. I circumnavigated and kayaked around Madagascar. I told my girlfriend it would take 6 months. You know where this is going, eh? It took a year. If I ever offer for you to come on holiday with me, you look at your watch and you look very busy and say, oh man, just if it was not this weekend. And Madagascar is a good example because I was in prison there 5 times. It's my record for one country. 5 times. The last time, Google Mbovo Bay prison and you'll see where I was in prison. Real deal, hardcore. I think C-Max would look like a holiday to that place. Obviously, I hadn't done anything wrong. The problem was that I arrived in Madagascar when Andre Rajoelina was about to have a big military coup and take the country over. But when I get to the capital city, I hear about this DJ. Whoa, this DJ is exactly what you'd think a DJ would be. Earphones like this, big T-shirts, pants that are hanging around his bum, chains, spinning the discs, nightclubs of 4,000 people. That's when I arrived in Madagascar. 1 year later, when I finished my journey, what do you think that same DJ was doing? Suit and tie, running the country. Guys like Gareth Cliff and DJ Fresh and those oaks are super unambitious. Want to own a radio station? Run a country, man. My journey after that was around Iceland. Shucks, I bit off more than I could chew. I'll be the first to tell you that. But there's nothing more in my entire decade and a half of this career that nobody else had where I learned things. I decided to take somebody with me, and I tried to make it even more difficult. I took somebody that was handicapped. Who of you have got children? Now you can teach me something about understanding what it means to have somebody's life in your hands. I don't have children. I stood at this press conference, one of the first photos that you saw, and I remember the journalist asked me, so what is the biggest challenge in this journey? And I was confident and said, I'm going to know what it's like to have somebody's life in my hands. No further from the truth. I had no idea. After 1 month, my paddling partner hated me, the film crew hated me, because I was the only one that had to get the job done. Now guys, if you're in a leadership position or want to be in a leadership position, there is again an ocean between saying and doing. If you want to be a leader, you cannot only lead in the candy floss and lollipop moments. You cannot lead in candy floss and lollipop moments and pat yourself on the back and say, I've done well. Can you pause it there for me, Clint, if it's possible, please? I'd appreciate that. You've got to lead to prove yourself when the going is the toughest you've ever thought. Because I tell you that for 6 months in Iceland, every morning I woke up, I doubted that I would be able to see the day through. I doubted it. And we still made history again. And one of the people that paddled around Iceland was handicapped. We did something good, 2 little South Africans. Sure, so I got back from Iceland. Again, don't come with me if I invite you to come away for a weekend. When do I choose to go to Iceland? In the worst winter in 63 years. It's not the worst winter in Mauritius, for 63 years. The worst winter in Iceland. It sounds cold already. Sure, guys, I want to improve every time what I'm doing in this career of mine. I want to see what others are doing, and I want to turn it on its head. I want to do better than the next guy. That's how arrogant you have to be if you want to achieve. I look at what others do and I say, that is not good enough. If somebody's done it before me, it's not good enough. So, I'm sitting at home with my girlfriend of 14 years, Fusty sitting there with me, and we're spending time with Kim Kardashian and her sisters. The guys who laugh now, you do exactly the same. You sit and you spend time with Kim Kardashian and her sisters, and Fusty on the sofa looks at me, and she's serious, and she says to me, Riaan, I want to do something incredible with my life. Who of you want to do something incredible with your life? I do. I tell you what, I'm on this earth for 70 years. I want to do something incredible. I'm stunned with Fusty saying this. She looks at me again, and this time she says, Riaan, you know I've always wanted to go to New York. And when your girlfriend says that to you, you can say, hey, let's see when the flights are. Hey, I take my humor and my adventure, and I mix the two, and I said to her, we will go to New York, but we're going to go in a little rowing boat. You can play for me, Clint, thank you. This is where we went from Agadir. That little line is exactly where we rowed in a little rowing boat. Just the two of us. 1.5 meters high was the cabin, 1.5 meters wide and 1.5 meters long. We landed in San Salvador, the same place that Christopher Columbus landed in 1492. Fusty was the only woman from the continent of Africa in history that's ever rowed an ocean. In history, it's a long time. That is incredible. We're the only human beings, the two of us, two silly, thank you. Now we know how many women are in the audience. 2 little South Africans, the only human beings in history to row from Africa all the way to North America. It's unbelievable, man. We're living in 2014, 2015. How is that possible? 2 quick little stories before I wrap up. Guys, it was tough. Imagine being 1.5 meters space, shoulder to shoulder with your best friend or your girlfriend or your wife or your husband, shoulder to shoulder. Can you imagine one day? Imagine a week. Imagine a month. Imagine 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 4.5 months we were in that little boat. Fusty said that she sometimes got so angry, she wanted to take that oar and cut my head off. But then she would pause for a second and think, ooh, I need him to row. We were thrown over by a big wave. It was about 9 meters in height, which is nearly as high as that, and our boat weighed a ton. The boat threw us and threw me out of the boat. I landed outside the boat. I was washed underneath the water. Fusty got caught underneath the boat. It was violent. We both thought we were going to die. 2,300 kilometers from any land. Just us, little boat. Guys, I landed at the back of the boat, foam splashing. I popped out of the foam, held by chance this rope in my hand that was attached to the boat. I'm 5 meters behind the boat. I see Fusty pop up. The boat pops up. Fusty sitting there. Her feet got stuck into her footholds. She holds onto the ropes on the side over here. She looks a bit scared. She looks to the left-hand side of me. I don't know what's happened either. She looks back at me. And if you ever meet Fusty, tell her you know the story. Just after this happened, Fasti looks again to the left-hand side behind me, and she shouts at me, "Behind you! Go get the olive oil! Go get the olive oil! It's behind you!" We've just been, come on, man, we nearly died, and she wants the olive oil. She just, I think, felt guilty. Guys, the last thing was, we're heading up the coast now. We've arrived in Miami. We're about 15 kilometers away, and these two big helicopters are circling us. Yo, I'm wondering, what are these big helicopters? And then two big boats circling us. One boat comes up to us, and the boat has got 3 people on. One guy unclips himself from these big seats. He comes and stands closer. He's got his hand on his gun like this. He's about 5 meters away from the boat. The other guys stand with their rifles behind the console, and the other driver stands there ready to go. The guy says to me, "Where do you come from?" So I said, "Oh, I'm from South Africa." He says, "No, where have you rode this thing from?" So then I thought to myself, shucks, I can't tell this guy I rode from Africa. He's not going to believe me. Yo, I say to him, we rode from this Bahamas, Andros Island. He looks at the boat and he says, "We heard that there were Colombian refugees that were coming to America." Yeah, I'm standing on this boat, got my coffee in my hand like this. I'm in my underpants and I've got this massive beard. And I forget what I look like. Sure. He pauses, asks a few more questions, and then, ding, ding, the bell goes off for him. He says, "Yeah, you're right. Cuban refugees wouldn't be coming on boats with sponsors' logos on." I thought, well, could have worked it out yourself, my friend. Anyway, then they gave us an escort into Miami Harbor. Helicopters, I thought, had cameras in, but they were actually the guns. I thought they were the people filming us. We arrived in Miami and made the history. That's been the last 15 years of my life, of doing what everybody said was not possible. When I spoke, I made sure that I backed it up with the action. There's an ocean between saying and doing. Guys, write down 3 things that I leave with you, please, or remember them or forget them. But they're 3 things that will mean something to you. In my career, if you sat with me and you asked me what were those 3 things that made everything possible, the first thing, courage. You're going to see how this is going to overlap in your life. Courage is something that's lacking in every single one of you. It's lacking in me. Because sometimes I'm so fearful to take something on right in the beginning that I don't ever get a chance to really realize those dreams. David and Goliath, you guys know the story of David and Goliath. People say he was a hero when he defeated the giant. He wasn't. He was a hero when everybody stood on that battlefield, hearts in their throat, and the giant was walking towards them. David was the only guy that stepped forward and said, "I'll take him on." You guys see where that courage comes in there. The second thing, perseverance. You have to see things through if you want to get the reward. You have to be willing to keep going and going and going. Nothing is ever finished if it's not finished. All the things, I challenge you, all the things in your life that have value for you, that mean something to you, all took time. Is that fair enough? And then the third thing, hey man, it's something that I'm so guilty of. Who of you have ever had the wrong attitude? None of you, hey, it's only me. Guys, our attitude at the beginning of a task dictates whether we make a success of that task. We as South Africans believe we've got it inside our DNA to make things happen. And trust me, we do. We do make things happen. But I challenge you next time you guys are sitting in that environment as a union or a political party or a journalist setup, and you guys are discussing stuff that is not fun for your business, the stuff that makes you feel uncomfortable. I challenge you, look around that room. Only 2 types of people. People with the right attitude and people with the wrong attitude. Forget about that person that's sitting next to you or sitting across from the table from you. Ask yourself honestly, what attitude are you going to have? Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you, Riaan. Thank you. Yes, I'm back on my feet. It was just John Flismas after all. Wow, Riaan, you don't have enough problems in life. All over the world in a bicycle. Why? White people, you are yet to struggle in life. Run around the world on a bicycle. Anyway, now you guys are very patient and your patience is about to pay off. I am now going to introduce back onto stage Ranjeni Munusamy and our guest of honor. Please welcome her back. Where's your applause? Thank you. And she will, of course, introduce our guest of honor.
A long day. Have you enjoyed it so far? Okay, so have you, really? Okay, so let's take this baby home. Our final guest today is a person who burst onto the political scene, first through COSAS and then the NC Youth League. He once said he would take up arms and kill for Jacob Zuma, and then decided it wasn't such a good idea. He was expelled from the NC for being too chacharach, and then he became its biggest nightmare. He brought us pay back the money, and now he wants to bring us economic freedom in our lifetime. Please welcome the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema. Well, thank you, Julius. You couldn't join us today. We had a long day. We had a very dramatic day. You were writing exams. I take it you weren't studying taxation law.
No.
Okay. So can you share with us maybe what were you studying?
No, today I was writing business management. I'm studying BA with UNISA. This was my last subject on specializing in politics and citizenship.
So how did it go? Did you pass?
Well, you can't praise horses which have not returned. So they must first return, and we know which one is number one.
Okay. All right, so exactly 2 years ago, you and I sat down at a hotel nearby here. You had also just finished writing your exams.
Yeah.
And you said to me that you were going to launch a political party. I thought you were joking. I thought, like, you know, people finish write exams, they normally go drinking. He wants to start a political party. So the EFF is now 2 years old from that moment. Is it what you envisaged it would be?
Well, the EFF is an organization that continues to make us very proud, because we knew that South Africans are looking for an alternative. And the EFF, within a short space of time, contested elections. And now it's represented in almost all the legislatures, busy now preparing for local government elections. From April up until now, I've not addressed less than 30 communities with less than 1,000 people participating in those meetings. So we're busy strengthening the organization, we're busy on the ground, listening to our people so that when we take over some of the municipalities, we know exactly what our people want.
Okay, so I must admit that when we did do that interview, I wondered whether you were doing this out of revenge and anger because of the way you were expelled. And you did put up one heck of a fight to get back into the ANC. And then when it was clear that you couldn't get back in, you then decided to launch the Economic Freedom Fight. You were very angry, weren't you?
Well, there's a difference between anger and disappointment. I was disappointed. It couldn't be anger because there is no anger that can be sustained for 2 years. This is what I think is a brainchild of the ordinary masses on the ground who said, we want an alternative to the ANC. And we were of a view that we must form a non-governmental organization which will agitate for economic freedom, and it should not be politically aligned. But the response on the ground was such that you are wasting our time, we need an alternative, and that alternative should represent the working class.
Yeah, so what you're doing is what you did rather is exactly what Zwelinzima Vavi is not doing. He dragged out his departure from COSATU, so he's basically on a mobilization drive. Whereas you said, okay, I'm out, what I'm doing is I'm launching a political party, and you did it, and it took on a life of its own.
He will do it. He's got no option.
So you're not worried that he's gonna compete for your constituency?
There's a difference between forming a political party and the union. And even if Vavi was to form a political party, he will never be a threat to the EFF because the mobilization at the level of a union is such that you are confined to shop floor politics. And capital by its own nature organizes people into one place. You already find them organized by your enemy called capital. Unlike politics, political formations, you have to go to villages and then do door-to-door and ask people to come to a meeting. After speaking to thousands of them through a door-to-door, all of them confirming they will come to a meeting. On the day of the meeting, they don't come. And if you've got a big ego, you'll then be demoralized and then pull out of it. But it needs experience, it needs a determination, it needs you to soldier on and continue to sell the message. Because what matters is not an individual, it's whether you've got the message. People want the message.
Okay. So you've been going for 2 years now. You've made a lot of noise on the political scene. You've provided a lot of color to the political scene. But in your view, what substantive has the EFF achieved in the time it's been alive?
The EFF has provided an alternative policy perspective to the country, including to the ANC. It is the only socialist party that speaks about socialism openly in parliament. It's the only
but socialism by what definition? Because that's a moving target, seemingly.
No. Socialism by the definition of state ownership of strategic sectors of the economy. And that will, amongst others, include land, mines, the banks, and other monopoly industries. And we have put firmly those proposals before Parliament. We are actually the first organization to take the battle to capital and said to Parliament, you do not have legislature that stops profit shifting and open corruption committed by capital because you are scared of corruption. And now everybody begins to say, no, there should be a legislation about that. We spoke about the conditions of workers, not only in the mining sector, the workers who are working in the restaurants, the security guards, the domestic workers, farm workers, family, unashamedly spoke on their behalf in Parliament, to an extent that the ANC had to even reject the investigation of living and working condition of mine workers by Parliament because it was brought by the EFF. Things that they were not doing. Actually, they were engaged in elitist type of politics which ordinary masses on the ground could not relate with. And now masses can relate with those politics. That's why the Parliament channel is so popular now, because the masses feel represented and they begin to say, we are represented. I want to watch because the likelihood is that my issues may be discussed by Parliament.
So a lot of people thought initially that the EFF may be a kind of a carbon copy of the ANC, but for angry people and people who are disappointed. Even in the election last year, you found people who were really angry with the ANC and couldn't, in good conscience, vote ANC because of the kind of scandals and stories of corruption associated with the ANC now. So you came out of the ANC, the ANC's mutated baby. So that's why people kind of thought, okay, So, but do you think that's sustainable?
Well, those who were angry are people like Cope. That's why they disagreed and then had to disappear. Because when the anger subsides, then your purpose disappears. Because you are formed for angry purpose. So we are formed on ideological basis. To an extent that we even wrote a founding manifesto, which Cope doesn't have, to articulate what we represent. So even if Malema tomorrow is happy and is now ready again to kill for Zuma, there will be people who remain loyal to the document called the Founding Manifesto.
So So the ANC is 103 years old. It's the party of Nelson Mandela, of Oliver Tambo. You revered these leaders. There must be part of you that's still a bit heart-sore that you couldn't follow, in the succession of that legion of really heroic people that, the party would not and will now never be handed over to you. Do you feel that sometimes when you see the flag, when you look back at visuals of those great speeches, the great men?
Well, we're following in their footsteps on a different organization called the EFF, and not only Nelson Mandela, because he was not the only one who fought for freedom. We're following in the footsteps of Sebukwe. We're following the footsteps of Steve Biko. We're following in the footsteps of all great giants that fought for freedom. The problem with the ANC is that they indoctrinate people to an extent that you think it is only them in South Africa and everybody else doesn't exist. And you come to realize that once you are outside that, yes, we've been denied a rich history. We've been denied a rich history of this country, of so many great giants who fought for freedom. And we shouldn't die for a name. We shouldn't be obsessed that we want to be in the ANC because it can only be achieved in the ANC. It can be achieved for as long as you've got, the collective which has got a political will to achieve that which a generation before us set as a mission.
Okay, but you fell out with this current leadership of the ANC. So let me give you a scenario. President Jacob Zuma decides in a few months, in a few years, I don't know when, but decides to retire to Nkandla, and the next ANC conference.
There's no one man who can make you go back to the ANC. No one.
No, but let me give you a scenario.
There's no Nelson Mandela. There's no O.R. Tambo. There's no Peter Mokaba. They all died with the ANC. All you have is a group of individuals.
But we had a dynamic young man here this morning, Paul Mashatile. He's a new generation ANC leader.
Paul belongs to that elite group that continues to milk our resources. And then he comes here, and then he comes here and he wants to behave brave. Let's hope he won't say you distorted him on what he said about Jacob Zuma, because the fact that he said, I hope he said that he doesn't agree with Ntlego's report. I was not here. I was going to tell him, repeat it, so that when the newspapers quote you on that, you must not say they didn't hear you properly. All of you, tomorrow you will still be here in South Africa. Paul is going to correct what he said before you here. So there's nothing brave about him. He's part of a mess. Paul presided over a government that put a lot of money in the so-called Alexandra renewal. Till today, Alexander looks like a squatter camp. Where did the money go? Where was Paul? Paul was at the center of that money. Before he tells us about Ntleko money, he must tell us about the Alexander renewal.
So do you have any friends in the ANC? Are there any people?
Of God.
You were quite friendly with Minister Razmataz for a while.
Balula is my friend. I speak to him. I don't agree with him, but I speak to him and he knows I don't agree with him.
Okay, so...
And there are a lot of elders in the ANC that I speak to. I speak to Winnie Mandela. I speak to Castle Matali, because our relationship in politics went beyond political relationship and became that of a family, friends.
So even if those friends had to influence an ANC conference to take a resolution to build bridges with the EFF, you wouldn't accept that?
Winnie tried. And if I can say no to Winnie, who else can come and talk to me? There is no one amongst those Mickey Mouses that holds the necessary courage to can convince me. No one. I told Winnie that they don't like you. We know you are suffering and you are calling us to come back so that we can join the queue of suffering people. We are not coming back to that organization.
Okay, but the ANC is not the only party that has problems. Your party has had some problems also. There's some
Which
people
ones? Which problems?
Well, you've expelled some people who were quite high-ranking in your party.
Well, you know, EFF is a very dynamic organization because it's not constituted by celebrities. And anyone who defines
But then why
himself,
did you recruit them to serve in your caucus?
no one was recruited. They came and joined. No one, I didn't go, I don't even know where they stay. So I wouldn't have recruited them. So they came and then they wanted to behave like celebrities within a collective and the collective rejected them.
So you didn't go to Gayton's house for all these famous sushi parties?
I mean, bring serious name. We're talking serious issues here.
Okay, so who are you willing to build bridges with? Mmusi Maimane is the new leader of the DA. Helen Zille said she didn't want to cooperate with you in any kind of coalition government. But next year we are heading for a very contested election. The opportunity may arise to change power in some of the metros, or some of the municipalities, to a coalition government. Would you be willing to cooperate with the Democratic Alliance?
Well, cooperation might mean something different. I support anyone that advances the national interest. If Mmusi stand up in parliament and says Zuma must pay back the money, or that Zuma must release the Nkandla report, I will stand up and support him. In the same way, if the ANC still has got some people who have got some sense of responsibility, who may take chances to stand up and say something sensible, I will support them. So in the next year elections, we're not getting into cooperation, we're getting into contractual relationship. So whoever wants the votes of the EFF will have to come and bring us a yearly contract which stipulates what people are going to benefit that year by when. And that if those are not met, the relationship is automatically off.
No, but a coalition agreement in municipalities of the metro, say there's an opportunity to cooperate, City of Johannesburg, what will a yearly agreement do? Because it's a 5-year term.
You need to tell us that within a year, I will go and do 1, 2, 3 in Alexander. I will go and do 1, 2, 3 in Deep Slot, because budgets are allocated yearly. They are not allocated 5 years. We shouldn't wait for 5 years. It must be a yearly thing. So you say, this is what I can do in Deep Slot. If you don't do it, then we're off. And if none of the parties there is committed to deliver such things, then we'll rather not engage in any form of a relationship. It must be based on program, because our people are tired of being fed theory which lacks practice. So they've listened to theory for 21 years. They all know how slogans sound like. All they want now is action.
While we're talking about other political parties, I have to ask you this. I've noticed, and my colleagues have noticed, that while you're sitting in parliament, often that Nkosi Mangosuthu Buthelezi pulls you, he's been pulling your jacket, and he tries to make you sit down. What's going on?
He has never done that to me.
Oh, well, other people in the EFF,
yeah,
but he's always trying to whisper
he won't do that to me.
But what does he want you to do?
No, I don't want, I hate people who use their age to impose themselves on us. I don't like that. No one, no elder, no young person will ever pull me. You ought to win me through superior logic and not through age. So he stands up there all the time to call the opposition to order. And I told the EFF that one day I'm going to take him on that. He stands up to call the EFF to order, and he does that to the DA, but he never does that to the ANC. And the ANC people, half the time they are misbehaving in that parliament. As an elder, if he wants to be treated as an elder and not a politician, he must stop taking side. So he must prevail over all of us. Otherwise, if he becomes partisan, then he wants to become a role player in a political environment, and we shall engage as equal and as professionals. So he has never done that. I mean, I don't know if he has pulled Floyd. Next to me is Floyd or anyone, I don't know.
Okay.
But I see more often rising to call people to order. The other time he was calling the chief whip of the DA to order and saying, hey, you don't say what to me, you're missing apartheid, and trying to sound radical like that, just to impress the ANC.
So talking about the ANC, they have people who are senior in government who you used to treat as your elders. You did treat them as your heroes. In the case of President Jacob Zuma, you were very passionate in your defense for him.
You know, I've over-explained the issue of killing for Zuma to you and to everybody else, that I've never literally meant that I will kill for Zuma. All I said was a commitment to the cause. I supported Zuma, and I still don't regret supporting him to be president of the ANC against President Mbeki. Not because President Mbeki was a bad president. President Mbeki was going to compromise the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa because he wanted to go for a third term as a president of the ANC. And he had 2/3 majority in parliament, and the possibility was such that they were going to amend the Constitution of the Republic to give him a third term. So my loyalty has always been with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa more than political parties and individuals. And we said we needed to stop this smart guy. Smart as he is, we cannot choose his smartness over the Constitution. And then we looked around, to say, who can challenge President Mbeki, who's almost ready to compromise the Constitution? They all went under the tables. And then this one said he can challenge President Mbeki. And for opportunistic reasons, because one, the man knew that he was going to jail. So he has got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose. But if he becomes the president, he's got more to gain. So he weighed his options. That even if I lose, I will come back to the same position I was because I was fired as a deputy president. Then he said, I'm here to challenge President Mbeki. In the absence of the best, he became the best. And that's how he became the president. So the killing for Zuma was an emphatic statement in defense of our constitution to say, we'll make anyone the president for as long as it is in the defense of the Constitution. That statement is used on a daily basis by all of you when you want to emphasize a point. When a person is dressed smart, you say, today you are dressed to kill. It doesn't mean that person is well armed with bullets. When Bafana, if I'm guilty of such a statement, then the SABC and E-News and everybody else is guilty, because when Bafana goes to play against Ghana, they say, Bafana today is going for a kill. So it doesn't mean Bafana today is well armed with AK-47. It means Bafana is well determined to come back victorious. That's what I said.
So how did you fall out then? What happened? Share with us.
No, we fell out because the Polokwane conference took very clear positions. Amongst others was to reject the 1996 class project, which was turning the ANC into a complete right political organization. And we who were on the left believed that the emergence of Jacob Zuma with Gwede as Secretary General will reposition the ANC to be an organization of the left. Zuma immediately after Polokwane says, nothing is going to change. And I ask myself, but this man was in the same conference where we were saying change. He thought change we mean him. We did not mean him. We meant policy. So when he says nothing is going to change, that's where I knew the problem has started. Not only that, the first trip he takes is London. And then he's given some small jacket and reassure capital and the Queen that no, nothing is going to change. So we knew that what we thought we had achieved in Polokwane actually is a myth. It's not there. Again, Polokwane took a decision that willing buyer, willing seller is not a viable alternative. It has not worked, and therefore the new leadership must go and find an alternative when it comes to the land question. The Youth League then said to the ANC, in line with Polokwane, let's expropriate the land without a compensation. Let us nationalize. And then they said, they thought we're a group of people who don't know how to think. The first thing they said to us was, go and write what you are saying down and bring it here. Because they thought they were going to defeat us through writing. We wrote the most substantive document which till today no one has authored an alternative to it. Presented it to the ANC, and then from there they started, character assassination of individuals and subjected us to disciplinary processes so that they can downplay the real proposals on radical transformation of the economy. And Zuma thought we play. The Youth League took that decision. The ANC, NGC took that decision. The mistake we did was to mix the two. We said, this is the program of action, and we need the leadership that is committed to implement this program of action, and Zuma is not such a leader who can carry forward this struggle. And we told him that. We said, we don't think you are a better person to carry this agenda forward. And secondly, by the way, we agreed that you must serve one term. So we mixed the two, because on the other ones, he didn't have capacity to argue with us. Then he came to the leadership question and realized these people are going to remove me. And the best option is to remove them before they remove me. That's how I fell out of favor with him. I was not saying anything bad to him. I was saying to him, we agreed on one term. And then secondly, I don't think you are capable of driving an agenda for radical economic transformation. So there is nothing personal between me and Msholozi. We've never been close like that with Zuma. Media can exaggerate. I don't know Nkandla. I've never been to Nkandla, in Zuma's house. But the impression is created that we are so close to an extent that I even have a plate at Nkandla. I never had a plate at Nkandla. And I've been to Zuma's house twice or three times. This one here at the one
Forest
that...
Town. Forest Town.
Forest Town, the one that woman of Mpumalanga bought for him here after he was fired at the Union Building. I've been there 3 times. The first time, I can't remember, but the last time I went to Nkandla was when there was...
You went to Nkandla, to
no,
Forest
to
Town?
Forest Town. Was when Zuma said, no, there was a discussion that Zuma is not going to appoint Kgalema as a deputy president. Zuma had concluded that Kgalema must not be a deputy president of the country. And I went to negotiate with him that you are creating the second Polokwane, just after Polokwane, because Kgalema is going to be seen as a victim of the sitting president. And there's going to be supporters of a deputy president against the president, which is what happened between you and Mbeki. Gwede, I started with Gwede. Gwede said, hey, I told him he's not agreeing. Go and talk to him. Gwede sent me there, I went. The second time is when I went to negotiate for the former Youth League members to be in the cabinet. Malusi, Mbalula, Nati.
So they're there because of you?
No, we went to present a list. I wouldn't say they are there because of us. But I went to present a list sent by the Youth League to come and talk to the president to include in the cabinet former Youth League leaders, including Thandi. And Zuma said he wants Mbalula to remain in organizing because there is a view that Mbalula must be the Secretary General of the ANC. When I came with the story that Mbalula must be Secretary General of the ANC, I was told by Zuma that Mbalula must be the Secretary General of the ANC. And I said, President, the best thing is that let's put Mbalula a minister, and then at an appropriate moment, we'll then withdraw him so that he can go and serve full-time in the ANC like the former Minister of Housing, who was later the Deputy Secretary of the ANC.
Wait. What are you telling us here? That President Zuma wanted Gwede Mantashe out?
Yes. The president said to me, there is a view that Mbalula must be Secretary General who must prepare him through the organizing. And I said to him, you are committing, amongst others, some of us hated Mbeki, was the fact that Peter Mokaba made Mbeki a president of the ANC, of course with the collective of the Youth League. When Mbeki became the president of the ANC, Mbeki said to Peter Mokaba, you are not part of my plans. Remember, Peter was a deputy minister under Mandela's term. And then Thabo became president after Peter and the Youth League actually defied Mandela and went to fetch Mbeki from the dirty flats. After he was demoralized of not becoming a deputy president, they went to fetch him and made him the national chair of the ANC against Mandela's wish, which was Kada Asmal should be the national chair. The Youth League said, behind closed doors, what happened to African leadership? Remember, in the ANC, there was an unwritten rule that in the top 6 of the ANC, there will never be either a colored or an Indian or a white person because they were subscribing to the so-called African leadership. That's how Kada Asmal did not become the chairperson of the ANC. Thabo came back from the political dustbin, first by Peter Mokaba, made him the national chairperson of the ANC. When Thabo became president, then said to Peter, you are not part of my plans. I said to President Zuma, you are doing the same thing with Mbalula. You are going to be viewed the same way we viewed Thabo when he dumped Peter. Because Mbalula led a campaign of you becoming the president, and now you say Mbalula must go and sit in that shack called the Little House. It's not possible.
Okay, so let's deal with your own career path now. You the leader of the economic...
I've been involved in serious stuff, man.
So, your fighters, they love you. They love you as their leader. But the one thing that can change that is the charges against you.
Yeah.
You made some concessions. There's the tax case and then there's the corruption case.
Yeah.
So on the tax case, you made some concessions. You're paying back the money on the tax.
I paid them.
Oh, so that's that, right. So
I don't owe them.
On the corruption case, what is that about? Are there any concessions you have to make there?
You know, when we went to the SARS case, somebody said to me on Twitter, no, you keep on saying paying back the money, but you owing SARS and all that. I said, I've got an appointment with SARS on the 1st of June. Was the first time I've got an appointment with SARS on the 1st of June. I will meet them in court, come and hear. Because I knew that there is no lawyer who can persuade a judge using legal jargons, whereas pursuing a political agenda. You know, Nick Maretz is one of the best lawyers in Pretoria. Nick Maretz could not budge an inch in that court, despite his experience on dealing with tax matters. Why? Because Nick Maretz was dealing with a political matter, and he's a lawyer. He doesn't know political matters. My response to criminal charges is, I've got an appointment with them in August. Let them come and see me in August in the criminal court.
So you have a good
These
defense.
people postponed this case for the 4th time now. The last time it was postponed with almost a year. They do that because they do not have a case. These people hate me so much. Hate me so much that if they had a case against me, they would have had that trial within days and locked me up. So the fact that they are delaying to have this case heard by a neutral court of law, it is a clear evidence that they do not have a case against me.
Okay, so
and
other than...
they must know, and South Africans themselves should know, that justice delayed is justice denied.
Okay, so other than this argument of...
I'm not scared of them. I never stole anything from them. Let them come. I want them tomorrow. I wanted them yesterday. Let them come anytime and put me in the box with the best of the best, including Gernel. They will never get me.
Okay, so but other than this argument of a political hit on you on the corruption case, you have a good defense. You have an explanation for why the money was in the Ratanang Trust.
Ratanang Trust was a shareholder of a company called Gilda Investment, which on point was a subsidiary of. And that Gilda had many companies, many subsidiaries. So amongst those included On Point. And therefore, what was in the Ratanang account was the money from Gilda company, which was due to a shareholder.
And there was no corruption in that?
You know, you must give yourself time and read their indictment. Not a single state witness in those affidavit mentions the name Julius Malema. Not one. I've never dealt with them. I was never in government. I've never worked for government. Yet they say I took tenders and gave to my friends. The people who ran that government, including the department which gave On Point a tender, they are still in the ANC. They are still in parliament. So none of them has been charged. No one from government has been charged for being in a corrupt relationship with the EFF leader. I gave myself that tender. I corrupted myself. I didn't corrupt anyone. So they must go and tell a judge there the practicality of the whole thing. It's very difficult.
Okay, so there are many people who are scared of you. They find your posture, they find your positions, such as, I'll give you an example, the land occupation. They find that threatening. They feel that it's threatening to the legality, the rule of law. They find it threatening to their own possessions. Are you a scary character? I mean, are you threatening the way South Africa operates?
No. We are going to take the land and put it under the state. And that is going to be done through legislation and not through violent means. So if South Africans do not want the land to be owned by the state and be shared by all, then they should vote against the EFF. But if you want the land, then you will vote the EFF, because the EFF is going to make the state a custodian of the land. And all of us will then go and contract with the state for the purpose of utilizing the land and specify the purpose of utilization of such piece of land, so that all, black and white, can have access to the land. So those who are scared of such a policy are greedy people, are the people who are having the land and enjoying seeing landless people around them. So if you don't want us to expropriate without compensation and make the state a custodian of the land which shall be shared by all, bring an alternative. Because willing buyer, willing seller has not worked. We're not going to disrupt any residential arrangement. Everybody else will have his or her right to a residential area. And all those owning big chunk of land, they will have to reapply to the state and state why they want to continue using that part of the land and get into a contractual relationship, perhaps a lease agreement of 70 to 100 years, so that we do not commit generations and generations and generations after to our agreement. We should have an agreement with you so that generations after, if they've got a different purpose for that land, they must be free to have access to it and use it for a different purpose.
Okay.
So South Africans, you cannot want to be greedy and perpetuate landless situation in South Africa. I'm still to hear the DA policy on land. They must tell us what are they going to do with the land? Because anyone who says to you, the owners of the land, we are not going to redistribute this land, you are going to remain in that position forever, that person is misleading you. Even if it's without the EFF, there will be an unled revolution. An unled revolution is anarchy. And anarchy is the highest form of lawlessness. You stand to lose. So you must embrace the more frank and open, honest people who say to you, the white ownership of the land is causing a serious discomfort in the country. And let's begin to talk openly about it and see how best we can share. In this statement, since I started speaking about land, I've never spoken about driving any white to a sea. I've never spoken about killing any white person. So if you are scared of a robust and frank debate, then that is your own baby to feed Malta Bella. It's not my problem.
So we're moving towards the end, but I have to ask you this. You've received a lot of support outside your normal constituency because of the way you have taken on the Nkandla matter and pursued the pay back the money issue. How long are you going to keep this alive?
Until he is paid. Let me tell you, the gentleman will have to pay because he has got no option. To me, there is no Ntlego report. I don't know why you guys even give that mess such a recognition. To an extent that we must be sitting in some committees to discuss a report not worth written on the paper it's written on. There's no Ntlego report, there's nothing. Ntlego must take those games, those TV games, and go and play them with his kids if he's got kids at his home. We have no time for such things. We are going to protect the public protector. That report of the public protector is the alpha and the omega on the Nkandla matter. If the remedial actions are not implemented, we are going to demand of those remedial actions to be implemented. And when people say to you, every time you stand up, you say Nkandla, you have nothing to raise. You cannot be dictated to by your enemy how you must fight it. It's Zuma himself who says, you have nothing to raise, you're always talking about Nkandla, with a hope that will be ashamed of talking about it. He's wasting time. We're going to talk about it. You know, the ANC fought apartheid from 1912 to an extent that every time when they stood up in social gatherings, in funerals, and they start talking about apartheid, there were some amongst us who would say, boring. Hey, they have nothing to talk about. All the time they stand up, they talk apartheid. What happens today? Those who hated the speech on apartheid are the beneficiaries of such a speech. Today, Nkandla is a nickname of corruption. When we say Nkandla, we mean corruption. And why should we be tired of fighting corruption? Because Nkandla epitomizes corruption. If you do not know what the definition of corruption is, just go and look at Nkandla. Then you will know what corruption looks like. So the struggle of today is a struggle against corruption. We will never be tired of fighting corruption. So we are going to raise Nkandla. Whenever he comes there, he must be rest assured. And he must thank his ancestors, because the last time he appeared, I was on a study leave. And when I saw him on TV doing those things he was doing, I was extremely disturbed. And I wished I was there. I was going to stop him there and then. Or that circus you'll take to your house. You are not going to ridicule a genuine cause of demanding you paying the money. He makes jokes because he thinks we are playing. And everybody else there laughs about it, and none of them says to him, stop doing that. You are actually making us more angry. He thinks we like those things he's doing. 250-something million on one man. Yesterday, article was shown in the newspapers when the spokesperson of the EFF visited schools, not in the rural areas, not in Zingi, here in Soweto. Because people think that development has not only reached rural areas. Here in Soweto, the children are still using the desks which were given to them by apartheid regime. Till today, you ask yourself, how many desks can 250-something million buy just to make a learning environment conducive for our children? I'm not talking about my children. I'm not yet at the villages where I come from. Yeah, in Soweto.
Okay, so we have to talk about Marikana. You were one of the first people on the scene after the massacre. You've taken people from Marikana into your caucus in Parliament. Your national chairman represents some of the Marikana victims. Why have you taken up this issue so personally? And why are you so insistent now, for example, that the report must be released? And where do you think this issue should go?
Well, you know, the Marikana people are the ones who brought me into a political space, because after I got expelled, I left, I went to home. And when they were shot, they called me. And they said to me, we've been sitting on the mountain, we've seen dead bodies. No one, not a single leader has arrived here. We're asking you to come. And I said, I'm no longer involved. They said, no, we're not talking about ANC. We've seen you resolving the Impala strike. We are asking you to come and resolve our problem. When I arrived in Marikana, they said to me, the first thing we are asking is water. We are thirsty because we are scared to even move out of this second. There was no president to give them water. There was no minister to give them water. They had not elected me. I was nobody. And I saw that as a calling by my people to come and serve them. And that's how I returned back. And when I went to Marikana, the Marikana matter was dying a natural death. The papers, especially local papers, were no longer writing about it. The media was beginning to pull out of Marikana. It was only international media that remained in Marikana. And when I went in, I agitated and ensured that this matter is brought back on top of the table of South Africa. And it was brought back. Till today, we've kept it alive because the ANC thought that Marikana was going to disappear like Tatana matter. So we kept it alive because we want justice for the people of Marikana. They then arrested them and said they are the ones who killed their colleagues. Without a cent, without money, without a political party. I had to run around, look for a lawyer to go and release them. And I took them to go and open a case against the police. We want the report because the proper investigation by police must take place. The police said they can't investigate, they are waiting for Marikana. So let Zuma release Marikana so that police investigation can start. But Marikana is more important because if Cyril is not in that report, if it is not recommended that Cyril must be prosecuted, we have taken a conscious decision to prosecute him privately. Because the NPA must just issue a certificate of declaring that they are not prosecuting him and will pursue him. Cyril is the one who made all the calls. Cyril is the one who said it is not a labor dispute, it's a criminal matter. And when you say it's a criminal matter, you are calling for a coercive force. So Cyril is at the center of it. And I heard it from some of the good fellows who are close to the corridors of power, that Zuma is troubled by the fact that Cyril is in the report. And he will have to release the report, Cyril will have to be charged, and when Cyril is charged, he can't be deputy president of South Africa, he will have to step down. So let the report come, the parents, the widows, the workers want closure on this matter. They want to know who was responsible for the killing of innocent workers who were just asking for increase. They were not destroying property. They were not disturbing traffic. All they did was to withdraw their labor and went to sit on top of the mountain because they didn't want to disturb anyone. Even when they were not disturbing anyone, they were visited by live ammunition on top of the mountain. They want a logical explanation as to what really transpired. I was there with those people. I know how they feel about this matter. And once Zuma, few days after he passed them on the mountain, after the killing of those people, went to speak to the management in the mine and went back and passed them without going to those workers who voted for him to check if they are fine. And they were saying to me, he passed here, we saw him. Only after Zuma saw me and other youth league colleagues on the scene, then he had to return after us to go and pretend like he's listening. There is a picture of him kneeling down, opening some plastic there, pretending he's listening to the concerns of the workers. All that needs to come to an end. It will never come to an end for as long as Zuma doesn't want to release the report. He says he's not agent. How can a matter which is so emotional and a matter that involves killing of people not be so agent? The Marikana Commission itself was agent. It was supposed to be concluded within a year. It took far too long. Now it releases a report. There is another delay. That is an injustice.
Okay, that's quite a heavy subject to round off with, but we have to come to a close now. But there's one thing I need to ask you. You talk so passionately. You tell us everything. Whenever you're on a podium, you're very forceful about everything and how you feel. Oh, you kept one big secret from us.
Yeah.
That you were getting married.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you do that? Why did you hide it from all
That
the
is
people?
extremely personal. You see, our personal lives must never be subjected to this type of an arrangement because we are married to private citizens who do not want to be subjected to harsh realities that we are subjected to. They are not politicians in their own right, and they want their private space. So we should equally be mindful of that as politicians. I'm one politician who didn't marry a celebrity wannabe. So my wife, despite knowing that her husband is well known, she always prefers to be in the background.
So how do we know that you won't keep more secrets for us? There'll be Mrs. Malema 2, 3, 4.
One is too much. One. Just to handle one. I'm asking myself about this gentleman who's presiding over our country with so many wives. How is he coping? I mean, it's a personal choice. If he is a polygamist, it's fine, but I will never marry more than one. And it doesn't mean I will deny people their right to choose a life of being a polygamist. But my wife is fine alone. I want to enjoy that beauty and not be distracted by anything.
Okay, so no wife number 2, 3, 4, any fire pools, any visitor center, we need to come visit you?
If you do that, you can do that on your own private capacity. I really don't know why the ANC people who claim to be in business, who claim to be successful, didn't themselves say to their president, we will give you a gift of a swimming pool, we'll do all manner of things. All those who love him should have by now said to him, let's put together this money and pay it back. Swimming pools and those types of luxuries should be from a personal purse. We told South Africa, if you vote for them, you're voting for swimming pools. South Africa never listened to us. They voted for them. What happened? 2 months ago, 3 months ago, Ace Magashule has now built another swimming pool for himself. That's why we have to stop this Zuma. Because once you stop Zuma, they will all stop. There are many Zumas everywhere here. We are going to have councillors building swimming pools and drowning in those swimming pools. It has to stop. If they want swimming pools, they must work hard and build swimming pools for themselves. So we do not want leadership, not even me, anyone else who comes after this man. Please do not repeat this sin. This sin must never be repeated by anyone. It's an insult to the poor.
Okay. Mr. Malema, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your presence. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for staying with us. And back to Tumi and John. Stay there, Delano. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely last session. Thank you all for coming. I can see you leaving anyway, so thanks for joining us here at the gathering. We'll see you next year. We'll have it somewhere really interesting like at Sun City. Cheers.
Bye. I'm going to take a selfie with Juju now. Bye.
Hello, agents, and welcome to the special gathering edition of Puppet Nation.
It's been a long and rough year in politics and day in these seats. So we've decided to brighten things up a little with some musical highlights.
Who would have thought that Mmusi Maimane, Thuli Madonsela, and our very own Justice here were such songbirds?
Thank you. But first, Tim 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 Tim